What can I say? I had nothing else to start the show with. I was trying to get something, but I ended up not being able to get it. So, go figure. Hey guys, how's it going? Nice to see you all. We have wow. I see I love it when everybody shows up like at least 20 minutes before the show starts and just starts hanging out. It's like hanging out in a room and and people are starting to get comfortable. So, like Snortapoopus that shows up and hey Snort, how's it going, my man? Nice to see you, you big fuzzy bear, you. And yes, by the way, speaking of yesterday's movie, according to Blackadder Goes Forth, World War One started when some guy named Archie Duke shot an ostrich because he was hungry. Yes, that's totally what happened. And and of course, if you haven't watched it yesterday, or if you haven't even showed up yesterday, he's talking about the movie that we showed yesterday on Mike's Movie Matinee, where we make movies magnificent again. A lot of M's in that, I'm telling you. We were playing All Quiet on the Western Front, so which is a talkie from 1930 and in the public domain. So we're having fun, and so I kind of made a comment where I believe it was you, Snort, that had mentioned, all of this because wanting to just get a little bit of real estate, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, and I said something, yeah, that it reminded me of Blackadder. I was talking about one of the episodes in Goes Forth where they have like literally a piece of ground on the table, and I think Blackadder was like, oh, what's the scale of this terrain? And they said, oh, it's 1 to 1. So this is literally the real estate that they basically, gained, right? like like a couple of feet by a couple of feet. So that's kind of what I was referring to. But yeah, I'm glad that you enjoy Blackadder Goes Forth. It's fun. Vince Womack, how's it going, Vince? Nice to see you. And yes, for all of you out there, I am on Rumble and on X, and we're obviously simultaneously broadcasting on Rumble and X, and also if you are looking for a nice magazine, Flip City Magazine, discount code CRC for 10% off. So if you want to get ahead and get yourself a nice mag, then go ahead and check them out, and you can check out their website and download a free issue and check them out. And we got Gap After Dark. How's it going, Gap? So the circles are so huge, amazingly huge. They're phenomenally huge. And welcome, Gap. And we got Vince there. He's policing the Rumble side of things. So there we go. And that being said, we got Al Nickerson. That's with us on Sunday. How's it going, Al?
Um, Happy Sunday. Yeah, everything's going great. Busy drawing and selling comics and graphic novels, and yeah, it's fantastic.
Yep, it is. Let's see. Snort says, or General Haig wanted to move his drink cabinet 5 yards closer to Berlin. Yes, exactly. That's. Bah. I love Blackadder, man. This is so good, especially the Blackadder third and yeah, and goes forth. So, man, second season is pretty good too. So, and all the other stuff. So, um, yeah. So let's see. Tom hopefully might be showing up. I sent him a link, so Tom should be showing up from what I'm hearing, and he better. I know he needs more fun in his life. And Vince says, yeah, the ironic part is that Franz Ferdinand was apparently working on giving more sovereignty to Bosnia. Oh yeah, back in World War One, yeah, and you got the whole Weimar Empire and the Prince of Germany basically spending all the money, making the entire country bankrupt, and on top of that, thus World War I was started. So because somebody had loose fingers in the cookie jar, so to speak, as well. So anyway, so as we're waiting for Tom, let's see, what am I doing? Yeah, I'm drawing. So that's the thing that I'm going to be doing. Yeah, drawing is good. Drawing is fun, and like what Cap was saying, yes, huge circles. The circles are so huge. They're amazing. They're round. They're huge. And you know what? Hey, I want to say this. I want to give a big thank you to Doomcock, to our Overlord DVD, to Doomcock on Friday, who I don't know why, but he kind of gave a big compliment to me. I don't know what warranted it. I really honestly don't. But he was like, thanks for fighting the good fight, and and doing the stuff that you do. And I'm like, what did I do? I honestly have no idea what I've done. Just to warrant that. I don't know. Maybe just because I've been sending him links to the movie show to check it out. So I don't know. Maybe it's that. Maybe he sees them doing a little bit of an attempt to make movies magnificent again or something like that. And on top of that, before I forget my co-host here, if you want to go ahead and check out Mr. L. Nickerson and all that pervades in his mind on the YouTube, there is his YouTube channel. And if you want to also check him out on Facebook and all the doodles that he does, there he is on Facebook. You can go ahead and check him out there. And also, if you want to pick out a comic, then he also has a store on Big Cartel, where he has actually, yeah, that's right. He has a deal going on right now on the
Yes.
eBays. Um,
Well,
if
I
you
actually,
will tell the people about that.
well, I actually have two sales or sort of sales deals going on. So, yeah, so on the Big Cartel online store, the sortofeating.com, I'm having free shipping up until the end of February. So there's a promo code which is free ship. So you just type that in when you place your order, and you'll get free shipping. And I have a deal
Ooh,
on the eBay store where I brought back the combo deal where readers can purchase all three of the Sword of Eating graphic novels for $50. And I think it's a savings of about $15. So yeah, $50
nice.
for all three books. Yeah. So, and and that is actually great for people that have not even read any of the Sword of Eating graphic novels. So yeah, they get all three books. I ship them out, sign everything, and also with all orders that are sold um, through my eBay store, my online store. Yeah, I'll sign everything and include some free signed freebies because working in comics since 1994, I have lots of Xeroxes of various different work I've done for Marvel and DC and Archie, and I just got a filing cabinet of all that stuff. So yeah, I just sign that and those, and I include them in the sales of the books that I ship. So there you go.
There you go. Fun stuff.
It
Fun
is fun.
comics. Got to read them. Canadian Spider-Man. Hey, dude. Hide your money. There's poor people around here. Ha ha.
Um,
Dude, you know what? Funny that you showed up because I was just talking about you too. So about how you want to head over to the soon to be independent Republic of Alberta.
Woo!
So, oh yeah, oh boy, there's lots of stuff going on. Oh, really? Slightly hungover after Scotty's party, says Canadian Spider-Man. Oh, see, I knew some of you guys were drinking a little bit.
How
Dang.
come we weren't invited?
Well, I got the link. I mean, I was on there for a little bit.
No.
And by a little bit it was like about an hour and a half. So
Oh wait, it
and it would
was
have been like
online. You were doing this.
yeah, it was on YouTube.
You kids.
I know. So, and we were reviewing or actually talking about a extremely horrible movie. What was it? Star Trek Into Darkness,
Oh.
where they did Benedict Cumberbatch as Khan.
You know what? That's
It
probably
was
not
just
the worst Star Trek film, though.
really,
Yeah, the one with Nemesis, I think was pretty bad. Although the villain was great. You know, with the
yeah,
Jean-Luc Picard clone, and I'm
is
spoiling things, and where Data died. Um,
right. I thought
and
that
there
was
was,
bad.
yeah, it was pretty bad. Regeneration was okay. I think that was the
Right.
second of the Next Generation films.
I
That
think
was kind of
so.
like I think that was kind of like I think Regeneration was kind of like a very good episode of Next Generation. First Contact was good. I think the first actually this
That wasn't
well,
too bad.
yeah, I think that was good with the Borg. That was cool. Generations was fine, I guess, because it had Kirk in it and some of
Yeah.
the other old cast.
Yeah.
Wrath of Khan is still my favorite out of all the Star Trek films.
Oh, 100%, dude.
Such a great movie.
Yeah. And
Villain. Oh.
I'm gonna have to say even the first one, even the motion picture, like the first Star Trek movie, I get a kick out of that
I
because
haven't.
it's like Voyager that comes back to Earth basically, and now it's like this semi sentient, being kind of machine creature thing, so that just happened to come across a planet filled with like mechanical beings or something like that. You haven't seen it?
I saw it when it came out initially in the theaters, and then I'm trying to figure out which one came out. Did Star Wars come out first, or the first Star Trek motion picture movie come out
Star
first?
Wars came out first. Star Wars came
Okay,
out
all right.
first,
So that makes
1977.
sense because
Yeah.
when I saw the Star Trek film, Star Trek the Motion Picture, was that what it was called?
Yeah.
I was so bored with it. Like I think and I was a kid too, so I think I was probably expecting like another Star Wars. And the first
Right.
Star Trek film is not that.
No, it definitely isn't that. 100% definitely isn't that. Okay, Mr. Peterson, I haven't seen you in a while. Happy New Year, dude. Great that you can drop in. Says if Alberta does go independent, expect a huge jump in immigrant influx. Well, only the right kind of immigrant influx. Like I said, I'm talking to a few people. I yesterday I've been talking to my parents. Canadian Spider-Man here in the chat. He definitely wants to get in here as soon as possible because he's had it with BC. And Spidey, I don't blame you. I really honestly don't blame you. So yeah, I'm actually going to talk about that a little bit. Talk about independence. There you go. There's a good subject to talk about today. As I'm prepping to do an independent comic, I suppose you could say. How dare you? Star Trek Nemesis is Oscar worthy. Oh God, Gab, that's hilarious, dude. That's so funny. Um, Nothing could save that one. I'm sorry. Star Trek Into Darkness nailed two titles because it went places the sun doesn't shine. Oh God, yeah. I just did not like it because Benedict Cumberbatch as Khan. I just didn't. I liked the visuals. Don't get me wrong, but you know, damn, dude, it was just. I don't know. To me, it was just a bad movie.
You're not going to be able to
And
replace the original Khan. There's no way.
no, come on, Ricardo Montalban, just awesome, dude. Just
Great.
100% awesome. I would say that every Star Trek movie has something good in it. Maybe not great overall, but you can at least always find something worthy in them. No, I agree with you. Totally agree with you on that. You know, Let's put it this way: when it comes to Star Trek, I like it. I'm not going to say I'm a huge fan, like say, let's say like Scotty or anti-derivative Jill or Raquel, or Clobby or or any of them because or Doomcock because I don't own you know the technical manuals and episode books that go into great detail. I just liked it because it was just fun sci-fi. That's it. That's pretty much
Wait
it.
a
That's
minute.
as far as my fandom goes.
Are you telling me that you cannot speak Klingon, Mike? What is wrong with you?
No, I know.
How dare you?
I'm so ashamed.
Yes. Yeah, there are some really fanboys out there.
Oh yeah. And Pop Culture Republic has or Mechanic, how's it going, man? Nice to see you, dude. Um I was trying to find your show today. For some odd reason I couldn't find your show today. Were you even on today? Because Pop Culture Mechanic likes to talk about a lot of anime. And I think today, if he was actually on today, then I apologize for not being there, but he was talking about 80s anime today, if that's what you were sticking to. Star Trek the Motion Picture tried hard to be 2001 A Space Odyssey. You know
Yes.
what? Yeah, I agree with that. So, and yeah, been indisposed a bit. Happy New Year to you too. Okay, great. Uh, yeah. So you know what? Okay, because I better get drawing. And so this is what I'm talking about. We're talking about, I guess, independence, and hopefully Tom shows up, because he gave a thumbs up, and because we like Tom. Tom is awesome,
I just want to
and
mention
yeah,
one more thing about Star Trek. I think I
yeah,
just realized what the worst Star Trek movie was, and it was probably the Final Frontier where they go and meet God.
yeah. I thought that was just
That
weird,
was
or
that was
supposedly
that
God.
was the most terrible one. That yeah. So there's a lot of bad Star Trek out there.
Yeah, yeah. No, You know what? I was actually thinking of. Um, oh, YouTube screwing around with Pop Culture Mechanic. YouTube screwing me around. I'm sure. Oh yeah, probably. You screwing around everybody. So, and oh, there you go. Canadian Spider-Man says Google Trans actually does. Really?
Oh yeah,
Oh my
not that I
god.
would know.
Uh, Nothing I would know either. Jeez.
No,
Okay.
I think I did some sort of joke on
So
Facebook,
anyway,
and I did raise up Klingon
go for
once, and that's it.
yeah.
Can't remember what it
That was a
was.
win,
I
huh?
don't remember what I was saying in Klingon, but I think I was insulting somebody, so I did it in Klingon.
Oh
And
really?
I came
Oh my
across that
god.
translated thing. Yeah.
Awesome.
Do you still have that 6 second delay
That's
going on?
you know what? I don't know. I haven't the faintest idea. Hopefully if I'm
Right.
responding quickly enough, um then I guess everything is like a-okay.
All right.
At least I'm hoping
We'll find
so.
out.
Yeah, we'll definitely find out. Once we got freedom internet in an independent Alberta, it'll probably be better. So that's what's going on. Okay, so I know last week we kind of touched up a little bit on perspective, kind of like how to do it. And you know what? And I thought, I don't know, maybe I should just start roughing up pages. So this is what I'm kind of like doing. So kind of started a little bit last night while I was on Antiderivative Jill's stream and celebrating Scotty's birthday while we were all bashing Star Trek Into Darkness. And I figured, you know what? I'm just gonna have fun. I'm gonna start roughly doing like some roughs on pages and dressing it up, and because I got to start somewhere, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna redo my page one because as fun as page one was, um, I'm gonna do it over again because that was the original page one, and it's not bad, but there was something I didn't like about it, so I don't think I'm gonna use it because I went through a little bit of a character creative kind of thing and kind of switched the look around a little bit. So, um, I just want to make things a little bit better. So last night I was working on a little bit of ground and background, and I figure I'm going to start at the middle of the story, do a little bit of a flashback, and then kind of continue from there. Is what I might do. So, as per usual, I'm going to play dress up because for some odd reason that's just how I do things. And I kind of thought about this. Oh, hey, yeah, as I catch up on the catch up on the chat. Collector, how's it going, dude? Nice to see you. My German Mexican. Nice to see you, my man. Please know the USS Athena is a ship full of weirdos meant to be the 2026 version of the Titanic. I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay, great. And Canadian Spider-Man says, "My head hurts and my eyes don't focus today." CRC. Oh God, really? You much? Jeez, dude. Moderation, man. God, moderation, dude. Oh, well, this is nice. I like this. The collector says, by the way, I really officially want to thank you for doing the Bible studies, sir. Please don't let this go. It's much needed. Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate that, collector. Um, yeah, it's great. If and I know I don't plug it enough, and I should plug it probably often, more often. Um, so for over a year now, I've been putting on the Bible studies from Koinonia House, and with Chuck Missler. And I mean, it's kind of hard to believe that he passed away like about, I think it was like 7 years ago at this point.
Wow.
And yeah, kind of crazy. But the thing was, and like I've said on other channels, whenever I plug the show, it's not a plain ordinary, blah blah blah, boring, you know, church, these and thous and theys and blah 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 kind of thing. It's an interesting study because it does get into some of the sciencey kind of stuff and actual history and yeah, and it makes for an interesting study because it's like you got on one hand the scientific community that thinks they know it all, and I say that loosely. Um, and then you got the other half that thinks that people that take up theology studies of any sort or connected to a church or whatever are just killjoys or boring as hell or or don't know what they talk about. This is where it comes to a little bit with the understanding kind of thing. So you know if you take the time and just give it a listen, then you'll see that it's actually a lot more interesting than credit for. So thanks, collector. I really appreciate that. Anyway, um, oh, good that you don't know. The USS Athena is the new ship of the new Star Trek Ray Klingon in a skirt.
What?
Oh God! Oh,
Yeah,
that.
that's gonna do well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly right. It's yeah. That new Star Trek show. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan. So sorry. No, there's there's no way you can get me to watch that slop. Forget it, man. God, is you're like you got to be kidding me. The Klingon is gay. Like, are you serious, man? Why does this not surprise me? I
Well,
mean,
it's not surprising, and
well,
you know
yeah.
they don't understand the demographic. Um, People that tend to like Star Trek or Star Wars or most superhero comics, they're predominantly male and they're predominantly straight, and they don't want this kind of crap. So it's not
Nope.
anything about wanting to please the audience or make the fans of these franchises happy. They just want to indoctrinate people with crazy stuff. So, Hollywood, and I say this often, they don't care about you. They
Mm-hmm.
don't care about the IPs. They don't care about the original source material. They just want to indoctrinate people. Kind of like what Mike was just talking about in regards to science. Like, how dare you for being intolerant? How dare you for not being such a, ignorant person by not believing and doing exactly what we tell you to do? So comply or else.
Exactly. And hello, blah, 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 blah. Wind Rave. How's it going, dude?
Was that Klingon?
Nice that you can join us. Yeah, no, totally. Totally 100% Klingon. Even though I absolutely no Klingon whatsoever. So, um, no, it's, yeah. Oh, God. A few years ago, I think it was like maybe 3 years ago, probably 4 years ago, I released a video because I got a little bit of insider information that Kurtzman is going to stay on with Star Trek for I can't quite remember. It's either 5 or 7 years, and that was like about 3 years ago. So I know that have been talks about when are they going to get rid of Kurtzman and Kurtzman Trek and just like that. Well, go back to the video, and you will see. Now he's going to be around for a while. So if his contract isn't broken, but no, this is why you're getting more of this kind of Star Trek, and it's not Paramount. Let's put it this way: it's not Paramount. Kurtzman has a contract because at the time, whoever was signing the contracts and yada 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 thought that Kurtzman was doing such a great thing, and signed him on for an extended contract. Well, this is what happens, and whoever the current manager is now, because he's more right leaning. Let's put it that way. You know, you can't just break a contract. Unless of course certain stipulations aren't met. Otherwise somebody's paying out a big hefty fine. So it's either Paramount is just biting and they have to let, as much as we hate it, certain projects through, or and suffer the consequences. But you know what? Whatever. Um,
Well, Well,
I
I have no idea what you're talking about, but
I
because I don't
haven't watched
follow this stuff
Star Trek
anymore.
and yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think I watched the first episode of Picard, which I thought was kind of meh, but uh, yeah, I don't follow any of that stuff. I mean, what I mentioned this a couple of Sundays ago on YouTube. There's a studio called Otoy, and they did what was
Oh
it
yeah.
called? They brought back Kirk. That was like the best Star Trek I've seen in a decade, and
Yes.
I think it's like 7 minutes long or something. It's fantastic.
Oh, it
As
was
far as
brilliant, dude.
as far as oh, it was great. And even prior to them showing that particular video, they've had like little snippets, like little shorts, like 2 or 3 minutes long videos. Again, Otoy on YouTube, um, where one was where Spock goes to Kirk's grave. That was just
Yep.
amazing. I thought that was fantastic. Yeah, and the last
No,
one where
that's
Kirk shows up,
brilliant.
it's so good. Savick is in it, and I know we talked about this a few Sundays ago. Savic's son, who's supposed to be Spock's son, is in it. So yeah, it's really good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, Collector says, yeah, Picard was a slap into my face. Yeah, it was. Oh God, it was so bad. It was just, it's so bad. Technically, yeah, because they made Picard into basically a so technically Picard is dead. He's dead.
That's
He's
so
just
stupid.
dead. Doesn't matter.
So
Doesn't matter what it
stupid.
says.
You retard.
Yeah, it is. It's
Stop
yes.
ruining my childhood.
I know, right? I hate it. I hate it with a passion. Oh God. But whatever. It's obviously not meant for us.
Straight
It's not
people.
meant for us. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Not meant for stray people. How
Can I
dare
touch
you?
on the contract thing though?
Yes, go for it.
Oh, okay. Usually in contracts, because I've dealt with Hollywood stuff before, there and also with DC Comics and Marvel. There's usually some sort of clause in there saying that whatever you're producing for the company, it's got to be up to a certain standard. So
Yes.
depending on what that phraseology is in your contract, yeah, you could get rid of somebody. You know, um, I've never had any problems with stuff like that before. Like, I've never missed a deadline. When I'm working for these publishers, or anyone else, I've never had to redo anything except for that one time. There was that Spider-Man head, which I talked about, which they wanted to be re-inked and redrawn
Oh,
because
yeah.
the eyes were too big after the artwork was approved. So yeah, and also with Marvel, one of the things I was signing or about to sign with Marvel was when in the late, what was it, 2006, when they wanted to do a creator-owned, when they wanted to publish creator-owned comic book series based on Nemish Man, which is one of my characters in the sort of being graphic novels. One of the clauses in that contract, which I didn't like, and there were only just a few that I didn't like, was that if I didn't produce the work up to Marvel standards, then they could replace me with somebody else to write and draw my creator-owned comic, which is ridiculous. But I was not concerned that was going to happen at the time, or even since. But yeah, short story is, yeah, eventually Marvel decided not to publish any creator-owned comics based on their new, at that time, epic line of creator-owned books. But at the time, it was great. But the contract was great too. So that was one of the two things I didn't like in that contract. The other thing in the contract, that Marvel contract, I didn't like was that I wasn't going to see any royalties from any overseas printings of the comic, which is not really a big deal. I was just very happy that a work made for hire publisher like Marvel wanted to publish my creator-owned work. That was very exciting for the few months that we were talking about that.
It's just really bizarre, though, that if you can't keep up with your own creation and your own book, then we'll find somebody else to basically draw your creation and in your book, and like that's just weird. I just find that absolutely bizarre that Marvel can just go ahead and say, hey, yeah, sure, we'll let you publish your own characters in your own book and stuff like that, through us and whatnot. But hey, if you can't do it, then we'll find somebody else to basically, do your stuff. Like, just
Yes,
weird. It's
it's
you,
it's a bit extreme on the um, ordinary model of the role of an editor at Marvel or DC, where um, and I always say this, like at the time I believed that, and looking back at it, I see it the same way. Working in work made for hire for Marvel, DC, Archie, Nickelodeon, Sesame Street,
mhm,
whatever.
yeah.
I do think it was a blessing because it's what I wanted to do when I was going to when I was going to college. Like when you're going to college, if you can get any money at the end of college or after college that's art related, if you're want to be an artist, that was always a blessing. So yeah, my career it was very much a blessing, but there's no way I can ever again work for or work under the conditions for work made for hire, which is like
Yeah.
writing and drawing uh, IPs that you do not own. I can never do that again. Um, I very much enjoy working on my creator owned work so much better. And I
Mhm.
also don't have an editor telling me how to write and draw my stuff. And that's the problem I always really like. And also, I never really had any problems with editors per se. Like, I've never had any problems with editors per se. But I don't like the idea really of, and this goes, it changes over the decades at Marvel and DC, where the editors have so much power where where they're telling you how to write and draw stuff when they don't write and draw stuff. So what makes it that you know how to write a story better when you don't even when you're not a writer? And for the most part, most editors are not writers. Or like
Yeah.
how do you have the authority to tell me how to draw my stuff when you're not an artist? I always found that to be very strange, especially now in Marvel and DC, where you have all
Right.
these hacks working for these companies, where, like, for the most part, they've never read any comic books before. They were just hired because of their gender, their preference, the DEI craziness. So yeah, so there's many things about work made for
Yeah.
hire that I don't like, including all the stuff I just said.
No, precisely. It's yeah, it's extremely bizarre. It's kind of like what I was what was it telling somebody? I think it was like on Friday. I was this guy that I work with. We were kind of like talking about management and how some people in this one company that I'm working at, were kind of hired on without the knowledge of what the industry is all about, and then they end up hiring all yeah, yes, I'm serious, man.
Yep,
They end up hiring all their buddies, just because, I don't know, because they played hockey together or something like that,
sure.
and or just something, and then they kind of wonder why certain problems happen within said company. It's because they don't know how to. Well, they got extremely poor managerial skills. Let's just put it that way. It's as simple as that.
There's that.
Um,
Yeah,
oh yeah. So it's it's the same thing anywhere, essentially.
sure.
You know, you just have morons that think they know what it's all about, especially let's say within comics. I know how to write a story. Well, all you did was like Reddit fan fiction or something like that. I don't know. It's just ridiculous. You're not really a writer.
Correct.
You're doing your fanfic bullcrap. You don't know
Right.
anything, and
There's been
especially when they.
well,
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. No.
Oh no, I'm going to say there, because I was interviewed a couple years ago about this, and from a guy who actually is a writer, and when I said my views, when I shared my views about editors at Marvel and DC, he got a little defensive, and there are some exceptions in comics history where an editor was a pretty good writer. I think Archie Goodwin probably is one of those. Denny O'Neil probably is one of those. Marv Wolfman, I think, probably is one of those. But or Louise Simonson, I think, is a good example. Or Ann
She was pretty
Nesenti,
good.
I think. Yeah, or Ann Nesenti, I think, are probably very good examples. But those are few and far between. And we're also still talking about writers who write only in comics, which I don't know how much skill you need to do that. So.
I mean, Jim Shooter. I mean, he was an editor.
Oh, Jim Shooter.
But he started out writing.
100%.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Jim Shooter was great too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul Levitz, he's another one.
Yeah. God, I'm trying to remember. Who else? Did Tom DeFalco do writing?
Yeah.
Because he pretty much took over for Shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tom DeFalco, I am not a huge fan of Tom DeFalco.
No, neither am I.
Even his writing, I was never a big fan of his writing. And according to Jim Shooter, and there's a lot of Jim Shooter videos you can watch online where Shooter's being interviewed for like 2 or 3 hours long, and he's just going over everything. I don't always agree with everything that Jim Shooter had to say. Although as the years went by, I tend to agree with what Shooter had said for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, when Shooter was kicked out of Marvel, and I think Shooter did a lot of great things for Marvel. So Tom DeFalco was the assistant editor-in-chief, and it seemed like, according to Jim Shooter, that Tom DeFalco really just threw Shooter underneath the bus when the time became appropriate. So I don't think that was cool. And also I think, that according to people that I know, Tom DeFalco liked to hit the bottle a little bit.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I hear these things. But that's nothing new. I mean, the early days of comics, there's a lot of people drinking a bit much and, doing something they ought not to be doing.
Or they end up playing video games in Sesame Street.
How dare you? I get paid for doing those things, Michael. And for the most part, that was off hours for the most part.
Oh, was it really? Okay. Oh my God. Oh, jeez. I couldn't resist.
No, it's totally cool. No, it's not untrue.
No, I mean, hey, I don't blame you whatsoever. I would too. So,
I mean, I don't. Just to be clear, though, I don't drink anymore. Like, I really stopped doing that probably. 2020 or 2003.
Oh, nice.
2011.
Nice. Fez. My Fez brother is here. John Rendell. What's up, dude? Nice to see you, my man. You can join us. Sorry, because I'm in between two screens, paying attention to what the chat is saying and drawing at the same time. So, nice to see you, dude. And Vince Womack, DEI, don't employ idiots.
I like that better.
I like that. Dude, you gave me a really good idea. Maybe I should make that into a t-shirt. DEI, don't employ idiots. Yeah. I should probably go ahead and do that. That'd be awesome.
I like that.
So, let's see. I also want to say hello to everybody that happens to be on Rumble. If you were watching on Rumble, hi to all of you, and I guess one person watching on X. So, hello, you person on X that happens to be watching. How is it going? Nice to see you, and hope you're having a lovely Sunday. So. Let's see. John here says the things people attribute to toxic masculinity are responsible for the greatest advancements in human society since the beginning of time.
Uh-huh.
Yes. How very true. Yes. Because of our toxic masculinity, things were done.
And people believe this crap.
Well, yeah, they do. Oh, okay. Actually, because I kind of did sidestep a little bit there because what was it? I was going to be talking about things about what's going on here in my neck of the woods. There are interesting things that are happening within this province. Let's give you guys a little bit of a rundown, okay? Because it is quite interesting. And Al and I were talking about this before the show started, and you know what? And you guys might as well know what is happening because I think everybody here on this channel obviously know that I am in, well, obviously in Canada, duh, and in the province that I like to call the Texas of Canada, which is obviously Alberta. So, apparently, what was it? Somebody on another YouTube channel. I'm trying to remember who it was. Said that he lived in Texas and he was going to school to Texas, and his university professor was from Alberta, and he had said the same thing, that essentially that Albertans call themselves the Texas of Canada. So yeah, so I actually did not know that that was actually a thing. So yeah, go figure. Okay, yeah, we're the Texas of Canada, but not for very long. Okay, so yes, not yesterday. Sorry, on Wednesday, months ago, my wife and I, we kind of signed up to be canvassers for the referendum because, well, unless you've been living under a rock, things are going on here in this province that the people in this province are not happy with the way things are run. So let's put it that way. And if you happen to be in Canada, you kind of know what I'm talking about a little bit. That Alberta wants to separate, so there's going to be a referendum, and there are going to be people going around here and there and everywhere in this province where people are going to be collecting this, and myself as well. So what is going to be happening is in this delightful province that we live in, for them to go ahead, because should Alberta in Canada or become our own independent state. Okay? So I want to make it perfectly clear to everybody out there. And Fez, isn't there a Texas style rodeo on Calgary in Alberta? Yes, 100%. Of course there is. You got to look up the Calgary Stampede. And it takes place every year in May, the Calgary Stampede. And it's an event where people from all over the world come, and it's a rodeo, and it's just 10 days of fun, and it's been going on for over 100 years now, and it's fun. It's basically pure cowboy fun, chuck wagon races and bronking bucks and bulls and stuff like that, and my mic is cutting it a little bit. Okay, well, not a problem. Um, so anyway, so for this referendum to go ahead, and for the question to be put out there for the masses, this needs 177,000 signatures for this referendum, for people to vote on this referendum. And I will just put it to you this way, all of you people out there. The way people have been showing up, it's gonna be a lot more than 188,000. In fact, it's gonna be a lot. So the rumor is, or I shouldn't say rumor, allegedly, if by some miracle the signatures reach over 1 million, then it's quite possible that it would mean immediate separation from Canada, and the proverbial divorce would be complete.
Woohoo!
And 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 all federal money would be immediately cut off to Ottawa. They would
Woohoo!
get absolutely nothing from us, and you can insert your woohoos in here. Um, but here's the thing, and this is what they were mentioning. This does not mean that we go ahead and join the United States. Okay,
What?
I know
No woohoos
it
now.
no woohoos now, no. But here's the thing: it means that first and foremost, this apparently this was never about joining the United States, and that's okay. It's not that we don't want to join you. It's that this is something that we have to do for ourselves, as our own independent country. However, we are going to keep very good relations with the United States because over the past few months, the people that are essentially heading this have been talking to Trump's cabinet, and they've been talking to Trump's cabinet for a bit, pretty much over a year at this point now, or for around a year, and so there have been talks about. Actually, here, let me put it to you this way. You know how in Europe, before they became the EU, the countries would, when it came to employment and such, a lot of the people within Europe, depending on, say, like say people from France would go over to Germany, to work, and there'd be like no issue whatsoever, stuff like that. Basically cross border employment. It didn't require visas or anything like that. That's kind of like what was going on in Europe. Talks have been about that kind of thing between only Alberta, should we become an independent nation, and the United States. So if some of us wanted jobs down there, okay, no problem. No work visa needed. If some of you people from the United States wanted to come up here and find employment, not a problem. So it's on the table. Let's just put it to you this way. What was the other thing?
What do you mean by you people?
You Americans, you glorious, patriotic, American, lovely people.
Racist.
I know. I'm so racist. Oh my god. Yeah, 100% racist. What was the other thing? Oh yeah. So if Canada should block a pipeline, then Trump has guaranteed that our oil and gas, which is extremely clean and light. For some odd reason, our oil seems to be extremely clean. You know, as oil is, right? Venezuelan oil seems to be very heavy for some odd reason. But up here in Alberta, our oil and gas seems to be like pretty light and making it easier for gas manufacturer, diesel manufacturing, and you know, like converting it to gas and diesel. So if Ottawa continues to block us, then yeah, Trump is like, hey, that's okay. We'll give you a pipeline that goes all the way to the west coast, probably Washington, and so you guys can get your oil and gas to Asia, and essentially we would become a well as rich as Switzerland or Luxembourg.
That's cool.
It is very cool.
I like most of what you had to say.
Well, yeah, I know. I don't control what happens in this province. If it did, then sure, I'd be like, yeah, let's join the U.S. Let's do this. There'll be cake.
I like cake.
Cake is good. So, um, but yeah, it's very weird when I know this trope has been said a lot of times, like you know, like in movies and TV shows and stuff like that. But you can literally feel in the room that that history is being made. It's
Something's going on.
yeah, it's a very different atmosphere. It's like it's really different. Um, it's hard to explain it, really. But eh,
It's like
we'll
Christmas
just
time.
it is. It is very much so. So, um, yeah. I mean, what else can I say? Oh, you know what? I put this on this damn wrong layer again. Damn it! I screwed up. I did not want it on this layer. Okay, wait a minute. That's okay. I can correct myself. All right. That's the layer I want. Okay. Let's come back to the chat and see who's saying what. Vince Womack, diet oil. Yes. with zero sugar. So Japan is great. Well, yeah, now that they got a conservative government in their collector, totally 100%. Um, so Canadian Spider-Man, everybody's favorite Canadian Spider-Man. You know what? Ooh, Canadian Spider-Man, you know what? You might have to change your name if you move to Alberta now and if we become independent. You might have to change it from Canadian Spider-Man to I don't know.
Burton.
Albertan Spider-Man, maybe? I don't know. I haven't the faintest idea. Ooh, you never thought about that. We never thought about that. You never thought about that. Damn. Okay, anyway, he says there's an excellent company called Bridges or something that takes care of all of that and helps you a lot with moving to the U.S. Fez and to Fez and good day. Okay, so then going back, yeah, Fez says a lot of logistics needs to be hashed out, currency, financial infrastructure, embassies, etc. But it can be done. No, true. Um, I've been seeing. I think it was like maybe 2 weeks ago. People are already putting proposals out for what the new currency could look like. So, who would be on the $1, $5, 10, $20 bills, stuff like that? Um, oh yeah, it's like people are going crazy on this. Like, you know, everybody. This is the thing about this province. When it comes to doing the hard work, people will actually like. I'm talking about like people everywhere will just pull up their bootstraps and do the hard work. So and just make it happen. So people are already like coming up with currency ideas. We had this one guy years ago, Ralph Klein, Canadian Spider-Man. Knows more than likely who I'm talking about because there were stories about this guy. He started out as a newspaper journalist for the Calgary Herald, Ralph Klein, and eventually he became the mayor of Calgary. And he was a really good mayor. And he was the type of guy, if you look him up online, any of you guys, he was the kind of guy that, excuse the language, he didn't take any shit from anyone, literally. And after he became the mayor of Calgary for quite a few years, and he made that city hum. This is during the time when Alberta wasn't doing too well financially speaking, until basically they really discovered oil. But again, Ottawa was like, kind of like in the way. And when he finally became premier, and he stayed premier for a long time, that's when Alberta started getting really rich because he essentially told all those oil field companies, go drilling. And he would say extremely brash stuff like, there was one day he went to the bus stop in Calgary and he was 100% Albertan, man. He was like, he went to the bus stop and as people were getting off, he literally said to all you people from the Maritimes, you can get back on your bus. This province isn't made of, this province isn't paved with streets of gold. You have to actually work. You can get on your bus right now and go back. And he meant it. He was an a-hole, but he got stuff done. He was, of course, a drunk too, but pretty much everybody in the province, has that same kind of like, work hard attitude. And he was quite the character. If you look him up on YouTube, oh boy. But
I have
no,
a question.
what Fez said. Yeah, go for it.
I had asked you this once before, so I think I'll phrase it a little
Yeah.
bit differently. So, if Alberta
Okay.
does secede from Canada, can Canada
Yeah.
force Alberta to stay?
No, they can't. Because there was a certain bill that was passed because it was made for, in this case, it was made for Quebec, right? Because we've all heard stories about Quebec and hey, setting a brave Megatron, how's it going, dude? I just see you right there. This bill was passed for Quebec because Quebec is so special, right?
Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah. That hey, if you want to go ahead and hold a referendum, if you want to separate, then sure, you can go ahead and we'll allow that, right? Because they kind of knew that Quebec wasn't going to do it anyway.
Right.
They were enjoying too much of the fat money coming from Alberta, billions of billions of dollars, and it all goes to Eastern Canada anyway. All that money, especially Quebec, because even though Quebec has tons of resources, and they have Hydro Quebec on top of that, which they make a ton of cash. That isn't counted in their books, basically. So they just take all the money from Alberta, right? But no, ages ago, allowing Quebec to go ahead and do this, but they never expected the province of Alberta, and also now Saskatchewan is joining in as well and wanting to separate as well because they also have their own prosperity project. of wanting to leave Canada as well. And if that happens, because Saskatchewan has lithium, lots of lithium, so does Alberta, but they got the biggest potash mine in the world that is used primarily in agriculture and farming and gardening and stuff like that. The biggest in the world. So, you know, we got a few things going for us. So, um, let me see here. Canadian Biden will be rich and free. Yep, 100%. Stunning and brave Megatron. My fellow Albertan also put Trump on the Canadian dollar just to fuck with him back.
I like that idea.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be so funny, dude. Um. Oh, that'd be brilliant. Um. Doom Doomcock on the Alberta dollar. God. I don't know. I don't know because I know I have the faintest idea where Doomcock is. I know he's definitely not in Canada. Mr. Peterson says if, or rather when, Alberta goes indie, get the gosh darn queen off your currency and dump the lootie. Oh no, we will. We will.
Amen.
There have been people already drawing up what the currency will be looking like. So, in its piece, so. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Gone. Canadian Spider-Man says, yeah, Japan's new PM is a strong conservative. Fortunately, she seems good. Yep, that's true.
Yep.
And John also says, yeah, could, but they would have to use force, and that would inspire Trump to defend Alberta. But the likelihood that Canada would force them is pretty low. Yeah, exactly. They won't force us to stay. They'll what they'll do is this because because we know this is going to be their playbook. And I'm wondering when Tom's going to show up. Tom should really show up.
I'm jealous.
Come on, Tom. If you have, get your arse in here. Here's the thing, because we know that there are, well, case in point with what happened with this woman and the ICE agent, okay? Paid protester, all right?
Yep.
And we know that that there are going to be people out there that go out and deliberately sabotage anything to do with specific events, certain movements, certain, for lack of a better term, certain righteous movements. Okay, like wanting independence, wanting freedom, freedom from tyranny, stuff like that. We already know that there are going to be the proverbial snakes in Eden. Let's put it that way. So, I think a lot of us are kind of like prepared for this because we know there's going to be interference. And the two people that are essentially heading this whole thing, they ain't stupid by far. They ain't some country bumpkins that are just looking to just get a few signatures and them there cause a ruckus. You know what I'm saying? They're Jeremy Rath. If you look him up on X or on the YouTubes or on Facebook or anything like that, he is a constitutional lawyer. He's a pretty smart dude. So just to let you know, FYI, these ain't dumb peoples. So they know exactly what they're doing. And like I said, these people have been meeting with Trump and his cabinet quite a few times. So what was the other thing that was also on the table? I'm trying to remember because I don't want to spill all the beans because you might as well leave some surprises come up a little later on. What was one of them? He would directly go to the UN and recognize us because you need basically another country to recognize you as a sovereign nation. So he would directly go to the UN and recognize us as a sovereign country, a sovereign state of our own, to the UN. Thereby, Canada could not block us also with a pipeline to get our stuff to market. So there was that. And also, as a thank you to and as a good neighbor, the, this is rumor, of course. Okay, so take it with a grain of salt. Allegedly, Trump said, we will give you, or we will give you as a loan. Okay, as a loan, don't have to pay back, don't even have to use it, and no interest incurred whatsoever. $500 million startup capital, basically. So if you need the money, it will be there for you. You don't have to use the money. And on top of that, no interest whatsoever, which is really nice.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Al.
You're welcome.
Your tax dollars going to a very worthy cause. And on top of that, we're not Zelensky.
Yeah, we don't like that gay guy either.
No, not really. So, oh, tyranny. You mean like progressive tyranny? Says John. Yes, I mean exactly that, dude. Precisely that. And Fez says, first thing, get back your free speech and projectile discharging tools. Writes back, yes. Oh, I was actually going to touch up on that, dude, because I'm going to tell
Wow, that's
you.
interesting. It's a very PC
yes.
way of saying that.
It is very, isn't it? And DJ Play Nice, how's it going, my man? Great to have you here. Great that you can join us. Spread the show around. And yes, salute and thanks for hosting. Hey, not a problem. It's all good. So if Pop Culture Mechanic is still here, yeah. I see. I like this because Pop Culture Mechanic, he's a fellow Albertan as well. So is Sending Your Brave Megatron. So and Canadian Spider-Man totally 100% is going to be Albertan soon. So this is great. I love it. Let's see. And Mr. Peterson says, just make sure you have our First and Second Amendments like we do, but make it very clear with no ambiguity what it means for now and the future. Exactly. Yeah, that was the one. That was the other thing I was going to bring up. Okay, so far so good. This is. Let me zoom out a little bit because I need a little bit of perspective. Just how the top looks so far, and yeah, I think so far so good. I'm thinking so. Okay.
I like
Go
how in the U.S. you had all these crazy Marxist feminists running around yelling and screaming about No King's Day, but then when we go and we grab Maduro from Venezuela,
yeah,
they don't like that. So
No.
I guess it's not No King's Day for him.
Exactly. Yeah.
These people are freaking retards. They're devils, they're Marxist feminist lemmings, and they're like listening to the establishment. It's like absolutely insane.
It is. It's 100% entirely, thoroughly insane. It's mind-blowingly insane. No kings, no kings. Oh well, okay, yeah, fine. Not that Trump is a king or anything like that, but I mean, damn dude. But then Moderno, yeah, it's like, oh my god, I can't believe. Well, see now, correct me if I'm wrong, Al,
Sure.
because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's fine. I don't mind being corrected. All right. But did not Trump months ago give a warning to Maduro, to Venezuela? If you invade our space, we will take it as an act of war, as an act of aggression. I'm pretty sure he did.
There was a lot of opportunities for Maduro to leave and to play nice, and
Yes.
he refused.
Yep.
And we had a Navy carrier off of the coast of Venezuela. Supposed to have like 3,000 Marines on there. So this has been
Wow.
going on for a while. And Trump, because they were holding the oil that was supposed to be ours, and they wouldn't let it out. And Trump talked to him behind the scenes and said, hey, if you leave peacefully and do that, and we'll just let you go. And he refused. I like Trump. I think Trump is a straight shooter. I don't think he's the conservative tyrant that the left makes him out to be. I wish he was, but he's not. But I still like him a lot. I think he's great. And just the other day, there was like I kept seeing these reports, like on Gateway Pundit, on YouTube, talking about some of the weapons that Delta Force used when they went into Venezuela. And there's been eyewitness testimony from people that were like bodyguards of Maduro, saying what was going on. And basically, it was like Maduro had like Chinese and Russian defense mechanisms in place to
Yes.
or predict any sort of invasion. There's also, and Maduro had like all these Cuban and Venezuelan bodyguards and stuff. And apparently, to eyewitnesses, yeah, like all their radar went out. Hundreds of drones was flying over Venezuela. I think there was like 2 or 3 helicopters came in. 20 Delta Force guys came out. They killed like 100 of these bodyguards. And then apparently the Americans had like some sort of sonic weapon where like they started bleeding.
Yes.
Venezuelans started bleeding from the eyes and the noses and the mouth and just couldn't do anything. I think a couple of the Delta Force guys were shot, but they weren't killed or anything. And when they marched Maduro over here and they got him off the plane, he was in handcuffs and he had all this blood on the front of his shirt. So apparently we have these sonic weapons that do these kinds of things. And and even
totally.
The White House press secretary, like she even pointed out that we do have that sort of weapon. Like and she put out a tweet or something and she's like, go read this. And it was a firsthand account from one security guy saying what was going on. So I like that. I like how like Trump is like, kind of like the Reagan policy, walk softly and carry a big stick, which I think he got from Theodore Roosevelt. So we have the power to do these things. We would prefer not to be violent, but you got to play nice. We don't want China and Russia in our hemisphere. We don't want them doing business with Venezuela. Venezuela has some of our oil that they were supposed to contractually give to us, and they refused to do it. They're selling drugs into our country. I'll open all the prisons and let them into our country under the Democrat Biden administration. And enough is enough. Like how far do these crazy Marxist feminists in America think all this stuff is okay and it's not going to affect them and ruin their own lives?
I know. It absolutely makes sense. It really literally does. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It is asinine to think that No, everything is okay. Everything, the way the world is working right now is utterly and completely, a-okay. It's all tickety boo. You know, I don't get it, but it's not. If you just, and I think I was mentioning this to my son. It's like for some odd reason they just, I don't want to say that they enjoy playing ignorant. It's not that. It's just, it's they're just happy within their own bubble, and they just accept everything for the way it is because for some odd reason it's this mindset of why would media slash government slash these particular companies, whoever they may be, why would they lie to us? Because that doesn't make sense. Because they know the people would rebel. But then here's the thing: when the people start rebelling, then they're looked at as the conspiracy theorists and nuts and stuff like that. And even if you just go ahead and show them the evidence, it's like, well, no, I'm not going to believe any of your crazy tinfoil hat kind of crap. Well, because remember when, like for you guys, the Democrats and here liberals, they used to be very anti-war,
Sure.
but now they're going around and like here in Canada, like labeling because they call us Maple MAGA up here, right? Which I think is because
I
they
like
think
it.
everybody pretty much. Yeah, because make Alberta instead of America great again. So it only makes sense. But they're just go ahead and willy nilly going ahead and I see it on X and in a few places here on Facebook where they'll tag the RCMP and they're like, oh, we got a traitor here. They go ahead and like basically finger point, oh, RCMP, we got a traitor here. And like wanting people to get or like like they can just go ahead and call upon the Gestapo.
Socials.
It's scary, man.
Yeah.
Extremely. They have no idea that they become Nazis.
Sure.
Literally Nazis.
Sure. Right.
It's crazy.
I think. Well, here's a couple things. There's a bigger picture here, and I say this a lot. The bigger picture is that there's a group of people running the Western nations. You want to read that, Mike?
Yeah, no, I was just putting it up for Spidey. Yeah, just to let him know I see it. But anyway, yeah. I plan on coming to Alberta in just a week or two to look for a job and a place to stay in the areas that you suggested. Goody. Yes, because Canadian Spider-Man is planning on becoming Alton. That and I just want to catch up on a few chats here.
Sure.
So yes. So our Canadian Spider-Man more than becoming Albertan Spider-Man. So I don't know if
Mike
it has
has
the
room.
same ring. I got room. Yeah, totally room. Let's see. Fez says in a place and place a hard wall between free speech and rights in the Constitution. Yes, no, exactly, because we're learning our rest of the world what happens. So don't worry, Fez. We got a lot of stuff that we're going to end up covering. And Spidey says, so when Alberta goes, Saskatchewan will not want to stay holding the bag, paying the East Coast. So they will leave as well ASAP. Then Canada would collapse and the dollar will fail. Yes, exactly. Because what's going on in Saskatchewan, Spidey, is they now, because we have the Alberta Prosperity Project, which kind of spearheaded the whole thing, and now Saskatchewan has their own prosperity project thing going on, and the Alberta Premier has been talking to our Premier, and the same thing is happening over there. So, summer in Alberta, building houses, and the cold months, building in Texas, if possible, a base in each place would be my plan. Yeah, that's actually a very good plan. So, and Saskatchewan, Fez, is east of Alberta, just to let you know. So, DJ Play Nice thinks we should go ahead and do it. Yeah, so BC is west of Alberta. La, 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 la. Spuddy also wants to know, was Chuck Norris involved? I bet he was.
Well, they only need one Chuck Norris, and
Sure.
done. But God bless that guy. He's pushing 90.
Oh, totally, 100%. Because there's a couple of things I did want to cover. Yeah, because it's a lot. So the Chinese have a lot to answer to in their failure in defense systems. Yeah, true. So LRAD sonic weapon, we should have used that during the riots a few years back, says Fez. In response to what you were saying, Al, blah 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 blah. Mr. Peterson says, "Oh yeah, so I had those weapon systems for a while," says DJ Playnice. Really interesting. John says, I also know how they knocked out the electrics, and yes, the sonic weapons have been in play for about 10 years now. Oh, yeah, no, 100%. I'm going to go even farther than that. I'm going to say like probably over 20, because you know what? If you've seen them in the Hulk movie, especially in the second Hulk movie, then they've been around, count on it, for probably like 20 years even before that. It just wasn't deployed. Because let's face it, nations like, for example, America, hide a lot of tech until it's ready to be released and deployed. So, okay, hold on here because I'm just going to scroll down a little bit more. The majority of the East Coast will always be socialist, says Canadian Spider-Man, and vote for welfare and the Liberal Party, and they will not believe whatever facts you put in front of them. The West is completely different. Is a completely different culture. I say that as a trained cultural anthropologist. Are you really a trained cultural anthropologist? I
That
never
sounds
knew
fancy.
that about you. It does sound fancy. Canadian Spider-Man is more educated than we thought.
And
Not
he's Canadian.
saying that in a, yeah, well, yes, but not saying, Spidey, that I think that I thought you were dumb. I don't mean it like that whatsoever. I just had no idea that you were a trained cultural anthropologist. That's really
If that's a real
fascinating.
thing.
I suppose, yeah, because
No, it
Mike
is, and
Savage.
I'm just having fun.
Yeah,
That sounds
okay.
great.
I lived 27 years on each coast, and we are two different cultures and countries, no doubt. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you, bud. Pop Culture Republic, how's it going, man? Nice to see you. It must be true. I saw it in the movie once. Yes.
Yeah. So does that mean we have a gamma
Okay,
bomb, Mike?
So anyway, you were saying? Yeah, probably. Yeah, more than likely. So.
All right. So I think the big picture
and Mr.
again
Peterson,
is that.
Yeah, sorry, Al. Now
Go ahead.
they've been only in use for about 10 plus years. I know firsthand. Look up Dahlgren Naval Facility. Lots of my toys came from there, and I often had to go there and do inspections. Granted, however, they've been tested and developed for a little bit more than 10 years. Yeah. And Spidey. I look dumb, but I did go to school for the degree, and it had gotten me exactly 0 jobs. Oh, dude. Man. I'm sorry, man. I feel bad for you now. Jeez. Okay, anyway. Okay. Al, go.
I wonder if. Well, I do have a question as well, but
Okay.
with the sonic weapon, do you think that has anything to do with that whole Havana syndrome that was going on in Cuba, where some of our diplomats in Cuba were somehow being beamed with something that made them ill? Like, I don't know if there's a connection to that or not.
You know what? I'm going to have to say energy weapons, like microwave.
Oh, okay, all right.
That's
Um,
yeah, that's what I'm going to say, because I do know that microwave weapons are such a thing, and that it would seem like the U.S. At times, under, let's just say, certain other administrations, have used them. So yeah, that would be my guess.
So in Cuba, you think maybe that was the Biden administration zapping our own diplomats as opposed to maybe the Cubans or the Russians?
Quite possibly. You
That's
know,
disturbing.
it is rather disturbing. I mean, let's just say, like what I was saying before, there are, not that I'm an expert, obviously, I'm not by far, but let's just say there are certain people in certain places that have a vested interest in certain regime changes, or want countries to obviously lean certain ways, to push certain agendas. And they have toys that they would just go ahead and love to use, on the population, on certain, on a certain populace. So in order to make things happen, or to blame certain peoples, thereby causing unrest. So I mean, yeah, if we got stuff like sound cannons and stuff like that, I mean, there are other little tools out there that we probably haven't even seen yet.
Sure. Well, and Trump has alluded to that, which is nice.
Oh yeah, no, 100%, 100%.
So
Um,
I think I'm going to
I,
try to not be as cryptic as Mike, but I do believe that the Western nations are run by a satanic cult that hates the God of the Bible and that hates children. They
yes,
hate Western culture. They want to change Western culture. They're doing that very well in Europe right now. And I think like in 70 years, Europe is just going to be all Muslim. They specifically hate the United States because the United States was founded on Christian principles, and they don't like that. And they use various different things, theologies, entertainment media, the news network, to promote a certain narrative that their lemmings, their followers, follow. I mentioned the whole no kings thing just a little while ago, and that is just one of their tactics. So their lemmings, yeah, they believe all this crazy stuff about climate change, gender confusion, homosexuality. They like that whole idea of socialism. And these are just various different ideologies and tactics to keep their lemmings in control and make the lemmings feel like they're better people by protesting ICE agents who actually are just trying to enforce the law and get illegal aliens out of our country because we actually have laws. And
yep,
they're bringing all these, well, under the Biden administration, and this is, the Democrats and the rhinos love the idea of open borders because it brings all these illegal aliens into our nation with the promise of getting free stuff, which the taxpayers have to pay for. And it's all
hmm
part of their plan to change the United States of America, stop making us a Christian nation, make us a weaker nation, and just eliminate Western culture. And the lemmings are just eating this up. Like, look at what's going. Like Minnesota was a good example. Mike was mentioning that before. It's just
yeah,
crazy.
yeah,
You got this crazy lady who's supposedly married to another crazy lady, and the lady who was shot, like, she was married to a dude, they had a kid, she leaves her husband, marries some chick, and then like blocks ICE agents, was trying to run over one of them, and that ICE agent fired his weapon 3 times. One round went through the windshield. And prior to that, the so-called wife was saying, and because I watched several videos on this, so the
yeah.
wife who was outside the vehicle was saying, "Drive, baby, drive." So she drives into this ICE agent. It's insane. And like these idiots, they don't think there's any consequence to their actions.
No,
And it's like the
they don't.
same morons who are going around and saying like they're gays for Palestine. They're free Gaza. Gay Muslims. It's like, are you crazy? It's like under Islam, like you're the first people that are going to be tossed off a building. Like you people are
Yes,
absolutely insane. So that's what's going on, and people have to wake up, because if you think that all this craziness that you believe in is true, all this sort of like Marxist feminist gay stuff is true, yeah, kiss your country and all your freedoms and all the luxury you have goodbye. And the
Pretty
reason
much
why
it.
they ultimately do this is because, these people, they don't like Trump. I don't know, they think he's some sort of tyrant and some sort of Christian, president, and he's not. I wish he was. And they hate the God of the Bible. And like even this woman who was shot in Minnesota when she was trying to drive over the ICE agent, like she wrote a poem about ripping up the Bible and stuff. Like these people are not godly Christian people, and it just breaks my heart that they're all crazy and insane. But they want the more conservative Christian people in the West to be sick and dead and replaced. And I say this all the time, and they're always lying to you. Anyway, I'm sorry. This
100%.
drives me nuts.
No, it's fine.
Talking about the tinfoil hat before. Like my tinfoil hat has gotten so big since 2020 and the election that like I don't believe anything that these crazy people are saying. And last week I had lunch with some friends of mine from the church I used to go to, and I haven't seen my friends these friends in months now. We had like a 3-hour talk about all the stuff that's going on, and they're actually kind of a little bit even more fringy than me, So so a lot of people, especially Christians, have discernment. They see what's going on, and they don't believe in the things that are being told to us, and they don't believe in the things that the world tries to tell us. So, but it just makes sense to me now.
Well, no, it does. It does. Scottish, you know what? Okay. Sorry, I see you there. You know what? I did not see there's a missing link Grimlock. I didn't even know. Well, you know what? I kind of suspected that they were going to do a missing link Grimlock, but first of all, yeah, I got to say hello to the show and glad that you're here, man. But no, I didn't see that yet. You know what? I'm just gonna say this. I got for my daughter this Christmas. I got her Masterpiece rat trap because she likes rats. Plus, in Alberta, we happen to be rat free. Like totally 100% rat free. Yeah, no, totally. It was an incentive that started. I believe it was like I think it was like the 40s or 50s. I think it was that to get like basically all rats out of Alberta, and so Alberta is essentially rat free. So yeah, no, oh yeah, no, it was huge. Well, okay, there might be like a few teeny little nests here and there because I know one bylaw officer in Calgary that is going back to what they call the rat patrol, right? So, but as soon as they find a nest, and there aren't very many, they immediately exterminate them immediately. So, actually, that was kind of like, oh yeah, Canadian Spider-Man, yeah, rat free except for Meathead Nenshi. Yeah. Oh God, stupid retarded Nenshi, freaking idiot. So I shouldn't say it's 100% rat free. It's pretty much more like 99.9% rat free. So it's that it's that much, right? So um John, rat free until the radical Muslims start moving in. Oh no, I got something to say about that too. About what's happening also here. And setting a brave microphone. Yeah, Ottawa is still infested with rats. Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, even Danielle Smith said later on after she was elected, like she thought that she could remember. Maybe Stunning, you might remember this. I don't know. Maybe Canadian Spider-Man might have heard of this quote, but Danielle Smith said months ago, when she was finally elected as premier, she said that she thought it would take about 6 to 7 months to basically fix Alberta, right? But she said that everything is broken, and that was actually one of the quotes that was mentioned at the rally. But basically, everything is broken. Everything. It's not just Ottawa. It's everybody in government. Like like Canadian Spider-Man. I believe it was you that told me that basically the majority of British Columbia are sick and tired of being ruled by Vancouver and Victoria. And you're right because they're all corrupt there, all of them. And yeah, and the rat in All Quiet on the Western Front didn't do so well. They must have been Albertans. Yeah, probably. DJ Play Nice. CSM, the Christians overgeneralizing the discernment of U.S. Christians. Oh, a Canadian Spider-Man. I see. Okay, yeah. Oh, and you follow Alberta politics very closely. I see. Okay. Um, right, John. What you were saying. Radford into the radical Muslims start moving in. Yeah. Uh, there are. I want to word this correctly. Plans for when we go independent, extremely strict. What's the word I'm looking for? How we basically let people in. I can't even think of the stupid word right now. Yes, thank you. That word. So this past year, from what this guy, this bylaw officer in Calgary, had told me, because his brother works for, he's a border agent, and he said over the past year alone in Calgary, they got rid of over 1,000 illegals in the city, and that was just last year. So, there was one thing I was gonna mention as well. I'm trying to think what it was.
Rats and Muslims.
It's basically the same thing. That was a bad joke, but an appropriate one. Well, okay, let's just say radical, radical Muslims. Okay,
Well, all right.
because the only reason why I say this, okay, because not every Muslim is a nutcase, okay? Because I had one client over 10 years ago, and he owned this lighting company, and he got his lighting. I believe he had a factory like in Hong Kong where he had them manufactured, and he would go around the world. He'd go to like Italy, Germany, the Middle East, stuff like that, and he was extremely respectful. He was a very nice person. And he said, when I moved to Canada like 35 years ago, I adapted to Canadian culture. I didn't impose the culture where I left onto the citizens of Canada. I became a Canadian instead of the other way around. So, so I'm going to say radical nutcase Muslims. So,
Can I comment on that a little? So
you may.
Was this guy an actual Muslim, or was he just from the Middle East?
No, he was a Muslim from the Middle East. So,
Right.
but he wasn't like, Ayatollah nutcase Muslim.
Right. So he
Like
wasn't
what's going on in Iran or Iraq. I forget which right now.
Iran.
So, yeah.
So he wasn't a very obedient Muslim. Because the whole idea
No.
about Islam is that their whole goal is to make the whole world a Islamic caliphate. That's their whole plan.
Exactly.
And that was the whole thing with Muhammad. That was everything that in regards to his starting Islam, and that's their whole goal. They even believe this in their own. I'll use the word eschatology within Islam. They believe the Mahdi will return and establish a Islamic caliphate upon the whole world.
Yep.
This is the Antichrist, if you read the Bible, that is talked about, in Daniel, Isaiah, the Book of Revelation. It's the same dude. I know in America you have some sort of so-called moderate Muslims, but they just believe everything that their Mahdis, that their imams would tell them. Like, they don't actually read the Quran, they don't read the Hadiths. They're not really obedient Muslims. or they're just lying to us. And I have a college buddy who I haven't actually spoken to in a while, but he married a sort of moderate Muslim from Turkey, and he was my friend was happy to tell me that each night they pray to Jesus and they pray to Muhammad, but the Jesus of Islam, Asa or Asa, is not the Jesus of the Bible. The Muslims do not believe that Jesus was crucified. They don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God. They don't believe that Jesus is God in the flesh. They just believe that Jesus was a prophet of God who was not crucified. But it's the Christians that have corrupted the teachings or religions of Jesus. So when a Muslim goes to a Christian or a Western person and says, we believe in the same Jesus, they don't.
No.
It's absolutely not the same person. So so that's their tactic. So the Western nations, like I was talking about before, that run everything, they intentionally brought Muslims into Europe and into the United States, and all these Somalis, like in Minnesota, like where they're from Somalia. Somalia is a Muslim country. Somalia is a huge freaking mess. So it's like, is that what you want in Minnesota? Like, look what happened, like after at the end of Bush 2 with Somalia, and what happened with the United States. And all you have to do is watch the film Black Hawk Down, what happened, what a huge mess that was. And you can't help certain people. We couldn't help Somalia because they don't want to be helped. But if you want the United States to be like another Somalia, then go ahead and keep doing what you're doing. But America is not for everybody. And Islam's evil. And don't be gay. So there you go.
Yeah. Words to live by.
Yeah. I gotta go back to my airport.
Oh man. Oh, it's just first of all, okay, because Canadian Spider-Man actually sent me a picture. Oh dude, this is hilarious. Have you seen this from Marty up north on X? You're live now, but thought you didn't. Oh my god. Canadian Spider-Man, this is so hilarious. Oh, I'm gonna have to show this. Okay. Because if you happen to be Canadian, you'll get the joke. Okay, wait a minute. And second of all, okay, because Tim, otherwise known as FKHC, keeps on sending me memes, and that's funny, Tim. Okay.
I'm waiting.
So I'm messaging Dom. We love to have you. Okay, Tom, you got a message. Okay. I'm going to show this. I'm going to show this from Rio and Canadian Spider-Man. Soon to be.
If it helps, I could start
Spider-Man.
If it helps, I could start making fun of Canada. Get Tom on the show to defend Canada.
Oh yeah, might help.
All right. Well,
Mark Carney is Bert and RPM as an. Oh God, yeah. Hold on, I'm getting it up. I just don't want have us end up lagging. Studerbag, sorry. Oh yeah, dude, this is funny. Yeah, okay, hold on. It's taking a bit long, so I'll download it, and because it is funny.
Well, all right, I think. All right, so while we're waiting on that, maybe I can mention something.
For it.
All right, so last week you were talking about perspective, and I had sent you some handouts from a college course I was taking at SV at the time by a teacher by the name of Sal Amendola. And Sal, again, yeah, he worked for DC and Archie. He was an editor at DC and Archie. He was a writer, artist at DC and Archie as well, and an inker. and he was my second favorite teacher while I was in class, while I was in college. And yeah, so he really focused a lot on color, inking, and perspective. I haven't heard from this guy in years, so I was trying to find him, and I actually found him on LinkedIn. I got a message from him, which was kind of nice. Yeah, so he's almost
really?
80. Yeah, yeah. I haven't saw him or spoken to him or seen him since like the late 80s, 89 maybe. Great teacher, had a wonderful career in comics. Yeah, so I got his email address and he sent me a really nice message through LinkedIn. So I'm going to try to keep in touch with him. He says that he's still part of the National Cartoonist Society, and the National Cartoonist Society, like they have all branches, offices all over the United States. So yeah, if you work in comics or comic strips, predominantly full time, you could be in the National Cartoonist Society. A lot of comic strip guys. Yeah, so Sal is still part of that.
Oh, interesting.
So that was nice. So I'm gonna keep in touch with him, and I'm gonna try to find where we were talking about perspective in his class on last Saturday's show, and see where that is in the video and share that with Sal.
Okay, there you go. From Canadian Spider-Man from my ex. So on the right, it's Bert and Ernie. So you got Mark Carney as Bert, and Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, as Ernie.
Nice. So those are your leaders in Canada.
Well, yeah, I suppose you could say.
Not for long, maybe.
Yeah. No, not for long. Oh my God, dude, that is hilarious. Jeez,
it's really nice too.
Yeah, it is actually really nice. It's a very good rendition, man. I didn't think you've captured the essence of two people so well. I love it. Doug Ford is Ernie, and Mark Carney, Prime Minister Mark Carney, is Bert. Oh my Lord, that's
so
hilarious.
Who's JSB memes?
That's awesome. Who's what?
So in that photo, it says JSM memes or JSB memes. So I never heard of those guys before.
I haven't either. So whoever is using AI making memes.
Yeah. Which is getting really scary nowadays.
Oh God, tell me about it. It really is. Canadian Spider-Man says, he's the worst provincial premier we have, and that's saying something. People should keep voting for Doug Ford for some reason. Well, it's because of his brother was mayor of Toronto, right? And because who was there before that? You know, that really horrible looking woman. You know, she was married, left her family, started a lesbian relationship, and somehow she became Premier of Ontario before him. I mean, she was worse. Thank you. So, but I mean, I don't know why Doug Ford, he was the one that was going on. Excuse me. Coffee. He was the one that was going. You know what? Okay, first, before I start on this tangent, as I'm supposed to be drawing, and as I've been provided a nice cup of coffee to keep going, thus filling up my bladder. Yeah, to everybody out there, if you happen to be watching on Rumble or on X or here on the YouTubes, please, if you can, hit the like button, and if you're new here, hit subscribe. And you know what? And in the description down below, you see all the links that are happening right there. You know, like for Al here, you know, because he's selling his comics and stuff like that, which is really good reading. You should be checking that out. Same with like Flip City Magazine and all that jazz. Check out the links down below because they're really, really good. Al's a really awesome creator, and he knows about what he's talking about. That's why he's on the show and why he's a really good friend. Not because I'm using him. It's because he's a type of Christian guy, and I love the guy. And I'm also going to be helping him, you know, try to sell his books because they're really good books. They're really fun reads. And yes, and I know that belt loop looks a little bit janky because I'm going to be getting to that. It's supposed to be, like squished, folds on the pants kind of thing, kind of pushing it up. Anyway, so yeah, so if you guys in the chat can just spread the channel around on X, on Facebook, wherever you got social media, bring people along for the ride. Because I just thought about this, because if this whole independence thing does go through, then you know what? Here's the thing. And I'm sorry for being long-winded, but then again, this is a show, and you got to fill it with talking points and stuff like that. Originally when I was going to do this manga, planning out this comic, I was going to do it like she was going to be based like somewhere in the United States, probably like Montana or something like that. American Girl kind of thing. But I thought about this more and more about what's been going on for the past couple of weeks. And I'm thinking, you know what? Wouldn't this be kind of cool if this was the Independent Republic of Alberta's first comic or first comic heroine? Yeah.
Oh, that is awesome.
Wouldn't that be a thing? I think I might do that.
I'm glad I thought
I'm glad you did. And Gab says, Mike, that crotch is kind of tight on that drawing. Yes. Don't worry. I'll be getting to that. I will, honestly. Don't worry. What I do, my process is just kind of weird. I play dress up. I do it like, like down to the body, and then I just overlay the clothes over it. I don't know why. I just do it that way. And Canadian Spider-Man, yeah, independence will happen sooner or later. Any student of history knows the maps change every century, especially bigger countries. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And comic, I hear that only Scotty can save Star Trek. That was good, but not so subtle. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Because Scotty put out a post on X, what was it, a couple of days ago, that he can save Star Trek. So that's why I made that comment. Anyway. Oh, Scotty, over on Anti-Derivative Jill's channel, guys in Ontario, he had his birthday like the other day, and he made a post of saving Star Trek, and it's kind of a nudge to another YouTuber that, in my books, isn't very nice.
Oh,
yeah. So. And ever since he made that comment, I was thinking about doing like maybe a spoof show where we actually kind of make, poke a little bit of fun at Star Trek and the old episodes and stuff like that, and literally call it Saving Star Trek. So, but if you don't inject a little bit of humor into something, I mean, what's the point? So, anyway, yes, Gap. It is a little tight. I'm blah, 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 blah. I'm going to fix that. So, it's all good. It's all good. So, because, yeah, that actually shouldn't quite be like that. It should be more like this, because you have your crotch kind of going up. So, it should be more like this. And this... Actually, dang it. That's a spray paint. What am I doing? It should be more like this. See, that's why I'll do, like underneath, stuff like that. I'll do like, like the rough sketch like this, under that, and then, you just kind of like ink over it kind of thing. So that's why, as long as I got the basic layout, that's how it works. So, but But anyway, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Uh, if things go well, no, I'm going to eliminate that. If things go well, um, then yeah, I'd probably like to push this as the Republic of Alberta's first comic heroine. That would be kind of neat.
And you know what you could do? You could have
Yeah.
her. You could have her beat up Captain Canuck.
Oh, dude! Oh my god, I never thought of that. That'd be so funny.
I'm glad I thought about that too.
Oh, I'm glad you did. Oh, dude, would it be so bad? Oh my god, it'd be like the America cover. You know exactly which one I'm talking about, right? You know where he's punching out Hitler.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh my god, do the same thing. Oh my god. Oh, the ideas. Oh, okay. So Tom sent me a message. Thank you, Tom. I'll be there in a bit. Remember, I can't do more than 2 hours, maybe 1.5. No, that's okay. That's okay.
No, it's not.
Good, bro.
You gotta stay on as long as possible.
Al says, no, you must do more.
6 hours.
Yeah. 6 hours. There you go.
So, I mean, I was kind of joking about the Captain Canuck thing. Yeah, sorry, I'm running between.
Oh, I'm not.
I'm running between my art table and my on the other side of the studio where I have my computer. The Captain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not nice.
Yeah,
the Captain.
no, Spuddy, definitely not.
Yeah, she's from Alberta. She's not from Quebec.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
But somebody owns the copyright to Captain Canuck, right? It's not like a public domain character.
No, it's definitely not public domain.
Okay.
Definitely owned by a guy. As far as I know, he's in BC, and I actually kind of covered on a previous video. I think it was like last year of of what he said of
Trump.
Things about Trump. Yes. So, and why this guy's a complete and utter idiot. So, and yes, I will say that complete and utter idiot. So, and you know what? And I'm just gonna say this: I don't care about Captain Canuck. I really don't. I think he's just a ripoff of Vindicator or Guardian.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Though?
That's See, I'm gonna have to look that up again.
I think Captain Canuck came first, didn't he?
I'm pretty sure Captain Canuck came first.
Okay.
And you know what? And if that's the case, John Biden's got some explaining to do.
Well, at the time, Byrne was a Canadian.
Well, yeah, and from Alberta.
Oh, really? Well, he
Yes.
was born in England, and his parents took him over here like when he was 5, to Canada.
Yep.
And then he moved to Connecticut, in the United States.
Yep. Oh, you know what? Here's an interesting thing. Yeah, Byrne, Albertan. Todd McFarlane, Albertan. Dale Keown, who did Pitt.
Yep.
Albertan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He lived up west of Edmonton, in a little town called Gondola Point. I believe it's called Gondola Point. I know it's Gondola something, but I'm pretty sure it's Gondola Point. Unfortunately, he lives in Ontario now, and obviously, we know that Todd McFarlane lives in Arizona.
Yep.
But I wonder what those three make of all of this. Because that'd be interesting. I'd be interesting too.
Well, here's first off, Captain Canuck looks like he debuted in a self-published comic in 1975.
Okay.
Predates Alpha Flight, who first appeared as a teen within X-Men comics in 1979.
Ah,
So
okay.
Captain Canuck predates Alpha Flight
Damn it.
by 4 years. Yeah.
Crap.
Um, I've never. Let's see. I've interviewed John Byrne a couple of times when I was writing Back Issue Magazine. I don't think I've had any interaction with Todd McFarlane. I suspect that both men lean Democrat. They live in the United States now. I don't think either, and I know Byrne is an anti-Trumper. Like, he hates Trump. Byrne is kind of on the liberal side of things. My understanding is that Todd McFarlane. I don't know his view on Trump, but I don't think McFarlane's a conservative fellow. So I don't know if that plays into Alberta or not, but they left for a reason, so.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, I know. I just kind of thought about it, for like a few days ago, and I'm like, I wonder what they think about the whole thing. Oh yeah, Nathan Fillion, yeah, he's totally from Alberta,
Is
from
he?
Firefly. Yeah,
I think
Nathan Fillion, yeah, totally.
Oh, yeah, Firefly.
Yeah.
I love that show.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
He's Albertan. I think from Edmonton. The one that played, the blonde one that played in Battlestar Galactica, that was Six. She's from a small town in Alberta as well. The blonde Cylon, so she's Albertan. Geez,
that wasn't the female. I didn't watch the new Battlestar Galactica, but that wasn't
Nope.
Starbuck, right? Because I know they made Starbuck.
no, not Starbuck. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Cylon robot, Six. I think she was known as Six. Yeah, no, she's from Alberta, so pretty interesting. Paul Brandt, country star. Yes, Trisha Helfer. That's who. Yes, totally got that right. Yep, she's Albertan. Paul Brandt, country music musician. He's Albertan. Terry Clark, in country music, Albertan as well. There's quite a lot of Albertans. So, kind of wonder,
you had mentioned,
what they all kind of think.
You'd mentioned Dale Keown. He tends to be on the conservative side of things a little.
Yeah, because he's part of the whole Comic Gate kind of thing, right? So
he is.
I don't
think Dale's conservative in regards to using certain recreational chemicals.
He likes to drink
and smoke stuff.
Yeah,
but he seems like a nice guy.
He does. I would love to have a conversation with him. I really would.
You should reach out to him.
Oh, dude, yeah.
You're both Albertans. It's like you both have an interest in comics. Like, yeah, I would reach out to him.
I wonder if he's planning on maybe just leaving Ontario, because as far as I know, I think when I talked to him last, which was a little while ago, because I asked him, it's like, hey, like, are you still in Alberta? Because I said I know that you're from Gunnell Point in Alberta. I asked, are you still in Alberta, or where are you at now? And he's like, no, I'm in Ontario. So, and I'm like, God, Ontario, why of all places? Why on God's green earth? But I mean, not that I'm criticizing the dude. I mean, you can live wherever the hell you want. That's not an issue, But I thought, for an Albertan to move all the way to Ontario, it's weird. It's
weird.
I
remember, like, even before he was working at Marvel, he worked on a comic. Was it called Samurai for Aircell? And
yes.
Yeah, he had a very sort of John Byrne art style, and even back then, his artwork was gorgeous. The guy I think if I get this correct. So a guy I worked with when I was at Warp Graphics, when I was working on ElfQuest, another gentleman working there was Barry Blair, who I got to know a little bit.
Right.
Nice guy. I mean, I didn't like his artwork. It was a little weird. But yeah, I think Barry had something to do with Aircell and stuff. And he was, he would mention Del Keown every once in a while. And then, yeah, Del Keown, he worked on Incredible Hulk. His first issue, it was like one of the Grey Hulk stories, and Marie Severn had inked that issue of the Hulk. And yeah, it was gorgeous. And then Del Keown on the Incredible Hulk was fantastic. It was like gorgeous stuff. And then
it was super good.
It was really good. Peter David was doing the writing. It was like really good stuff. And I think Dale was on the Incredible Hulk for several years. And I think it was like 2 years ago, Dale got really upset about what Marvel was doing with the Hulk, and he took like real personal offense to that. And
he did.
Yeah, he did a YouTube live stream or video, and yeah, he was quite upset.
Yeah. And that's when he started Pitt with Image. But then something really weird. Pitt was okay. It was good. I mean, obviously, like we all knew it was Image's answer to Hulk. That was obvious, And I know that there was, a few years after, when he was starting with Pitt, that there was a Hulk Pitt crossover. So
yeah, I got that.
But then, yeah, it was an okay read. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, kind of weird. But the weird thing is, I think so. Wait a minute. Standing a Brave Megatron. Tara Strong is also Canadian, but from the Ontario side of the force. I see. Really? Tara Strong is Canadian? I had no idea. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, but after a while, I don't know. I think it was like maybe 12 issues into Pitt when it was coming out through Image. Then all of a sudden it just didn't anymore. And I guess he put it out through his own Full Bleed Studios. And like, I know a lot of us, we didn't even know what was happening. We just wanted to get Pitt again. And nobody could find it. And, only to find out like years later that he put his own label, Full Bleed Studios, and it had a very odd ending. Let's just put it that way. And I I know at the time when he was writing it was, and you could tell he was a conservative because it was something about the storyline about having to kill the president of the United States, which was Clinton at the time, in order to prevent the end of the world from happening.
No way.
Something like that.
I never.
No, I'm serious. No,
Oh.
I downloaded the rest of the issues. I managed to find them, and it was pretty much that. If I have the story correct, because I read it like a few years back, but it had to do with Clinton, and something about Pitt seeing the future, and Clinton was going to be like the cause of the end of the world or something like that. So therefore, Clinton had to be nixed.
Wow.
And in order to save the world or something like that. Yeah.
So what happened?
I'm trying to remember. I think he ended up being deleted. Oh, and then the being that was inside Pitt's brain, like one of these pacifists or something like that. I think that ended up getting free or separating from Pitt's mind or something like that. It was pretty different. And then he took on basically his dad, Zoivoid, and ended up killing him or something. It was like a really weird end. I'm gonna have to read it again, but it was odd. It was really odd.
Because I only have I think I only have the first 4 or 5 Image Pitt books.
Yeah.
I don't think I thought I didn't realize there was more after that, and I didn't know it was self-publishing after Image with Pitt.
Oh yeah, no, he took 100% one.
Wow.
Yeah, look up Full Bleed Studios, and you'll find it. You know what? Okay, this is what I'm gonna do for everybody here. Let me be one that spreads joy throughout the community,
All right.
and for all guys out there that cannot shop. Here we go. I'm gonna put a link in the chat. Send it to private chat for Mr. Nickerson here. So if you go to comics.org, I'll put it up there on the screen if you happen to be watching on Rumble and on X. https://getcomics.org. Then yeah, you can find a lot of back issues and go ahead and just download them, and most of the stuff that's out now. But they got a pretty good library and a lot of collected issues, and I'm pretty sure that's where I found Pit. Like the rest of the issues of Pit, they have it all the Image, the crossovers, and the Full Bleed Studios, like completing the whole entire story.
Now, do you need software? Like, what software do you need to look at the comics after you download them?
Direct download. Oh, yeah, that's right. What you want to use? Hold on a second here, because if you want to, because I use a comic book reader, because there is a program, comic book reader.
I have something called Simple Comic.
I use C Display X. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's an app. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna get you something something better. Comic book. Well, I suppose you could. Yeah, I suppose you could use that. Try this. I'm going to put it in the chat there as well. So if you want a good reader, then go ahead, use that, and should pretty much get you on your way. So you can use it for mobile and desktop. And it's a very simple, handy dandy program. Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah.
So is this all like free stuff, Mike?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. No, it is. It's not pirating whatsoever. Just opening up a vast library of comics for you to peruse through and enjoy. So,
all right. Oh, okay.
Because
I was concerned about
there you go.
I was concerned about anything illegal, which
Oh, right.
That's actually all right. Yeah, they have some Will Eisner stuff on here.
They do.
Yeah, some little stuff. They have God, which is cool. Some of the more non-Will Eisner stuff. I wonder if they have the comics stuff.
You know what? I haven't even looked if they have that. If they do, I'd be pleasantly surprised.
I hated. Well, let me see. When I was in college, I was not a big fan of the Comics Journal. I was never a big fan of. No. Oh, it looks like they just have one volume here. Oh, it's Photo Journal. It's not even the Comics Journal. No, I had a college buddy who was like really into the Comics Journal, and let's see. I'm just gonna save this stuff. and yeah, I was never really into the whole graphic stuff. It was a little weird for me, the independent, well, the more sort of underground stuff. Yeah, I was never really into that.
Right.
Although years later, I realized that some of the comics journals interviews with certain people I like Frank Miller or even Will Eisner or like Todd McFarlane and those guys. The interviews are actually pretty good. But the thing with the comic journal, like they hated everything that had anything to do with superhero stuff. And they only sort of enjoyed like more underground indie stuff and like Love and Rockets and that sort of stuff. So yeah, and I wasn't really ever into that.
Yeah.
Their interviews I found out later on, the ones that I've seen, because I have a few issues of the Comics Journal. I have another issue of with an interview with Steve Rude, and the interviews are actually really smart. I had a slight interaction with Gary Groff in the past, which I didn't really appreciate. But short of that, I think most of the interviews I thought were kind of smart. Depending, I didn't agree with their politics or anything, but yeah, it wasn't like Wizard Magazine where they would just sugarcoat everything. I think the Comics Journal, it had really intelligent dialogue and questions, so that I can appreciate.
Okay. Let's see. And so thanks to Vince Momac, he's putting up another link to reading comics online. Vince, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Because I like to see if I can find where I can end up reading something, and I'll just pop over and see if I can find another site that might have those particular issues. Yeah, because I know I've gone to this a couple of times. It's because what I like to do is I like to download it. I mean, finding the issue first of all, fine. I'd rather do that. Because there's nothing, as Pop Culture Republic would say, there's nothing like having that paper between your fingers and the smell of old paper and old media to enjoy. And I totally 100% agree with him on that. Forever and ever and ever. It's just, holding paper like that and the smell of old media. Love it. Yeah, I'd rather have that. But, and in the meantime, if I can't, then there's always downloading it, The only thing I don't like about downloading, wait a minute, no, I'm going to fix that in a minute. The only thing I don't like about downloading is sometimes you'll get versions of like collected masterpieces, so to speak, and they'll end up taking out a bit of the grit and the grain that's in the paper, do a little bit of color correction, and sometimes generally I kind of don't mind that, but part of me likes the look of the old media because that's what it was printed on. It's it's a time period piece kind of thing, right? And I don't know, just part of me just likes it better that way. So
I know, like in the early 2000s, when Marvel was, for example, collecting some of John Byrne's run of Fantastic Four, it didn't look like they were scanning or shooting from the original black and white artwork or any stats from the original black and white artwork. Looks like they were just scanning in like the pages, but they were still recoloring it, and you lost a lot of the black line, like a lot of the black lines. Thinner, and it just looked terrible. Which is a little different from what Marvel was doing, and this is Marvel still, when they were reprinting also around the same time in the early 2000s. Frank Miller's run on Daredevil. I have 3 of those trade paperbacks in color, and they're gorgeous. They're absolutely beautiful. So somebody must have done something different, and the way they were, hunting and collecting those issues. But the Frank Miller Daredevil issues, they're just beautiful. Um, and I was a huge fan of that. And also, like, because Klaus Janson later on, when he was inking Frank Miller's work on Daredevil, like Klaus Janson was doing the coloring as well. And yeah, it held up, and it was actually absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, so there you go, folks. If you want to go ahead and, read something else, looking for particular issues or something like that you can't find, or you're nowhere near a comic shop, then yeah, there you go. Check it out. Stuff online that you can go ahead and read. But of course, you want to be buying physical copies because, like what Pop Culture Republic said, they will change things in media, and it's always best to have a physical copy that way. Kind of like, during Christmas time, they did it with It's a Wonderful Life, and that's my go-to Christmas movie.
Yep.
And I know I mentioned it, a few times. They've changed the beginning, the beginning music, and they end up cutting a lot of the content out, and I hate that.
Ugh.
They will tamper with media no matter what. So don't like it. Get yourself a physical. But if you can't, there you go. Download away.
Speaking of comics,
DJ Play Nice. Same with vinyl records. Damn. See.
yes,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you're talking about like changing media and stuff like that, yeah. Same with vinyl records. Yeah. If you can find vinyl records, yeah, because there's, I don't know, yeah, something about vinyl. That just you just like that sound, right? Instead of like something too clean. Like on, I don't know, like on CD or something like that. You sometimes you just like those little, pops and whatnot that's on vinyl. I like it.
well,
Yeah.
I find that vinyl sounds better, and I think now that vinyl's making a comeback, especially with the younger generation, I think there's something to say about the quality of vinyl
Yeah.
because they don't have a problem with it.
Which is, no, neither do I.
But yeah, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say because I got my dad's album, and there's a guy actually in Calgary, that does audio restorations. I kind of tried it. It's a little out of my wheelhouse. I mean, I got my dad's album on this channel for for everybody to enjoy, but I just basically the record is like 50 years old, so it's got, I guess, maybe a little bit of wear to whoever previously owned it, because I actually had to buy it off of line, on a vinyl website, where you can find old records and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And because my mom and dad didn't have any more copies, basically they only have the master copy, in their home. But yeah, no, I want to get it. I want to get it looked at and kind of like remastered. Just basically to preserve the work. So I got to get a hold of that guy. I got to send him an email. Would only cost me like $40.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So speaking of Christmas and comics in Canada, the other day I received my Christmas card from Dave Sim.
Oh, did you?
Yes, which is nice. So he sent me a very nice Christmas card. I get one every year from Dave. But it's just weird. It's like, well, again, this is also mailed to my business address, which is in a different town, and I don't frequent that post office. Maybe just twice a week, if that. So, but yeah, I mean, I usually
Yeah.
when I mail out, I only mailed out 2 Christmas cards this year. One was to Dave, and one was to a very close friend of mine. Um, so yeah, so for Dave, I always make sure I mail a Christmas card out to him like at least 3 weeks beforehand. And I know like 2 or 3 years ago, he didn't get it until like April.
Wow,
Yeah,
really?
it was totally insane.
Can
And yeah, this one I got,
Canada Post is crap.
it's insane, man. Because like the Christmas card he sent me, it looks like it was signed on Christmas Eve, and I got it just a few days ago. But it's always
Oh
very nice to get
wow.
these cards from Dave. Dave Sim is one of the nicest guys I've met in comics. Like really great guy. I'm happy to have gotten to know him later on. I was a huge fan of Cerebus when I was in college and afterwards, and so yeah, he's a really stand up gentleman. So he's one of my 2 favorite people in comics.
Ah. Says I used to do that CRC remastering gold and silver mastering. For I'm assuming obviously he's been vinyl, so that's actually cool. Um, I mean, you're all the way overseas. Otherwise, I'd like send this record to you, and you could just like probably remaster it for me or something like that.
Let me
So, but
just
that's
put it
actually really cool. Yeah, because I was thinking of just taking like, um, so because I looked at a few videos and it's like, you want to clean the surface of the record, right? But, obviously you don't want to use like spray or anything like that. And I think it's like something like you take it like a lint brush because you want to get like very carefully in the grooves and stuff like that. But uh, I just want to be really really careful with because my dad in April he's going to be 86.
Wow.
Um, and yeah, he's he's getting up there in age. But I want to put it on a CD, and I kind of want to basically, kind of I want to restore the album cover, the back cover, and on on the record, what ended up happening, it was kind of like a printing error where they put the songs on the back of the album cover. They put the songs out of order. So when you play the actual LP, you know, the listing is a little bit different. So I kind of like, kind of want to correct that. That's on the back of the album cover. And I don't know. I just want to send my dad a copy, or because he did this back in the '70s as well. I I'd like to send a copy to that '70s rock fan, actually, because he also lives in Alberta as well, and he likes a lot of music, especially from the '70s period and stuff like that. And the other guy that I know because I did a logo for him for his channel, Vinyl Revival, which is another channel on YouTube here. Really nice guy. He's in Ontario. I want to get an album for him to give to him because he actually wanted to interview my dad, and but where my dad is a bit older, and he said, "Well, I put that light behind me, so I really don't want to talk about it much." It's like, well, this is it's about preserving a little bit of history, stuff like that. So because I might not remember all the details, but you might, so that's just me. So
So
John says comic. If those boots are mil spec, Those are way too many holes. Those would be more akin to high fashion lacing. Yeah, that's kind of what I was like, kind of like going for, sort of, but yet null. So I don't know, just think of something that looks cool, but also in a comic fictional world, still be functional. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Um, why was your dad in the music industry or something, or why would he want to? What's his story?
He was my dad. Here's what it is. He lived in Austria. Grew up in Austria. Mom's German, my dad's Austrian, and he was born in 1940 in Graz, Austria. And only to find out a few years later, Arnold Schwarzenegger was born like a few miles away from where my dad lived. But Schwarzenegger is a country bumpkin, and my dad was more of a city boy, I suppose you could say. And here's the thing: during World War II, a few years into World War II, about maybe three, probably four, my great grandmother Hazi, who was who believed in God, believed in Jesus, she heard, or so the story goes, she heard from God one night to take your family and flee into the mountains. And of course, knowing anything about Europe, Austria is in the Alps, obviously. And so she took my grandmother, Mia. Well, I called her Mia. Her name was Maria, and my dad, and they fled in mountains for 3 days, and only to see their entire town of Graz carpet bombed by the Nazis, totally 100% destroyed, right? And they hid in the mountains for 3 days, literally 3 days, and so after that went back, tried to rebuild the lives. So my dad obviously, like at 13, 14 years old, he worked in a sawmill, obviously very young, because I mean, most men were like dead. And yeah, Vincent, exactly, it's a real life Sound of Music. It really honestly is, really seriously honestly is. So obviously he had to take care of his mom and his grandmother. So when he got older, a little bit older, when he got into his teens, I believe, he went to he went for, I think, a year or two to a private school in England, which is kind of weird because Schwarzenegger did too. Kind of really weird. So we studied there. He studied drafting, mechanics, stuff like that. So my dad was actually a doodler as well, and he wanted to invent certain tools, and I think he still actually has those books, all done like on graph paper and all that stuff. And he also learned music. So when he was old enough, I think it was like his early 20s or something like that. Him and my grandmother and my great grandmother, they all moved to Australia, and so my dad ended up performing and co-hosting on a show called Boomerade, which was like like a variety show, right? Which was all the rage in in the 60s and 70s and stuff like that. It seemed like every network had a variety show of some sort. That's kind of like how Olivia Newton-John, when she was really young, got her start and stuff like that on that show on Boomerade. And so my dad was a musician on that, and eventually that's how my mom and dad met, because my dad could afford a very nice sports car, and that's how we encountered my mom. My mom was more interested in the car than him. They went on one date, and then after a year, he couldn't find her anymore until after a year later, and it's like, oh hey, you remember me? We went out and date. And then, they ended up dating again and eventually got married in Australia, moved to Canada. And so my dad was trying to make a go in the music industry. And so my mom was his agent, and he would tour, across Canada for a while. So that was pretty much it. Oh, and Vince says my mom came to the mainland Europe because of the Sound of Music. Really? That's neat. Like that. So, yes, exact. And Arnold. Yeah, fuck your freedoms.
Oh,
Exactly.
don't get me started.
Oh, nothing pissed me off when he was starting to talk about that. Like, you were born. Schwarzenegger was born years after World War II ended, about 3, 4 years after World War II ended. So you know what? Screw him. Canadian Spider-Man. Your mom is Olivia Newton-John. Wow.
What?
No. Olivia Newton-John got her start on that show Boomerang in Australia. So, if you look it up, you can probably find, I think, like one video of that show. Um, and I'm trying to find what was it? I got a hold of the Australian film. What do you call it? Film archive, the Australian Film Archive, and I'm trying to find footage of my dad on the show, and kind of like hopefully, if things go well with my dad, because he is getting older, kind of like trying to find him, surprise him with something like that. So, of when he was on the show, but a lot of those reels are kind of lost to history kind of thing, because I guess they didn't think about maybe keeping like old shows, especially once they get canceled or end or something like that. So no, my mom is not Olivia Newton-John. God, that would be kind of cool, but I'm happy with my mom. My mom has a good sense of humor. So,
No,
not saying Olivia Newton-John didn't, but oh man.
but your dad being
Um,
on this show, was it like a one-time thing, or was it like this job to do
oh
that?
no, it was constant. He was like it says in the back of the album cover. He basically co-hosted.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so because the show Boomerang had obviously a big band, right? Like lots of musicians. So he was part of the band, kind of
That's cool.
thing. Kind of co-hosting that way. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, um, okay, let me see here. Do, 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 do. So that, in a nutshell, is it's a little bit about my family. So I tried learning how to play the guitar. I just didn't have the patience for it. I really honestly didn't. I should have, but I didn't. I blame myself. I should have known better.
Yeah, I think there was a time when many of us from our generation wanted to be the next Kurt Cobain.
Oh God, yeah,
So that was certainly me. So,
yeah, me too.
but I couldn't do both. I couldn't, have a career. Well, at the time, I had to focus either on music or on art and working comics. And yeah, that's what I really wanted to do, and that's where I went. But
Yeah.
I always had an interest in music. But
Well, I mean, I think when we're that age, we all have like an interest in music of some sort.
oh, but yeah, like I was like
You
trying to
know?
learn bass and guitar and playing stuff and like writing songs and
Yeah.
mm.
Oh man. Um. Yeah. With me was Guns N' Roses at the time.
Ah,
Yeah. Axl Rose.
yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of Guns N' Roses, but They had
No?
they had a live concert on I guess it was on TV and MTV and video. I think it was at Roseland in Manhattan. I could be wrong about that.
Right.
Guns N' Roses, but yeah, so that was cool. Like that, I liked. But, it was more alternative punk rock kind of, and then grunge kind of felt.
And here I took you for an Oasis kind of guy.
Yeah, you got to stop saying that.
I know.
People are going to think. They're going to start saying stuff. It hurts my feelings a little, Michael.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I hate Oasis. I can't stand those guys. Like they ripped everything off from the Beatles. Like I can't stand them.
Oh man. Oh, that's funny.
No, it's not.
Our Sally can't wait. She knows it's too late.
I mean, it sounds like it sounds like a John Lennon song. Like I hear John Lennon.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But at least they have no Yoko Ono, so you got to give them that much at least.
Yeah.
DJ Play Nice, saying you'll be safe, have fun, take care of your crew and rock. DJ Play Nice, yeah, because sometimes I keep on forgetting you're all the way in what is it, the Philippines? I believe it's the Philippines. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, it's like really early in the morning for you. So you stay safe as well, dude, and we shall see you next time. And I appreciate that you spent a little bit of time with us. So
Thank you.
so yeah, you take care as well, dude. So let's see. Yeah. Stooning Brewing Burgatron. That's my sweet uncle. Took a bite out of the dude's pizza before putting it back in the box before it was delivered to the customer's door. Okay, I have no context of what I'm talking about, to what you're talking about, but yeah, I'll.
Don't do that.
Yeah, no, I'll take your word for it. So there you go. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you got to roll out. Yeah, no problem, DJ. All good. Canadian Spider-Man, soon to be aka Albertan Spider-Man. Believe it or not, I was actually on Australian TV. Really? ABC is like the CBC. Oh crap. Yeah, Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Yeah, of course. When they did a short special on the mango packing I was working at Arnhem Fruit, South Darwin, Northern Territory. Really? Oh, interesting. Too. Oh, dude, you should put it on your channel. That'd be so awesome.
I was just
I'd like
thinking
to
the
see.
same.
Yeah, put it on your channel, and then we can see our into Canadian Spider-Man as Australian Spider-Man. I would love to see that. Today we're speaking with Australian Spider-Man here, talking about mangoes. So as DJ is leaving, yeah, he says leave a thumbs up and the show when it reloads. When it ends, leave a comment. Yeah, because it definitely helps the algorithm. I can't talk right now. And it only takes a second and it means a lot. So yes, thank you. Nice, even though you may be already gone right now. Yeah, if you guys can go ahead and do that and spread the show around and yeah, and leave a comment because it does help the algorithm. Yeah, Vince will make what? It's only 6 a.m. in the Philippines. Yeah, that's early, dude. It's like when he gets on here, and it's already like almost like 3 hours that this show's been going, almost. And I realize you're all the way in Europe, and and I'm thinking of you too because I don't want your ass to get sore. He's up like really super early, so he probably stays up all night.
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I remember
maybe.
I had a reader. Well, I was going to say I had a reader order a copy of the Sword of Eden, the first volume, who lived in the Philippines. I thought that was way cool.
Oh,
and I appreciate that. Yeah,
maybe it was him.
Yeah, when
there you go.
I don't know. It was through ChristianBook.com when ChristianBook.com was selling copies of Volume 1 of the Sword of Eden. So yeah, which I could never do on my own. Like I so that's why I only sell the books from me in the continental U.S. So that's why one of the good reasons, probably only good reason to have a distributor, because they can ship books worldwide.
Yeah, how is that going, by the way?
Oh, it's
Like
going the
whole,
same.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So Philbo Distribution sells Volume 1 to comic book stores, and New Day Distribution is supposed to sell copies of Volume 1 to Christian bookstores. But as far as New Day Distribution, yeah, I haven't gotten any orders from them yet. So it's mostly, yeah, it's just weird. My deal with them was kind of wishy-washy. It was weird because the whole experience was odd because the main salesperson over at New Day Distribution, yeah, he wanted to distribute the book. Then I had a conference call with him, and then another conference call with him and the major buyer at New Day Distribution. Yeah, he seemed kind of iffy about everything. So basically, the agreement was that they're not going to promote the book, but if a retailer wants to order books through them, then yeah, I'll fulfill those through New Day. But I would rather just work directly with stores myself, especially if I have a distributor that's kind of wishy-washy about stuff.
Wow.
So I will, because and I have sold copies of the Sword of Eden graphic novels to, bookstores and Christian bookstores and comic book shops, at 50% cover price, which is a better deal for me and them, and I pay for shipping. So sometimes there's an issue. There was like a store in Pennsylvania. I shouldn't mention the name, and they were just like total jerks. So they wanted to review the book. I was like, all right, fine. Because I'm thinking like, now I just lost a couple of copies, right? So I mailed, copies of Volume 1 and Volume 2 to this store. It's the oldest bookstore in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. They got the books, and then I didn't hear anything back. I'm like, what's going on? So I contacted them, and they're like, oh, we shipped the books back to you like a week ago. I'm like, and I was like, you guys said you were going to sell them. And I never got them. I never got the books. So the guy said, all right, I'll get back to you and I'll give you the tracking number and everything. So I waited a couple more weeks. I'm like, well, where's this tracking number? He's like, oh, we don't have that information anymore. I'm like, you're just lying.
Oh, come on.
Exactly. Like, oh, we didn't have the books. We mailed them to you. We'll send you the tracking order number. And oh, wait, we don't have it. It's like, you're just totally lying to me. Like, you could have just, if you didn't want to sell them, even though you said you were going to sell them, you could just have mail them back to me, So it's one of these.
Seriously.
So, I was, dude, I was so mad. It's like the stuff that really bothers me in life is when people just lie to you. Like if you don't want to buy my book or sell that's one thing. But if you're just going to lie to me about it, that just really pisses me off. So yeah, I was fuming. But it was in a a location in Pennsylvania that they're kind of on the liberal side of things. So they probably got the books, looked at them, and just tossed them in the garbage. And that, this stuff costs money, yeah. So that
exactly.
So there was that. So it's very
annoying. Jeez.
Yeah. So that's probably the worst experience I've had as a self-publisher in regards to dealing with stores. But mostly stores have been great, I've never had any stores have to return any of the books to me. Well, except for one store. They sold a couple of copies, but but they were local, so I just drove by and picked up the books. There's 2 books left over. But for the most part, it's great.
But
this is the kind of stuff I talk about all the time when you're self-publishing. It's like, and even like trying to work in comics or Hollywood. Well, Hollywood's a little different. Or self-publishing your own books. Like, there's so many gatekeepers here. Oh, bye, Pop. You're leaving already?
Right. Pop, see you later, dude. And Gap Dark. Yeah, if you're leaving as well. And you guys have a good week as well. So, and I appreciate you guys coming by. So, and partaking in the birth of the Republic of Alberta's first comic character.
That's a cool idea still.
Yeah, well, you got to plug it somehow, I guess, at this point. So, spread it all around, and like DJ Play and I said, yeah, hey, leave a comment on the bottom, because it helps the algorithm. So, but you guys have a good week. We'll see you, obvious. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, well I was gonna say, like, it's a good time for any sort of creative person right now. It's like if you're a creator, whether it's music or comics or publishing or self-publishing, like you can just do everything yourself, and you don't have to go through a publisher, you don't have to go through an editor, you don't have to go through a distributor, you don't need an agent for the most part. So you got all these gatekeepers eliminated from the whole process, and you make more profit from every unit that you sell. So
Right.
I have a lot of people reach out to me about advice about things. And when I taught for 10 years at a college, I would talk about work made for hire, and I would talk about contracts and that sort of thing. Because a lot of comic book guys don't like to talk about this sort of stuff. And if you're a young creator and like you find a publisher you want to work with, and they send you a contract, like one, you should really understand what contracts are all about, but no one teaches these things. I had to learn the hard way by working in comics, and
Right.
you always can, like, amend any contract that you don't like. Like I've done that before, so you don't. And if you need a lawyer, go get a lawyer.
No, I agree with you. Because
So
you gotta fight with what's yours. You know.
right, yeah, exactly. Because there was a day, like, if you wanted to work in comics, you either work for Marvel or DC. It's
Mhm.
like those days are over. And now
Yeah.
you can
Exactly.
publish, and now you can sell your books on eBay or Amazon, or have an online store, or do a crowdfund. Like, yeah, and you can sell
Yeah.
directly to your readers, but you also can sell directly to stores as well, especially now with the comic book direct market, and it's being in such a mess. Working in Hollywood is a little different because it's actually gotten a little worse, because now you do need an agent, and a lot of these agents, like, don't take unsolicited um, uh, manuscripts or anything like that. So yeah, working in
Yeah.
Hollywood's a little bit different than it was like in the 90s. And I've said this before, in the 90s, like if you wanted to work in animation, because everybody wanted to do animation, in the 90s. I think it really started like in the late 80s with The Simpsons being on Fox, and then like everybody wanted to do animation. Cartoon Network was exploding, doing all this great stuff. Nickelodeon. So yeah, if you were working in animation then, you could always just call a network and talk to somebody and pitch an idea. You would have to sign a release form or submission form, which stated that you were given permission for them to look at your work. But yeah, those days are over. So because everybody's afraid of being sued, so
Yeah.
yeah, you really need an agent now, and that's the only sort of gatekeeping I see nowadays in entertainment, is like in regards to Hollywood, yeah, you need an agent.
Let me have a look here. Canadian Spider-Man says, what does he say? Since the video is the property of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, I would get dinged to put it on my channel. You know what? Here, okay, here's the thing. This might be a little bit different, but you might not get dinged. And I'm going to tell you why. Right after I say hello to everybody, and all 8 of you that are watching right now, and also saying hello to Tom.
Who?
That's finally here on the channel. It says
Who?
Tom,
What?
that guy.
Greetings.
Hi.
How you doing, Tom?
How's it going,
Good.
man?
I meant to be on earlier, but freaking I had to do a bunch of updates to my computer. I haven't turned the laptop on in a while, and it's like, oh, you could update drivers. You could update the fun stuff.
Cheap excuse. No, I'm just kidding. Oh yeah, no, I hate updates. It freaking drives me nuts. Okay, Canadian Spider-Man. I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, because a couple of years ago, I think it was like maybe two, or was it 3 years ago? I can't remember. If you look on my channel, I did a drop comics video. Okay, and in that video, I kept it on video. Sorry, on videotape, on audio cassette. Okay, it had an interview with myself, my brother, and a few guys. We got interviewed by CBC Radio in Gondola Point, and the whole interview was there. It's played on the channel, and I got dinged for it. Okay, but I beat it. I beat the copyright thing through YouTube because I said this is an interview with my brother and myself and a bunch of other guys. Some, and this had to do with our, quote unquote comic company at the time. So, basically I own this. This is mine, right? It did not get claimed by CBC in Canada. So, you know what? If this is you on the video, then more than likely you probably won't get dinged by YouTube. All you would have to tell them, look, I am in this video. This is me in the video. I am in this content. This is me. So, fair use, basically. You could do that. So, but there we go. Tom, how's it going, dude?
Yes. It's going. Just cleaning up.
How you
studying constantly.
Studying what
more,
now?
Photography tips, street photography, new tips. I'll never know everything, so I'm always relearning new stuff. Once the weather gets better, it's a little gross out there now. Once the weather gets better, I'm gonna try new tricks in the new year. I'm always expanding. Like anamorphic lens, I'm gonna start using an anamorphic lens if I can afford to get one. It'll create a more of a cinematography type style picture taking. So I'm gonna experiment. So
I like it.
I'm always growing.
Well, you gotta, dude. You gotta. So, are you looking to get more lenses or something like that?
Eventually, yeah. I mean, I got a T3i. It's an older camera, but let me bring on. It's not the camera that you own, as long as it's relatively good working. You want fairly good megapixel, but an older camera like that is still good for a professional. You don't need the newest of the new. That's such an overblown thing.
Yes,
so I just need.
That's true.
Yeah. It is. It's the person that's behind it if you know what to do it. Now, it helps to get new lenses if you want to try different visuals, like an anamorphic lens or a fisheye lens or something like that. I want to get also and try new techniques. But yeah, just the lenses are what really make the change. I want to afford a couple lenses this year to go with that camera. And yeah, that's about it, really. Just going to expand. And I want to travel hopefully a bit this year too, so I can do some stuff there.
You're gonna do it.
Oh yeah, no, I am. I'm gonna make it happen. So, by the way, I've been watching the stream as I've been trying to get ready and doing studies on the side. You you disappointed me. I was hoping that image you showed me yesterday. I didn't see that extra good spankable image on here. I was like, oh, he didn't use that one. Darn it.
No, not yet. So
okay.
I'm working on it. I'm not done. Okay, so to all of you that are watching right now, okay, now that Tom brought it up, okay, the one that he likes to say is spankable.
No, the new one.
Okay,
the new one.
No. That's what I'm talking about. Okay.
Hi, Al. How you doing?
All right, how you doing?
I'm good.
Do what? See, everybody, and also everybody is saying hi to you too. So, Canadian Spider-Man is saying, yeah, Happy New Year. And
Spidey. Hello, good friend.
And Jim, oh, fine. Now you gotta go. Okay. Gotta go. Nice chatting. Hey, not a problem, dude. Don't be a stranger, man. So, I'm reading your Facebook posts, Mr. Peterson. They're very good posts. So yeah, no, we will see you soon, dude. Let's see, and Vince also, guys who are still using the Canon 5D Mark II or 3. Yep.
Oh,
That's
they're
right.
good cameras still to this day. I've thought about getting those
they're
as
good
a
cameras.
backup. So, oh yeah, they are. They are.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah.
This one was given to me by one of my best friends in the UK. She sent it to me.
Okay,
T3i.
so to
It
all
does
of you-
the job. So.
Canadian Spider-Man says, I hope you got Chinese time. So, I haven't the faintest idea what he means by that, but, whatever.
New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve.
Oh, Chinese food. Okay, yeah, okay. No. Right, so, yeah. Yes, now I remember. Okay, so to everybody out there, if you remember a couple of weeks ago, as my screen goes completely and utterly blank for some reason. Okay, there we go. Now, so okay, if everybody in the chat remembers this, so see, now you go. I'm bringing it up right now, so hopefully you're still there enough to see this. So we were doing a little bit of character creation, and like I said, I included you guys in the whole fun of names and stuff like that. So I say because we did this, like, I can't remember, October? No. Something
you
like
kept
that.
the name Lily.
Anyway, the
I
whole
remember,
point
and
is,
I made the name.
kind of keeping up with
Yeah,
it.
you kept the name Lily. Yay.
Of course. Yeah, because we come up with
Yay,
such
I'm
good
happy.
ideas. So because I've been trying to do character profile sheets, and like I was working on this one, and I think because I asked the majority of you people out there which ones you liked the most, this one seems to fit the bill with most of you, which is pretty cool. As I kind of like to call this one Optimus Colors. So, as some of you can probably know why. And Vince Womack says, fraud. He stripped my credit. What? No. Did Vince?
Now, I like
my
the
God.
blonde one, but I do
think
love
I
the
muted
redhead
it.
too
No, wait,
because there's not
okay,
enough
no.
redheads.
Exactly. And that's kind of why I wanted to do that too.
Yeah.
Because, like we talked about for well over a year, the whole ginger side that's
Yeah.
going on in entertainment. I don't know why. It's really weird. Okay, Vince. So yeah, so I kept everything here. And then Vince Womack, yeah, because see, I have an arrow pointed to it. Why not Lily? And I think Franco Walker, you were, if you happen to see this on the rewind, you were there too. And so we were, and Tom, yeah, was also thinking that too. See, I got names. I wrote down everything, remember? And I think at the time, yeah, we were doing like secret government agent kind of thing, or James Bond secret organization psycho killer kind of thing. John Peterson, there you go. If you're still here, John, if you haven't left yet, then you made the suggestion of some sort of Beastmaster kind of thing. So see, this is why I write everything down. So you all had a say. So Vince blonde with red highlights. Well, I could. Oh, look at this. Who drops in just in the nick of time? Tim, Mr. FKHC. Are you from Wales, Mike? No, I'm in the province of Alberta. So
But
anyway,
as you can refer
so
to,
doing a
people
character
can-
profile with this.
Yeah, people can see why I said what I said.
Yes.
Yeah, very much
And
so. So
yes,
spankable.
again.
And the
Yes, again.
pigtails too. I love
Yes.
the pigtails. Yay. Anyway, enough said.
Yeah, it was pretty neat, huh? So yeah, because I kind of like that. I had to actually do this over again, the whole pigtail thing, because wait a minute here.
I like the one on the left the best, or the right. The one on the right has the best pigtails, I think. They seem best.
I think so too.
Yeah. It seems better placed.
Yeah, because I had. Let me zoom in here. Because what I did, hold on here, because as I was doing this, I originally let me turn off the.
Yeah, her hair looks a little flatter there, where the other one it's more full. I find the one on the right.
Yeah. Hold on a second here. Yeah, see, because originally I had. Wait a minute, that's wrong. I hate doing multiple layers of like everything. It drives me nuts sometimes. Face.
She looks more like a villain.
She's supposed to be.
Oh, all right. Never mind.
Yeah. So because originally I had the pigtails up like that, right? And I thought,
Yeah.
no, I don't quite like that. So then I changed it to this, which more or less goes in line with, with the picture that I drew that day. So let's see. Yeah, that was kind of like the underlay for the clothes.
No, quickly do a close up on the right side one, the far right one, just out of curiosity. See, not that one, but the other one, the third.
Oh, the other one.
we
Okay.
have
Yeah.
I like those pigtails best. I think her hair looks more bountiful, fuller. Just like the animes, the girls always have the fuller hair. I find.
Yeah. I thought this. I thought by making it a little bit flatter, like I know that. Yeah, and I get what you're saying, Tom. That looks very full.
Yeah.
Full of body.
Yeah.
You used to be. You were a hairdresser, I know. I'd see.
Yes, I was. Yes.
I defer to your expertise in that.
They look too flat there. It looks kind of for pigtails. You want them going up a little bit to give it a little bit of. Even the evil people would still look sexy, and and then that looks like she just like woke up and just slapped it in after a shower. It's like,
Well, because I was kind of thinking, like, you know what, being a profile pic, there is no like action. It is basically standing there, right?
Yeah.
And so the hair is at rest. That's what's going on through my brain. That's what I'm thinking. Plus, on top of that, I thought, you know what, if I give her a little bit more of a flat hair, it kind of, because she's supposed to be like a villainess of sorts, or one of the lackeys. I thought maybe I'll just give her like kind of a bitchy haircut in a way.
Is she giving the finger?
Yes, because she's naughty. She is bad.
With the short
While
hair look,
balancing a knife on
though,
her friend.
it looks kind of butchy, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what it's like. It's more of a butch look. She's like, yeah.
Yeah. So, because obviously not a nice person. So, let's see. Vince says, so for a villain, she has to have darker hair. So I vote for not blonde. Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair. Maybe she was drawn that way. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Personally, just my 2 cents. I would go black hair, maybe some streaks, but I would have the pigtails going upward though. It just give her that little touch of sexiness. They look sexier when they're up. You can you can tie them up. It's not even an action thing. They tie them up. But if they're gonna, you can have it flat, but I would have them up personally. It just a little bit of sexier, that helps sell it, of course, as well. I would go black hair with her though.
So still kind of like this.
Yeah.
Okay, because I wasn't sure. I'm like, I don't know if that. Yeah, I mean, I'll give it a shot. I totally will.
Well, she should look different from the main character, the protagonist.
Totally.
Yeah, the hair color is different. The only thing that really bugs me, especially in the middle drawing, her legs are way too long. Like way too long. I sent you a Facebook message of a couple of pages from Andrew Loomis's drawing the figure for all it's worth, which has like the size of how to draw a normal sized man or woman. If you kind of look at that, and you can't go wrong with Andrew Loomis.
Now, I've seen models with legs like that, but I think the one on the right seems a bit shorter than the other two on the left. They are a little long. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Well, the middle one really.
Yeah.
But that's a minor thing, Mike. You're learning how to draw the figure, so yeah. Andrew Loomis for all it's worth, or Andrew Loomis drawing the figure for all it's worth, is a great book in regards to learning how to draw the figure. So yeah, I sent you through Facebook Messenger a couple of, one for a male figure and one for a female figure, and it's like a rotation too, you can look at. But again, Andrew Loomis's work was more realistic, and people like Steve Rude and Alex Ross were really influenced by the work of Andrew Loomis. So, even if you do something kind of cartoony, I can understand that, but yeah, the middle one is like it's just way too much. And the third one, which is fine, the third figure here, which looks fine to me. She's got a slightly different build
on the right.
The only one, the one all the way on the right where she's holding the knife in front of her. She looks a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
Which is fine if that's what you want. It's just not, it just looks like a different person. Yeah. Which is fine if you want her kind of on the thick side, then that's really cool. But she is creepy.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem.
Especially that third drawing of her is like really, really creepy looking. Which I assume is what you want.
I know, right? Yeah, no, that's pretty much what I wanted anyway. So, that's definitely 100% kind of what I went. So, you know what? And then I was kind of looking at it a little bit more, and I definitely wanted to keep the scar on the eye. I don't know if I'm going to get into like backstory or just kind of like leave it a mystery kind of thing. Maybe I'll get into the scar on the eye kind of thing. And then I got to thinking a little bit. It's like, if any of you guys out there have read or watched My Hero Academia, I'm hoping that this isn't too similar to the one bad guy. If you know who I'm talking about. The one that can look like anybody, just by kind of like, ingesting their blood a little bit or getting a sample or something like that. I'm hoping it doesn't look too much like that. So,
well, you're going to have copies of similarities of characters eventually. But I would stave off the story of the Scar until like maybe down the road. And then maybe you have an episode or something of her and then delving into her past. Maybe she was a fighter like the main character now, and she turned villain because something happened. Or you could do it in so many different ways. The story of the Scar.
Yeah, I think Tom's right about that, because if your characters are interested in and they're curious about like how did this chick get that scar, telling her story right away might not necessarily be a good thing. So I think keep your audience interested and ask questions about things.
Vince Womack says the figure in the middle also has heels on, so it exaggerates the legs more. The left and the middle are really the same size. Yes.
I wonder if you should, like, when she had that, whatever that had happened that gave her that scar over her eye. Can she see okay from that eye? Because if she can't, then maybe you should make it like her pupils kind of like her eye color, like a lighter eye color than the other eye.
Ooh.
Or like, what is this girl's
good.
powers?
Like
Does she have a bullseye? Is she good accurate? Maybe you could put like a what do you call it, crosshairs in her eye. She has a fake eye with a crosshair thing inside of it or something. I don't know, just ideas in the head.
Ooh, you know what? That might be a
Bionic
really
eye?
good idea.
Yeah.
The bionic eye. Yeah.
And it has like a crosshair and a crosshair like in a pew pew, and it's like she can target stuff with it and helps her vision better to for accuracy. I don't know, just ideas.
It's not a bad idea, but it
That's-
takes away from her
that's
skill, though, right? If like
No.
her skill is because she's a robot. I mean, wouldn't that take away from like how good of a
I
fighter
suppose
she
kind of,
really
yeah.
is? I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the eye. I like the eye idea. If it's like a, bionic eye, maybe she can see in infrared or have like night vision or something.
Yeah. There's so many
Might be
things you
an
can
idea.
go do with that one. So yeah.
Oh, 100%. Totally. So yeah, that's also what I'm doing behind the scenes. You know what? I should probably do a lot more streams just to get more ideas, stuff like that, which is
Did
fun.
you figure?
Fun stuff.
Did you figure out the color of this chick's outfit yet? Because I know you were playing around with different ideas and you were asking for input.
Playing around with it, and I think I just might go with something like this. If it shows up, there we go. Yeah. So I think I might go with that. I'll make. Yeah, and I read your suggestions on Facebook, and
Well, you tagged
yeah,
me in
I'll
the
definitely
message,
play
so I
around
had to
with
respond.
these colors a bit. Well, yes. So
Okay. The reason these colors,
Yeah,
the
I'll
red
make
hair
the
is
blue
nice to have
jeans
in
a little bit
ginger,
more blue jeans.
but for you, for the person that's creating this, I think it's perfect. Why? You're a Transformers fan. What are they the colors of? Optimus Prime. I would stick with those colors. It's a little hidden undertones of Optimus. So,
You know,
It was
that's really.
because I was thinking that.
Oh, really? Because like what Tom was saying is it reminds me of like Scott McCloud. He wrote a book called Understanding Comics, and he was saying like in regards to superheroes, like if you see a certain set of colors, you know what superhero that is. Like, and he was pointing out the colors for like Superman's costume or Batman's costume, and right away those colors you attribute those colors to that particular character. So all you have to do is show those three colors, and you're thinking, oh, Superman or Batman.
Exactly.
yeah, it's Superman, Optimus Prime, or as
Exactly.
Espen says, Alberta Prime. And it suits your person. It's from your creative mind. So, it makes.
I like that name.
So do I
Alberta
actually.
Prime. That is really awesome.
Alberta Prime.
Yeah.
And yeah, exactly, Vince. And red and blue are primary colors. Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to play around with the pants a little bit and make it look more.
Well, they are, but-
jeans-ish.
Not just it. You're going to hit the American market quite well because she's wearing a white T-shirt. So you got red, white, and blue.
Exactly. So, and Tim says, and she got it from Ike Turner. Yeah,
Yikes.
man, I think I might be lacking a little bit. Yeah. So, no, but that's kind
You
of
are,
that's
very much so.
kind of what I was thinking
About
at the
6
time too.
seconds.
It
Yeah.
hasn't changed.
Oh crap! Here we go again. Okay, whatever. No, I haven't changed much. And Tim, I'll see if I can get to those memes because again, on the simple fact that I happen to be lagging right now, so because I opened up another window on on my browser. Damn it. No, and that's kind of what I was thinking because I was thinking of playing with some complimentary, stuff like that. That's kind of why I had the also the what was it, yellow, blue, and green, or kind of whatever it was. And I thought, well, you know what, maybe the pants were kind of like too, militaristic in a way. You know what I mean? And then I thought, what colors do work that have been proven to work?
Well-
and then that's kind of why I call these my Optimus Prime colors, red, white, and blue, because that works and it stands out. And and it's like, like what you were saying before, it's invisible.
Yeah.
Right, Tom made a good point about that. But but yeah, there's certain colors that work well together, so that's why you have to look at a color wheel to see what colors complement one another. But you actually have a color wheel
Yeah.
here on your desktop with that color box with the ring around it. Like if you look at those colors on
Yeah.
that ring, the colors that are across from one another, those are actually complementary colors for the most part. Like red and green, and then blue and yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, Alberta Prime is
and Vince. Yeah, you have to feed your hamster a bit more. I do. It's slowing down crap, and I hate that. Okay,
If
yeah.
only you could use Ethernet, that would be better. But no, I hate to say it, but I think everybody's in agreement here. Alberta Prime sounds amazing. It really does. Alberta Prime sounds, wow. I don't know.
It's fantastic. Now but that would not be a trademark issue. People aren't going to start thinking Transformers, are they?
No, I don't think so, because there is no the name of Alberta Prime.
Okay, no. I'm not a Transformer guy, so
Right? No, I get ya.
Those legs look good, though.
Okay, so yeah, they're not too bad, huh? So
they're a little muscly, but
yeah, a little bit. But I'm kind of getting into, or eventually we'll be getting into kind of like why. So, because on top of that, she has a particular set of skills. So, and what was it like last year? I was kind of like talking with another guy who goes to the gym a lot, Andy Masterson, and
Andy,
obviously,
I haven't talked to him forever.
I know, and obviously, some of you guys know Andy Masterson, and you know how he likes to hit the gym a lot. And so I asked him, Andy, what's really good for self-defense for young women to learn? And so, he gave me a few little pointers, this and this and this. What was one of them? Muay Thai. I think he said Muay Thai and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Right.
Yeah. So I want to have what I was thinking, an already preset level, of where or how she's already trained a little, right? And I thought about it a little bit more. I want to leave. How should I put it? I want to leave what she's about to encounter as a mystery to her. So I'm kind of like going to write it in such a way, because this in a way is supposed to be like kind of like helping out her aged grandfather, right? But he's not going to come right out and say it. Hey, it's like how would you kind of like react if, say, somebody in your family's like, hey, thanks for the help. By the way, you're going to go out and fight monsters. It's like, you're freaking nuts, old man, right? Well, I mean, let's face it. I mean, if somebody one day to you came up and say, "Oh, yes, thanks, Sonny, for helping me with what needs to be done," but in reality, what you're really going to do is you're going to be fighting cryptic creatures and monsters and stuff like that all around the world. It's like, wow, Grandma, Grandpa, you've really gone off the deep end. It's time to put you in a home for where they have nice little rubber rooms and stuff like that. Yeah, it doesn't really work, right? Story-wise, at least to me, right? So I think I'm going to write it in such a way where, because I kind of wanted this to go this way, where she's brought to her grandfather's place in order to help him out with a few things. And, but all she knows is that her dad or her grandfather is a exterminator, right? But she just thinks it's, maybe like, for rabid animals or something like that, right? And he just needs help, putting down, you know, rabid animals of sorts, right? Only to find out as she goes out, because I'm going to kind of write it in the script in such a way that, all right, well, hey, grab some gear. We're gonna put down a dog, you know, which will end up being like, chupacabra or something like that, right? And it's kind of like work a little humor into this kind of thing. So, um, and yes, sending a brave mega self-defense for a woman by a gun. Exactly. That's also why she's going to have some pew pews as well. So, and I've been looking into that too because obviously, you know, certain muscle masses are not there compared to men, and it's not to put them down whatsoever. It's just about what each are capable of doing, and that makes sense. You gotta have guns.
Mind you, in defense of
And what else?
some women would scare the crap out of you. Like, I'm sorry, Ronda Rousey could beat up a lot of guys.
Yeah, true. No, I 100% true. I would not want to cross Ronda Rousey or
Well,
Carano, or anybody
Gina
like that.
Carano or any.
yeah.
Gina Carano,
Well,
yeah.
since the state of most men in North America tend to be a bit effeminate, yes, I would have to agree with that.
They'd be some ass kicking time.
Well, all right. So
So-
Mike had an interesting story element there. So
Yeah.
sometimes in the superhero archetype, you have the hero initially getting the call and they sort of deny the call. You have something like that in like Spider-Man, where he
Yep.
gets all these powers and stuff, and initially he just wants to make money. So he wants to be a wrestler or whatever it was, and just make money. Like he wasn't thinking about being a superhero. And then Uncle Ben dies, and then now he has a reason to do what he does. Same thing with Dark Knight Returns. Batman retires. There's this inner bat in him that is wanting to get out and have him come back to become Batman again. And that happens. You see this a little bit. I think it's been a while since I watched this, but like that TV show Supernatural with the two brothers, and one of the brothers sort of just wants to have a nice life with his girlfriend, but he's called back into business again. I think Unbreakable is kind of like the same thing too with the Bruce Willis character. He sort of has these powers and stuff, but like he just wants to have things go well with his wife and his son, and but then he gets the call, but then he decides to go out and like be kind of a superhero. So there is that element in the archetype of a hero where they get the call and initially they just like ignore it, and that's kind of sounds like what's going on here.
Well, sort of, kind of. It's like I wanted to write it in such a way where it's kind of where I had when I was kind of like working on the first couple of pages, and then I thought, no, you know what, I'm gonna start this kind of in a different way, kind of like start it in the middle of the story, so to speak, where where I had the one page with the mountains in the background and stuff like that, and I think it was going to be something like page 4, where she makes it to her grandfather's place. It's like reason why we're going to your grandfather's place is because you're old enough to basically help him out, and he needs some help. Where he's getting older. Unfortunately, like her dad would be explaining something like I wish I could, but I don't have the time. Running my business, or something like that, right? Something along those lines, and and she'd be like the type of personality. It's like, yeah, hey, I don't mind helping out. I like Granddad. He's a fun guy kind of thing. Maybe a little eccentric or something like that, but I don't mind helping out. So, and then I kind of thought about it. Sure, that sounds like a good beginning or a good premise because you kind of establish the type of personality that the character is, that, she is. But again, you run into the little bit of a problem of how would this be explained to you if it was like, how would it be if you were in that position of say, a relative explaining to you, oh, hey, I'm passing a mantle on to you. You're going out and you're hunting cryptids and Nephilim creatures all around the world, so they don't harm mankind, kind of thing, right? You think, even if you believed in God or not, let's face it, some Christians don't even believe that this kind of thing is going on, and and the rest of humanity would be like, you're just off your nut. So, sure, there might be Bigfoot out there and there might be aliens and whatnot, but you're like off your nut. You're crazy, man. And I thought that might not be a good way to write it as such, because it's, and we've talked about this with enough movies and enough shows that kind of go on. It's just basically the script being written that way just to kind of advance the story along, right? Which is kind of, excuse the language, it's kind of piss poor. You have to give the character a reason to believe why this needs to be done. It's, yeah, like what Al was saying. It's kind of like Spider-Man when he was starting out. He just thought he'd do it for, like, fame and fortune kind of thing. But when something happens to Uncle Ben, he realizes that, with great power comes great responsibility. And this is kind of like the same thing. She needs to realize that there's something going on in this world and it ain't fun. And gives her a reason, like, okay, I realize it's happening. Sure, I'll do my best to help out. So there you go. And Tim, and was saying piss poor and demonetized. So yeah, there you go. um, yeah. So obviously, I'm going through probably still a lag, which is kind of annoying.
A little bit, little bit.
Or, okay, whatever. That's okay. So I kind of thought, seeing how I'm just drawing and kind of like want to redraw a few other things, I'm just going to probably redo a page one. Also, on top of that, there's another reason for this.
Why so?
That in Japan, kind of a what was it, Kodansha, is Weekly Shonen Jump and stuff like that. They're opening their submissions to a lot of foreigners now, to everywhere else in the world. So usually to make a pitch, you kind of like need a 16-page one shot. So I'm going to try to go for that.
Actually, might have to hire somebody to do some drawings too, because I got to get my buddy together. I want to get my manga put together myself. I've got the stories done. I got the characters developed almost. Um, it's got to happen this year. So, you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's the I told you about it. It's the three girls each do different online activities, but they travel together on a bus. There's the redhead, which is very thin, tiny little thing, but she's a very hypersexual character. There's the middle one, brunette. She's a gamer, but she's always angry and hates the world. Blah blah blah. And the blonde, who's buxom, and she's the dumb blonde thing, but actually secretly she's the one who runs it all and highly intelligent. But she plays sort of like Marilyn. Marilyn Monroe, Norma Jean, was actually very intelligent, but she knew she knew what she was doing. She played the character of the dumb blonde, which made her the money she had. She knew what she was doing, and that's and this blonde is going to be highly intelligent. She'll be doing maybe an OnlyFans clothes stuff type thing, nothing nudity or anything, but she'll be this one who runs it all, and they fight off simps, the guys that thing, and they'll fight other characters that travel in buses that are also e-girls. They fight e-girls at the end of every episode. There'll be comedy stuff. There'll be fan service, of course, let's be honest. And it's going to be parodies of the internet. Because let's be honest, the internet can be parodied for years. Memes of Gary Blosmoff and Numa Numa to everything that's ever been made fun of on the internet, we're going to include somehow to do with the internet. So it's endless amount of stuff that you can do with the internet. Memes and so many other things. So it just,
I want to see that. Oh, doesn't the bus transform or something like that you were saying?
that will come in like maybe volume 2 or 3, maybe down the road. We don't want to do it immediately. The bus will transform and it'll be a massive robot, and then the robots fight. But first, I want to introduce the girls first, then the characters, and develop them, and then we'll realize, oh, their bus transformed to a big robot, and then they'll battle other big robots in the venture. Sort of like your what do you call it? I know the guys are going to hate me. Power Rangers. Thank you. Yeah. So type thing. So we'll see. We'll see. It's just ideas down the road.
The one thing, that I kind of thought of that I didn't think of originally is, and more than likely Al knows exactly what I'm going to be, what I'm mentioning right here, is keeping for all intents and purposes, a story Bible, so to speak, because you don't want to end up writing a story and somewhere down the line there are like some sort of contradiction of some sort, right?
Yeah.
Or plot hole. Excuse me. Stuff like that, right? That's kind of the last thing you want is unaddressed. Unaddressed plot holes or something like that,
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Al, is that something that you have?
I was just trying to. Sorry, again, I was at the drawing board.
No.
I have notebooks. I just have like a notebook for each graphic novel. And I just write stuff down, and whether it's like little thumbnails of a page layout or some dialogue that the characters say. But I just, whenever I come up with ideas of what I want to do, I just write everything down in a notebook. So I think that's really handy. So it sort of just collects all my ideas together. And also when it comes to the time to actually start drawing pages. Yeah, I just thumbnail everything down like in a notebook, and I just compose a page, and then when I put these characters together, in a certain scene, they just start talking, and that just moves things along. I've been thinking a lot about using a grid system. So if you ever look at the work of, Steve Ditko on Spider-Man, or Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns, or even Watchmen, with Dave Gibbons, they use a grid system. And sometimes they'll just remove a panel or a gutter and then they'll expand a page, but they all have a grid. So I saw that video by Matt with 4Ts, and he was talking about Darwin Cook. And Darwin Cook created a graphic novel called Batman Ego, which he was really trying to get DC to publish. But since it really didn't start, it took a couple
I've
years for
seen
that
that.
to actually happen.
That was actually really good.
Yeah, fantastic. And then but in the meantime, he was working at Warner Brothers as an animator, as a storyboard artist, and he was working on, Batman Beyond. Like, he created that whole Batman Beyond intro, like, all himself, like on his computer. But Batman Ego, that graphic novel, which DC eventually published, that's a 9-panel grid. So it's like 3 panels on the top tier, 3 panels on the middle tier, and 3 panels on the bottom tier. I'm like, that's a really great way to tell a story. And at the time, that was like in the early 1990s. And that really flew in the face of, like, with some of the stuff that the Image guys were doing, where they were doing these really kind of cool, sort of graphic-y looking layouts, and splashy kind of stuff. So I was looking at, some of the pages from Batman Ego. I'm like, I'm going to do that. So in volume 4, right? Yeah. So volume 4 of the Sword of Eden, I'm just going to use that same sort of grid. I'm going to use like a 9-panel grid where it's, got the, 3 tiers with 3 panels in each tier. And, sometimes you can expand it and sometimes not. So I thought that was a really cool way of pacing a story. Because in the Sword of Eden Shinobi, it's got a 6-panel grid for the most part, where it's 2 tiers, and there are 3 equal-sized panels in each tier. So if you ever look at the Sword of Eden Shinobi, that's kind of how I laid out that whole story. Now, sometimes, again, you can expand a panel and make it, take 2 panels and make it just 1 panel, depending on what you're trying to say. But yeah, I think working with a grid actually works out fine. So yeah. So, all right. So that's why, so I take notes and I just write things down and I jot things down. And, if you actually decide to, just use a grid to tell your whole story, and whether it's just a graphic novel or one comic book, it actually kind of helps in many ways with your storytelling, because it forces you to draw within that framework when you lay out a page and it's only got 9 panels on it, or 6 panels. I've been giving that a lot of thought recently.
No, it definitely helps organize your thoughts. That's for sure.
Well, you have to, because you're not going to remember all this stuff. And you can write stuff down. And sometimes what I find is that, when I actually start, if I write in text an idea in a graphic novel, when it comes time to actually draw it, sometimes things change, and if things change, that's fine. I found out when I'm working on this current graphic novel, Sword of Eden, Cry Vampire, I realized there were moments where I just wanted to use widescreen panels. So it might have 3 or 4 widescreen panels, like a movie screen on the page. So it's like got these 3 or 4 horizontal wide panels on a page when I want to show drama. And I have 2 major fight scenes in the book, and that's all it is. Like, each of those pages either have 2 or either has 3 or 4 widescreen panels on each page. I have something at the end of the story, which I'm actually working on now. I'm actually drawing now, where it's kind of serious, and that's the same sort of format I'm using. It's when I get to the serious stuff, I'm just using widescreen panels on a page. And I found that actually, it looks cinematic, but it also shows, it gives an emphasis of drama. Another thing that I was thinking about, which I'm doing as well, is that in the Sword of Eden Cry Vampire, again, volume 3 that I'm working on now, there are 2 huge fight scenes that happen at the same time. So one hero was fighting one guy, and the other hero was fighting this other guy. One fight is completely wordless. There's no banter or dialogue between the 2 characters as they fight. The other fight, there's a lot of banter and talk between those 2 characters while they're fighting, because there's a lot of Oh yeah, well, thank you. Because there's a lot of what's the word relationship between those two characters, and as they're beating each other up, they're saying exactly what they think of one another, you know. But the main fight between, I'll say this, Nemish Man and Count Orlok, there's no words between them. They just eat each other, and it's just one big fight.
Okay. Wait a minute here. One sec. Okay. This is where I got to bring up some reference material. And because you can never have enough reference material, especially when you're drawing. So dun, 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 dun. And that's one. Where's the other one? Because sometimes this is not cheating. There we go. Why did that do that? There we go.
So she'll be using a 6-shooter, I take it then.
That's you know what? That's kind of what I wanted initially do first. Kind of. So because you probably have noticed that I haven't drawn in a sword yet, or especially at this point, a a katana, or a or what's the shorter sword called? Wakashabi, I think it's called something like that. It's some along those lines. Canadian Spider-Man would know. He's been to Japan. So, there we go. Question from Vince Womack. So, Orlok liked the character in Nosferatu, Al?
Yes, that's the short answer. You want the long answer?
He might want the
No, I'm
long
being
answer.
serious. I'm just at my drawing board. So, all right, here we go. So in it's Count Orlok from the Nosferatu film. So in Volume 1, when I was writing and drawing Volume 1 of the Sword of Eden, I wanted to show a scene where the main character, Rebecca Stern, is going from one adventure to the other one, where she's actually learning how to be a superhero. So I was like, all right, I got to throw in this one fight scene, and I got to show the characters moving along in history that Rebecca Stern, aka Crusader Girl, is learning more about being a superhero. So I'm like, all right, I got to put this mini fight scene in the graphic novel. So what happens is that I'm like, well, who can I have the characters fight? And I always liked that character, Count Orlok, from the original Nosferatu film. So that's what happens. Nemish Man and Crusader Girl fight Count Orlok. And that whole sequence with Count Orlok in Volume 1 of the Sword of Eden, it ended up being like 11 pages, like a lot more than I really wanted. And I found that I really liked the character. And I like the idea that vampires are monsters, because I hate this whole idea of vampires being romanticized and being like, like cute guys that girls like, and it's like, I'm sick and tired of that kind of crap. So with Count Orlok, it's like he's a monster. So Volume 3 that I'm working on now, the Sword of Eden Cry Vampire, Count Orlok returns. And not only does he return, we find out what happened to him after the Nosferatu film. Like how is he still around? And page 1 starts off with how Count Orlok dies in the film, Nosferatu, where the sun comes into that room and he melts. And that's how the story starts in the Volume 3 that I'm working on now. I like the character. He's a monster. I want to show that he is a monster, and he's just not a cool character. And vampires are monsters, and they're not supposed to be, in my view, heroes. And I think they work best as monsters. So, yeah, it's Count Orlok from Nosferatu. I did not see the new movie. I did not see the remake. It looked a little bit too racy for my taste. So, yeah, it has a lot to do with the original film, which is in public domain.
Yeah, actually, the new movie is actually quite a good homage to the original movie from over 100 years ago.
It sounds really
It's not bad.
creepy, you know. Like I don't even want to go into the stuff that I think
It
is in the
does.
movie. Okay, all right. See, that's not what I want to do. I don't want to do creepy. I don't mind doing a little bit of horror because he is a monster, but I'm not into the creepy stuff.
Yeah. No, it's I think it was very well done, you know, because it does show, you know, the monster that he actually is, right? Not some, you know, oh poor pity me kind of like,
Right.
It doesn't do that. It shows him for the manipulative, you know, life sucking monster that he is, and that he needs a buff, basically.
Because one thing I was trying to figure out is like,
which I like, because you know, no, go ahead.
oh no, I totally agree with you. Because one thing I was thinking about is like some of these villains, you know, and I've discussed this in interviews before. Is like, do villains know that they're villains? And a couple examples I use is Doctor Doom or Magneto. Like, I don't think Doctor Doom thinks he's a villain. Like, I don't think Magneto thinks he's a villain. I think in regards to Doctor Doom, I think Doctor Doom thinks that he's the best guy to run everything. So that's why he does what he does. I think Magneto's sort of the same way. Like, Magneto is thinking mutants should rule the world, and I should lead the mutants ruling over the regular humans. So I was saying, like, what about Count Orlok? Does Count Orlok? I think Count Orlok is, you know, just going by the first film, he's very accepting of him being a vampire. Like, he has no regrets to being a vampire. He's not sad about being a vampire. Like, he is a monster and a vampire, and he's accepted his fate. And that's just the way the character is. Like, some of these vampire, like, I was really into Anne Rice, like in the late 1980s and 1990s, and I read all the Vampire Chronicle books, and I really got into it. And eventually, I just, like in the early 2000s, I just had to get rid of it. I just had to get rid of all that stuff, and I just tossed everything out of my house. But Anne Rice got wishy-washy about some of these vampires, where they lament that they're vampires, and they're sad, and then sometimes they're gay, and then, you know, you got Vampire Diaries, and you have the Twilight stuff, which I never
really
liked. And they're just like, they're too human, especially like the Vampire Diaries. Like, the two dudes, like, they're driving cars in daylight because they have magic rings that stop them from melting in the sun. It's just like, well, what is this crap? And then, like, apparently in Twilight, like, the vampires twinkle or something. It's like, what is this crap? It's just like, this is awful. So yes. So and the final thing I want to point out is, like, when you take a character like Count Orlok from, you know, which is in public domain, like, the volume 1 again, like, the heroes go to his castle. I'm like, well, what does his castle look like? And there's some images of Count Orlok's castle in, you know, the Nosferatu film, but I looked at references of the castle where they filmed the movie, and I used that. Same with the graphic novel I'm working on now. The heroes go back to the castle, and they're walking around inside the castle, like, and they land on the castle with their Quinjet. So I looked at references of the actual castle where they filmed Count Orlok, or the Nosferatu film, and I just looked at all that reference, and I'm like, well, now I know how to draw that castle. And it helps a lot because I think it's good to look at reference, and you're kind of doing it here a little bit. Like, what kind of gun does this Nephilim hero use? Well, or she likes, you know, a 6-shooter, like Tom pointed out. And yeah, there's nothing wrong with using that reference to draw your stuff.
No.
What do you think, Tom?
I just want to go back to the chat a little bit.
Okay.
Standing a Brave says, yes, Six Shot would be proud. No, I agree, because I want to keep it a little bit based in reality. And Vince's, let's see, for a nice anime, sir, and 2 bombs, look up Grenadier. Totally 100% do that. Hopefully I don't forget. So, and he also says, yeah, the best villains are not evil for evil's sake. They just think they are right, and their way is the correct one. Exactly. No, because yeah, like Dr. Doom, he thinks he's the only one smart enough and the only one with enough resolve to do what needs to be done. and that's why he thinks that he should be the boss of everyone, right? But he's just a dick, you know. That's why he's the bad guy. Or it's like Magneto, because of all the trials and tribulation that he went through when he was younger, right? Being a Jew and Auschwitz and all that kind of stuff. He can kind of foresee what will end up happening to mutants, and that's why he makes a good villain. His
Thanos.
methods aren't right.
Hey,
Yeah,
Thanos
or Thanos
thought he was correct
yeah.
because the world was so messed.
But I mean,
he,
it makes
he,
him
he
a good
believed
villain.
in what he was doing to help.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even you know what? Because I even went back to the Infinity Gauntlet books because I had them. I had those issues when I was younger, and unfortunately, yeah, they all got stolen. But looking back, Jim Starlin actually did write it that way. It was like to correct a great ecological imbalance in the universe. And I know a lot of people were kind of like, bitching and complaining, oh, like he's doing this for, just messed up and kind of stupid. It's like, no, actually Jim Starlin did write it that way. I'm like, crap, why didn't I pay attention back in the early 90s when this came out? Like, crap, man. But yeah. Anyway.
Now, speaking on a few things, if I may, or are you still
No,
going to read the
going
thing when you're...
going. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah. No. First off,
No, go
going
ahead.
back
Go
to
ahead.
going back to the 6-shooter, I would have her wear a belt where she's wearing the 6-shooter reloaders. If you know what that is, they're like instant reloaders of 6 bullets at once. They're like circular things, sort of like a Magnum, like a magazine for a regular gun, type thing. But you get the 6-shooter ones. They're like little round things, and she can stick it in, automatically reload immediately. A belt with that would be cool, I think.
See, because and I'm glad that you brought that up. You know why? I've kept this around here, right on her leg. So this is kind of why I had this little interesting piece of gear, because remember the ninja story kind of thing that I brought up like a couple of months ago. I actually, because I was searching online for like gear, interest in gear and stuff like that. And I kind of came across this, and it looked like really, really cool because this is like actual gear that you can buy. And I wanted to try to make it as a bit grounded as possible. And so I thought, you know what? Well, eventually she might have to like reload, especially with like some 6-shooters. So, where's she gonna like realistically put it, right? You need like pockets. So yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to add this little piece of gear, because you got to hold the bullet somewheres.
Now, totally off topic with something else that you guys were mentioning.
Okay.
I'm going to bring up this. I did a thesis on vampires back in high school. I'm obsessed with vampires, vampirism, the whole thing. There's actually, I'm going to bring my 2 cents in here because I have to, because I love vampires. There's like 7 common types of vampires. There's the classic, the traditional aristocratic type gothic classic vampire. There's more the modern brooding ones, more like Lestat and stuff, or Twilight, as some people say. I hated the Twilight. It's so bad. There's the savage one, which is the Nosferatu. They're a little bit more, I forget the term or the name of them again, but they're beastie. They're just about bloodthirsty creatures. They just want blood. There's a hybrid of cusp between the more aristocrat and the savage one. And then you have the folklores from different ones from Slovakia, Greece, such Romanian ones. There's a supernatural version. And then there's the energy psychotic or psychiatric psychic vampires. So there's like 7 different brands of vampires. Now they are evil in extent, but like Lestat, he tried to not be evil in the end. He wanted to revert because he was turned, but he didn't choose to be turned. He was forced. He was bitten and he became that vampire. And in the end, he realized, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to kill innocent people. He would actually kill criminals at the end. That's and the later ones, which I liked, because he's like, I don't want to be evil. So, but I understand what you're saying. Like the basic idea of vampires are evil, but when you delve deeper, there's so many variants. Like I said, I actually was writing a book. I never did it back in high school. It's called Julian. And he was, but it turns out it was very similar to Lestat to an extent. He fell in love with a drug dealer and tried to save her life, and he was like a very, 100-some-year-old guy, but he didn't want to be a killer. He would kill whatever, and this is before I actually ran the Ed and Rice ones. He didn't want to. He was a musician, blah 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 blah, a whole bunch of other different things, and he didn't want to be a killer. So, but he was forced. He was turned as a vampire, but not on his own accord. So he tried to, he'd kill criminals and the evil bad people of the world to try to somehow justify his existence. And anyway, that's just my 2 cents on that. There's so many variants in vampires. It's very intense if you go down that rabbit hole.
Right. So I have 2 questions, or actually I have a statement and then one question for Tom. So when I think I started reading the Anne Rice books around the time that I think Vampire Lestat came out, or maybe as Queen of the Damned. Mm-hmm. Interview with the Vampire was like one of my favorite films, and clearly an Interview with the Vampire, Lestat was just a huge monster. Louis was more sympathetic character, and that was written from Louis's point of view, or Lewis's point of view. I used to always say Lewis, but then when Vampire Lestat came out, it seemed like Anne Rice changed a bit. Like Vampire Lestat and all the other books dealing with Lestat, it was from Lestat's point of view, where he's more of a sympathetic character. I didn't like that approach as much. I was used to, and I liked the fact that the Lestat character was more of a unsympathetic monster. But when these other books came out from his perspective, he was more sympathetic, and I wasn't too keen on that one. So that's what I want to say about that. And also, I wanted to get Tom's version. Like, you're talking about all these different types of vampires. Where do you fit in the underworld vampires? Like, how do they fit into all that?
Whew, that's a good one. Celine, she didn't want to be a murderous creature that killed innocents. She just wanted to exist among the world without ruining her thing. And then that's where the Michael story, which ended up getting screwed in the later episodes, which drove me nuts, because I actually liked the Michael story, but I think because the actor couldn't show up or something, that they had to remove and change it, which really drove me crazy. I think she just wanted to exist within humanity, but they would have blood for the blood banks, and they would find other ways to feed and what have you. So I don't think they didn't want to kill innocents. And her existence it goes really more in depth of, she was more of a soldier than a vampire. So it's really hard to pinpoint exactly what's going on. Yes, there was evil people, but then again, there's evil humans. So there's evil in all breeds of type of thing. So again, it's really breaking it down of who are you looking at individually as a character, not as much of the breed of the vampires.
All right, so here's another thing that bothered me in some of these vampire movies. I think with Underworld, the first movie I liked a lot, and also with Blade, the Blade movies, and the second one I liked a lot, Blade 2. They would mention halflings, or that they're not pure breed vampires, implying that vampires procreate the way humans procreate, as opposed to just like turning a human being into a vampire by killing them and draining their blood.
Yeah.
So, I don't like that half-breed thing. It just doesn't make sense to me. How new is that idea? Is it new with?
But wasn't that part of the whole Blade lore in Marvel?
Yes.
Well, remember, he's a daywalker. He is he was half, but he could walk during the day. He had that bonus additional aspect of where he could walk during the day. Not many of them could. So that which helped him hunt vampires better.
But he was different. He alone is different. But even in Blade 2, when they go into that disco, and some of the vampires that are working with Blade are looking around at all the other vampires in this disco, and they're disgruntled. Well, one is disgruntled because half of these aren't even like pure breeds, and like, so where does a half breed vampire, like, we're not talking about Blade himself, but like, do vampires in Blade and also in Underworld, do they procreate sometimes through regular coupling that humans would do? Like, how does that make sense to me? And I think that really is the case, though.
Yeah, it's like a half breed would be somebody that was human and turned, I guess you would say.
Yes.
Whereas full breed was somebody birthed from another vampire, so they're
Right.
born full blood.
I
Yeah,
don't like that. That's silly to me.
but it would happen because a vampire would have children, and eventually he probably would have make with other but then again, would their reproductive system still be existing? You could really break that down. Again, that's more in lores of, I mean, they're dead. They're really the undead. Vampires are
Sure.
the undead. So
Correct.
how could they give birth? But
That's
again,
my view.
that's where modern storytelling kind of came in and threw those wrenches into it. So yeah, it's
Yeah, I'm not keen on that idea.
but I guess it's for storytelling. I guess they did that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then there
But
was
you-
also.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Shadow of the Vampire, which is like one of my favorite vampire movies?
I have. It's been a while. I'd have to go back and there's I've seen so many over the years. I guess I even watched Twilight just to give it a chance. Well, that was garbage. All of them. I watched them all. Why? Anyway, but
Did you
I
really?
think I have.
You
Yes,
didn't.
I did. I like the actor. Whatchamacallit's a good actor. So
Batman?
yeah. I think he's a really good actor. He's done some really interesting films. He did one on, I forget what it was about now, something else. He's done really good some films, but I gave it a chance because I love vampires. I'm obsessed with them, and I watch them. And the werewolves were interesting, but yeah, in generally, all in all, they were horrible. So
Was
I'm
Shadow
not
of the
making
Vampire-
fun of you for watching it.
no. Hey, they sucked. Just like, but Nosferatu. Now that's a pure breed killer vampire. Just a
Yes.
bloodthirsty That's just a monster. They're monsters.
Absolutely.
They just want to kill and suck
Yeah.
blood, and that's it. They have nothing. Yeah.
So Shadow of the Vampire came out in 2000, 2001, and it's, obviously a work of fiction, but it's the making of the film Nosferatu, where they hire a vampire to play a vampire, and that's Willem Dafoe's character. Like, he plays Count Orlok. That is one of my favorite vampire movies. I love that film.
Yeah. No,
I
it was-
think
it
I had
was
seen
really,
that
really
years
good.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
It's considered
Go
a
ahead.
plague bearing. Nosferatu is a plague bearing vampire. They call it. So he's more. They're just pure monsters. So
Right.
Yeah.
What was that other film, 30 Days of Night? 40 Days
That
of
was
Night?
different. That wasn't bad. I enjoyed that actually.
I did like it, but the vampires
Yeah.
are very different. Like, they're
Yeah,
teeth and
yes.
everything. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was from an IDW series that came out like
Was it a
ages
comic?
ago. I'm pretty sure it was that it came out from IDW like a long time ago. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think it was from a
You're right.
comic series. Yeah,
You're absolutely right. 30 Days of Night is a 3-issue vampire comic book miniseries written by Steve Niles, illustrated by Ben Templesmith, and published by American company IDW.
Yep. There we go. Bam.
Oh! Another thing I was going to say, going past the vampire thing, while everybody's talking about that, a notification came up. I have to bring this up since we're comics and everything. Jamie Foxx has announced the Spawn script is done.
Really?
So the movie is going to be made. Both. So the script is done. Now they're hopefully going to start working on filming it. And Jamie Foxx, I think, will do a great job. A lot of people are iffing on it. They're like, no, he did the first one and it was horrible. No, don't. And he's a good actor, but no. And people say he can't do a villain. Have you ever seen Django? He plays a great villain in that film. So he can play a Spawn. I think he can do a great job. So.
Do you think?
I never did see that.
Oh, he's a badass in that. That's a really interesting film, Django. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. Well, I saw it on the telly. Like, I never saw it in the theater, so I'm sure whatever I saw was very censored.
Oh, it's pretty uncensored film. You watch it's pretty, it's graphic. So.
Right, yeah. It's an interesting character. You mentioned that the Django was a villain. Is that how you see the character in that movie?
I think he's not a good guy. He's not a bad guy. He's like the I can't explain it. He's sort of like that.
Well, no, you're right. He's still the protagonist, but whether he's
Yeah.
a villain or hero, that doesn't really
Yeah,
necessarily.
yeah. But like
Um,
Spawn, the character Spawn is the same. He's not a hero. Let's be honest. He kills his enemies brutally. So but I love the character Spawn. I mean, what he did to Kincaid was pretty messed up. But then Kincaid was we know what he was. So
right.
I mean, so it's like that's why I
Do
think
you
he can
think?
pull this role off well.
But do you think heroes can kill?
That's a good.
Right.
That's a great.
Right, because I'm
That
looking like when we watch Star Trek or Star Wars, like we don't even blink when they use phasers or blasters on stormtroopers or the enemy. Like we don't even blink when that happens. But when it comes to Batman, Batman doesn't kill.
Yeah, but that's been proven.
Why?
But Batman has killed, though, has he not? But it was proven wrong. Like, I think in The Cult, I got that series. I think he killed. And then, now the thing that offended me, Batman, I think, has killed, and he's a darker, more brooding character. You know what bothered me? And I liked Man of Steel. I did. A lot of people didn't. But the fact that Superman killed somebody, that threw me off.
I totally agree with you. 100%. There are many things I didn't like about that dopey movie. Like, one was what happened with Jonathan Kent. I don't think Superman would ever not sacrifice himself in order to save somebody else.
Save his dad, especially his dad.
100%.
Yeah. No, I hated that scene.
But
Because
that's
I mean,
Superman.
he'd be fast enough for nobody to follow him in a blink of an eye, basically.
Yeah, he saved his dad. Boom, boom, and I don't know. So
Yeah, I don't like that particular. I know, like Rancor Steve, we were talking about this last Saturday, but I don't think because he seems to like that Henry Cavill.
I like Henry's portrayal of Superman. I don't blame him on the writing. I think he still did a good Superman compared to the new guy. Horrible. And
yeah. Well, see, so I was just thinking because I've been rereading one of my favorite books of all time is The Dark Knight Returns, and I liked it when the comic came out. I got the first trade paperback. I still read it, and it comes to this thing where like, does Batman kill? And they actually make a point, despite some of the things that Batman does in The Dark Knight Returns, a graphic novel or comic. They actually say in the comic towards the end that Batman does not kill. Except for like when they find the Joker, I'm spoiling things, dead, they assume it was Batman, so then when the police show up, Jim Gordon is no longer commissioner. Joker does die, but when the police show up, they think that Batman killed him. But that's my thing. So like I had a problem when I was working on the Sword of Eden Shinobi. So the Sword of Eden Shinobi, the heroes go to Japan and they fight ninja, and the ninja are the bad guys. And Mike read the graphic novel, and the ninja they have swords and pointy, sharp weapons, and like our hero, one of our heroes, Rebecca Stern, she's got a flaming sword. So when she has a flaming sword, and there are other characters like these ninja trying to kill her, what is she going to do with that flaming sword? Like there's going to be a point, no pun intended, where she's going to actually have to stab or cut one of these ninja with a sword. And I was thinking, like, how do I handle that? Like, does she kill or not? So that's sort of briefly addressed in the comic. Like I decided not to use any dialogue when this incident happens, where she defends herself and she actually impales a ninja with it. Like there's no, like, she's not lamenting over it. She's not saying anything. She realizes she just killed somebody, some evil ninja who was trying to kill her with her sword, and she impales this villain. She pauses for a second, and then she goes on fighting. So I had to sort of address it. I'm thinking, like, does she kill? She's got a sword, not only just a point, like a flaming sword made by heaven. Like, does she kill with it? And I can't, like, yes, she's gonna have to at some point.
Well, because it makes you question. It full on makes you question. What do you believe in when you're writing these characters, right? Because now it forces you to have that dialogue in your head. It's like, okay, would I do it? you know, you got a flaming sword in your hand, and there's a ninja ready to, you know, chop off your head and stuff like that.
A whole
And
bunch
just
of
go
ninja.
like totally, yeah, and just totally go 100% like savage on your
What is she
butt.
gonna do? She gonna hit him with the butt of the sword? It's like, come on.
Yeah, well, exactly, right. And here's the thing, you know, if it was me, you know, I mean, I'd be, first of all, I'd be wondering what am I doing in a situation like this in the first place. But I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with self-defense. It's self-defense. That's basically what it is. And if it results in the loss of life of somebody else, then I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that's the choice that you made to try to off me.
So here's two things. One is I agree with you saying it's not just the author's view of what morality is. Number
Right.
one, right? So like Wolverine, he's got pointy, sharp claws. Like he's killing people, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Superman, I agree with Tom. Superman never kills no matter what. He can easily do so, but he's more of a pure moral character. Like he's not going to do that.
No.
No, he's a Boy Scout.
Right, exactly. And what do we look at when we look at the Lone Ranger or Cowboys or the Magnificent Seven? Like they're killing people left and right, and they're all villains, of course, or soldiers. If you watch a war movie or something, again, no one blinks when they see like the Lone Ranger shoot somebody, or if they watch a World War II movie and the soldiers are killing people. No one blinks for a second when they see the protagonist who's supposed to be a good guy killing someone else. But
Yep.
in the superhero genre, people start squirming and complaining and moaning and groaning about if a hero can kill or not. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, no, that's 100% agree with that. So that's the thing. It's weird. But then again, we go back to Spawn, who's supposedly a hero. He's not. And he's one of my favorites. But he's a villain. I mean, he was an hitman for the war, you know. I mean, and he kind of carries it on as the character. He's still doing. In his mind, he's doing good, you know, for his wife, his or ex-wife and whatever, you know. And he believes he is killing the bad people, the evils from hell. But he's not doing it in a nice way. He's still it depends. Yeah,
you don't think he's a hero though?
He is, but but an evil way, sort of. It's hard to explain, to put a finger on it, because I mean, like I said, if you know what he did to Billy Kincaid with popsicle sticks all into his body, and you know, and
But he
just-
deserved.
he deserved it because what he did with children.
Sure.
So
Right.
it's like, yeah, totally. So but he's not the kind of guy like people are gonna die with his hand. So
Sure.
you know. So
But I would still probably consider him a hero, just like I would think like King Arthur was a hero, Robin Hood was a hero, Luke Skywalker. Like, well, I don't know if he actually ever. I assume he ended up killing somebody with that sword of his. You know,
a good example. We'll go back to vampires and Dracula. Do you know Vlad Tepes, the guy who created, who Dracula was based after?
Yeah.
The prince. His people thought he was a hero.
Sure.
They really, because he saved his land, but yet he would impale people's heads on spikes and feast amongst them. So
not just their heads, but
yeah,
but through one end of their body out to the other.
Well, yeah.
And if you feasted amongst them with him and you didn't like the smell, you'd be on the highest pole. So, but to his people, Turkey, whoever it was, he was a hero. So
Romania.
It depends on what the word hero classifies as. So I mean, is he an average hero of a good Boy Scout like a Superman? No, but did he want to save his people and his country and protect his own families and stuff? Yes. So
from Muslims,
you're damn right.
Like Muslims were in Europe. Like, what about the 300 Spartans? Like, if you ever watched the 300 movie based on it, same thing. You know, like no one blinks over that. So yeah,
exactly.
So these are the kind of conversations I like, especially when it comes to story and start trying to figure out how to tell our stories and who are our characters.
Tree Rock, how's it going, dude? I hope you had a very merry New Year. I hope your wife is doing better. So, doing good on that front. And he says, yeah, been listening for a while. I have to say the good guy gives a warning before killing the bad guy. You know what? I would would say, you know what, in most cases, yeah, I would
When
say
does that
so in
happen?
most cases. Probably not in every case. I don't know. You know what? I would say maybe for a character like somebody like Captain America, maybe. I don't know. Like, don't go down this path. If you do, you might not like what's
Yeah.
going to happen or something like that. I feel like a
Well,
character, somebody like
he's
that,
he's an
or
excellent.
Superman.
Superman's a great example. Captain Marvel, Captain and
Yeah.
Captain America are great examples. If you watch the first Captain
Mhm.
America movie during World War II, he's got a gun and he's shooting people. Like, is he
Yeah.
shooting them in the knees? It's like, is he just winging
Mhm.
them? It's like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
So how do we
Okay.
deal with that?
Well, then
character,
let's put comedy. Yeah, there you go. Right. I mean, World War
Well, he also
II
fought in
first
World War
movie, Captain America: The First Avengers. He's a soldier, so that's kind of what you do, right? So
Does he stop doing that?
so- Ooh, good question.
I don't know the
You know
answer
what?
to that
That's-
question.
Huh?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I guess it all depends on who's writing the
Well,
stories,
first of
too.
all, let's put it this way. Well, that's true. Let's because Jack Kirby, obviously came up with Captain America.
Yep.
Obviously not just Jack Kirby, but he went through World War II. He was over in Joe Simon. And he was in the trenches in Europe during World War II, and still even drawing away. And apparently that's how they came up with the Kirby Crackles. Apparently that's how Jack Kirby came up with them, or something like that. I don't know. Watching that documentary on Tubi, it was pretty interesting.
Well, just reading up
and
on this here
obviously,
well, no, just say
Yeah.
Steve. As a soldier, he would have killed the Yahtzees. That's just what he did. That's just he was a soldier in that war, so it's a given. He would have.
yeah,
And in civilian life, when he's
no,
a superhero,
totally right.
what does he do then?
Yeah, that's
See,
a hard
that's
one.
the thing.
Well,
Because I've never read the original Captain America comics, from buddies, obviously. So I can't say America has used a gun in those particular issues. Maybe in the quote unquote modern Marvel run, maybe on occasion he probably, more than likely in the more recent issues, he probably did, the Hail Hydra period. But I suppose you can't be 100% the Boy Scout, like say Superman. It'd be extremely very, very hard to be, I suppose, is what I want to say about it.
Yeah, because I think Superman and Captain Marvel, the original Captain Marvel, I think they're probably the pinnacle
Yeah.
of morality when it comes to heroes or superheroes.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Tom?
hard to say. So I'm just thinking of something here because we're talking about death, superheroes. I want to bring up a point. Just thinking about, we watched the movies to the comics, the Avengers film. Now the rumor is there was, like they said, 74 civilians died. Let's be honest, there was probably thousands of civilians that were killed in that. The whole skyscrapers were taken down. The Superman film, man, I guarantee thousands of innocent lives died. And they actually brought that point up in Batman versus Superman, which I liked. Because Batman, Bruce goes to, he's Bruce Wayne. He goes to there watching these buildings, and he lost his own workers watching the building come down, and his own friends died in that building. So they don't even talk about these innocent people that are just living their daily lives, and they died for these buildings getting taken down from these massive battles. So what is that about, too? Like, how good are these heroes killing these innocent people in their fights?
I am rereading.
It's about the capitalist
Kingdom
machine that needs to be chugging forward.
Well, I like the fact that Batman versus Superman, they try to take whatchamacallit to a excluded area, Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, because they want to minimize casualties. I like that actually they mention that because they know from previous Man of Steel so many people, innocent people died. So let's move this to a place where there's nobody there, an abandoned place. I like that actually brought that up. That
Sure.
was really interesting. Oh, okay, they didn't evade it. They actually mentioned that. So.
Yeah, so I am I think so. I'm rereading Kingdom Come, by Alex Ross and Mark Waid, written by Mark Waid. It's a futuristic sort of DC universe. Superman has retired. Yeah, I got the comic when it first came out. I bought the trade paperback when it came out. I reread it a bunch of times. Not a huge fan of Mark Waid, but they talk about a lot of these things. Like Superman comes back. Superman's got his group of people. Batman's got his group of people. Superman struggles with the whole thing. It's like, what do we do? There's this new generation of superheroes. I guess they were really commenting. Wade was commenting on the Image guys. The Kingdom Come came out like in 95, 84. Like you got all these new superheroes showing up, and they're kind of violent. It's like, so Superman, like how do we handle these characters? Got to put them in a gulag somewhere. And Wonder Woman's like, at some point we got to kill them. Superman's like, we don't do that. It's just like, and Wonder Woman's got this sword that can cut through anything, even Superman's skin. So, that's very funny. So and Wonder Woman actually does one of the villains.
I'm gonna go back and reread that. That was such a good one. So
it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what's weird, Tom? Is like
your decoration, Jimmy. Wait a minute. Let me. I think I get this. I don't know if I get this.
I don't understand.
I do. I understand.
Oh no, I get it.
Oh, the better controller. Okay. Yeah, more hands-on. Okay.
Where'd you get these images?
Let's see. Did you pay?
I like the lessers.
This is
but
from FKHC. FKHC, otherwise known as Tim. He constantly sends me memes, so hopefully I'm not like lagging the computer a bit too much. No, a bumpy one. Yeah, funny. Let's see. Are you two girls from England and Wales? Are you two Wales from England? Oh my god. What else we got here? Okay, yeah, you already sent that one. You smell great. What do you have on? Okay, yeah. No, I can't do that out loud. So
Oh yeah.
Well, my ideal man has got to have a sense of humor and a nice ass. Oh boy, this is my lucky day. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. 69 is now called 96 due to the increased cost of eating out. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. When completed, Professor Nordstrom knew he would have the means to fund. Oh, okay. All right, Tim. Hold on. Jeez.
not for the all ages. So yeah.
Yes, considering how there are certain age groups around, and I'm not reading that out loud. So you naughty boy. Yeah, and humpback whales. So.
I used to listen to humpback whale music. Ever hear the beautiful sounds of the humpback whales? Oh, so beautiful.
I did too.
I used to have them on recordings. It was so fun to listen to them talk to each other. Yeah.
Makes you wonder what.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here. I am going to be back in a second. As I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Let's put it that. Oh no, wait. Maybe I can. Hold on. I'm going to be back for a second and just talk amongst yourselves.
Well, you were going to say something else. I think.
Well, I was just talking about, the Kingdom Come thing. So, I read it initially. I mean, how old was I? Mid-20s, I think, when Kingdom Come came out. Yes, yeah. So I think, like, in your late probably your teens and your 20s, especially with men, I assume, because I was like this, I was a little bit more rebellious. So when I was reading Kingdom Come, I was like always on Batman's side. I thought, like, Batman, like, yeah, he's right. Superman's a tyrant and an alien. It's like we got to do things the hard way. And not always so nice. And I'm reading Kingdom Come, over the years, and I kind of like become a little bit more sympathetic to Superman's way of doing things.
Well, we see, I guess, more as we get older, we realize we have what's the term I'm looking for? Morality to an extent, and that's what Superman is. He brings morality, and to it, whereas Batman didn't care as much. He was just there to really avenge his own ego to an extent. That's why he became it, because of what happened to him in his past. He was traumatized. Whereas Superman, he was just there to save humanity, I guess.
Yeah, it's weird. There was another graphic novel by DC that came out in the early 2000s. It was called Virtue and Vice, and it was like the Justice League and the Justice Society of America. And somebody releases the seven deadly demons from Captain Marvel, like the old wizard. They had these demons, like, greed and gluttony and lust, and they were released, and they possessed like seven different members of the Justice League, or the Justice Society. Great story. Jeff Johns wrote it. Carlos Pacheco, I think, if I got his name right, drew it, and that's really the reason why I picked it up. It's just, so I'm not a huge DC fan, but it was just wonderful story, beautiful artwork. But one point they were talking about was, like, because Batman was possessed by the demon anger, and the person he was fighting against, Dr. Midnight, was talking to Batman and saying, like, you don't fight because you're angry. You don't fight because you're fearful. Your whole thing really is about hope, which I thought was kind of like, maybe, like, Batman does things because of hope, because he hopes things are going to get better. I guess I can sort of understand that. But yeah, it was really interesting because everybody has a different take on the whole Batman thing. And I think the character of Batman, like in the comics, became very dull and boring. Dark Knight Returns came out and it changed everything. It influenced, the first Batman movie, the 1989 Tim Burton movie, the Batman animated series, like, and how we look at Batman now. And he's really the most popular character that DC publishes in regards to comic books. And I think a lot of that is due to Frank Miller.
Yeah, no, because we look at the original Batman. He was a detective with a really rich detective. And then he comes on, and then da-da-da, and everything happens. But then I'm like, I'm sorry. We know how messed up Joker as a character was. He was pure evil. And how many thousands of people died because of Joker? But yet he let him live all the time.
Right.
That's a character. If anybody should have been killed, would have been him. And look what happened. He lost one of his members to Joker, So the death in the family. I have that graphic novel version of that. And
you know what?
He blamed himself after that, all that. But, yeah. What?
I'm gonna say that there was like an absolutely dumb premise of the whole 6 seconds. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. That what was it? Some stupid Batman quote about if you kill one of the monsters, and the number of monsters remains the same on Earth. It's like,
no,
that would poor math.
Not with
if you get rid of
Joker
one monster,
was that messed up. So
sure, at that particular. Exactly. And, if you remove one monster, you're not becoming a monster by removing a monster. The point of fighting monsters is that there's less monsters. You don't become a monster by killing another monster. You become a monster hunter. You become a monster slayer. You become the dragon slayer, basically. It's like I know Batman, and freaking kill some of these villains that have been killing people. It's unavoidable at this time.
I'm going to bring
like Joker,
bring this
Riddler,
example up again.
I don't know, Killer Croc. They've had enough times, enough chances to be rehabilitated to put down a mad dog. But it's so ridiculous. Batman doesn't kill. Well, then Batman's a freaking stupid wimp. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'm gonna bring this point up again because he's it's still such a deep, dark story. Spawn killed Billy Kincaid. We know what he. I'm not gonna say what he did. If you know, you know. But he saved children's lives after that. You know, because he was one of the most evil, pure characters I've ever just of like more realistic ones. You know, where Joker was more of a fantasy type. You know, but I find Billy Kincaid, people like that exist in the world. It's like, whoa, you know. So. He killed him. He's like, yeah, he deserved to die for what he did. Joker did almost as evil things like that, and maybe more people. He should have been killed long ago, but he kept on putting him in Arkham Asylum, and he keeps on getting out. I'm like, after the second time, maybe first time, okay, second time, no, he's going down. You're putting him down like a dog. I'm sorry. No.
Well,
Tom's right.
Exactly.
So when Batman first appeared in the comic books, he had guns and he shot gangsters and stuff.
Yeah.
In the Batman 1989 film, he actually does kill one guy in that watchtower, the bell tower, because he throws somebody over into that where the bell tower was, and that guy presumably fell to his death. Another thing,
I think so. Yes,
I think so too. I think what happens is like when you have maybe sort of more liberal writers handling these characters. The writers probably put their own sort of sense of what is good and wrong into characters that probably doesn't really fit their same worldview. I agree with Tom 100%. I think that if Batman, when we are talking work of fiction, had killed the Joker early on, how many lives could Batman have saved?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Exactly.
And another good example is that the samurai, because you mentioned katana before, the samurai looked at their sword not as a life taker, but a life saver, because their katana not only saved their lives, but of the lives of the people that they cared about.
Yeah. You know, it's some people's visions are just a little bit too skewed. You know, it's you gotta look at it from most of the time you have to look at it from their reasoning. Or how they view it, because you know sometimes with our, how should I put it, our Western way of thinking, we don't get it. You know, and at least if you're going to, you know, come at a story or come at an angle from a certain perspective, you know, especially when it comes to, you know, some other culture or something like that, at least try to understand why they think that way.
I could bring in real
might not
life.
agree.
I don't want to
Right,
get you in
right,
trouble,
right.
so I won't bring it up. Just to do with recent Minnesota stuff, I won't bring it up. But that.
Oh
is a
no,
good
we already
example.
did.
Oh, we
You
talked about
did.
it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So,
Oh yeah.
I feel sad for the woman. Yes, I do. But she tried to kill somebody. I watched the scene. The guy lifted off his feet.
Yep.
He was being hit by a car. I'm sorry. A cop's natural reaction, being hit by a car, and is going to defend himself. And she should have complied. And I'm not, you know, saying it was a good thing. No, but that's going to happen. You're attempting to kill somebody. They have to defend themselves.
We even have video from his own body cam now that we saw.
Yeah, and you see him getting hit. He got hit. Even if it's just a brush. Fact is a 2-ton vehicle hit him. That's attempted murder. I'm sorry. It's you know.
And the so-called wife of the woman who was shot was saying, "Drive, baby, drive." So is she complicit in the, you know, attempted murder of this ICE agent?
Well, now there's rumors that the partner supposedly beats the children and other things like that. I don't know. And
Oh, how nice! So you
yeah, I
got
know.
some woman who's married to a dude. They have a child, and then she leaves her husband for a woman.
Yeah.
Well, imagine my shock.
I don't know. I mean, the senseless loss of life? Yes. I wish they would have complied and they could have lived a life and whatever. So, but I think it was sad? Yes, very. But in the same sense, it was defense, self-defense. I'm sorry.
I agree. I 100% agree with Tom. Tom's a little bit more nicer than me and more probably sympathetic to some of the people involved in this. But I do want to ask Tom this one question. Oh, actually, well, I'll pose it as a statement. I think the problem with some people on that political side of things, they don't think that their actions have consequences.
No, they don't. And I'm getting sick and tired of it. It's like ridiculous. It's just like, you can't expect to do anything you want, and it's for the right of good. No, it's not. You're not only use common sense, but again, common sense in society has gone missing. They think they're untouchable. They just don't think anymore. That's the problem, is they're not thinking. And I seriously, I'm going to say this right now. Social media has killed people's brain cells. People are dumber than they ever have been in society ever, because just people are doing the dumbest things nowadays. Sure, we've done dumb stuff in the past, but not to this extent and not to this broad of an extent. People will just think they're untouchable, they're stupid. Social media, the internet, as good as a tool as it is, has made people dumber. Social media has made people less social and stupider than ever, because they just believe everything they see now, and they think they're vigilant and they're doing good. I understand some of them are like, I'm doing the good of, but you're not. Sit down, look at yourself in the mirror and say, what am I doing? Why? And it's not a left or right thing. It's just a human, common sense, humane thing.
Pretty much. That being said, you know what, Tom? I'm going to have to ask you, because we were kind of talking about this earlier, because we were talking about what was going on in Alberta independence and stuff like that, and what's happening on my side of the fence, at least. We're going to have to get, because Canadian Spider-Man is actually planning on being here.
So Alberta?
100%. Oh yeah, he wants to take part in what's going on out here. And just to let you know, the wife and I, we are going to be canvassers to take signatures for the referendum, and we only need 177,000 to go to the public about whether or not we stay with Canada or become an independent state. And in no way does this have to do with joining the United States.
What?
So, just to let you know. Yes, and I had that same reaction from Al earlier too. So, what? Exactly. So this has nothing to do with joining the United States. I'm going to say that again. And so, when are you going to get your ass out here?
Woohoo!
Because I want you to become successful.
I love the East Coast, though.
And I'm not saying that you're not going to be successful by living out there. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But
actually, I have a big meeting on Saturday with somebody high up, so fingers crossed. And stuff. But yeah, I'm an East Coaster. I just love the East Coast. I do. I love the East Coast. It's a beautiful, beautiful. New Brunswick is a beautiful province. And people don't realize, yes, our political stance is bullshit. Excuse my language, but we are a beautiful province. You know that. I mean, we're so beautiful. I actually got some film ideas in the forests we have here, and so many things. And as a photographer, once I get my motorbike license, I'm going up and down the coast and going to be photographing the entire province. I want to do a book on New Brunswick now, not just the city, but the province. We're beautiful here, and my family's here, and especially with, as you know, current situations with certain family members, I can't leave anymore. I have to look after them now, because I have to be a success, and hopefully I can buy a house and move them next to me, because things aren't looking good. So, but it's just a matter of, I got to look after my family now the best I can.
Right. Tim, screw you.
By the way, totally off topic. I'm sorry. I'm going to change something quickly for a sec. But is her forearm arm super short? Why is her arm super short? Is it me, or does she look?
No, because one is like trying to pull back and off to the side.
But the one in front just seems short. I don't know.
It does kind of works out. If it's the whole perspective kind of thing. I'm pretty sure I did it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I don't know. What do you think, Al?
Yes, I will defer to the expertise. Okay, there we go. We got that feedback from Al. Super.
Did we lose Al?
I'll take it that probably. I'll take it that I did it right. So that, or he's working on his page and probably eating at the same time. And hopefully he didn't choke on anything. So
if you're still listening out, we need your comment on this one. Yeah,
exactly.
Yes, why?
Cough if you're still alive. Like no, it's because the way I'm thinking is this, and I kind of explained this to my folks. Yes, what was it, earlier today or yesterday? I can't even remember when I talked to them. I know it was like Was it yesterday? No, it was yesterday. It's my old age catching up. I can't even remember when I talked to my own parents. Because I told them this. Because here's the thing: we only need 177,000, like I said before, signatures for it to go uh, to the people to vote. Right? With what's going on here, it looks like there's going to be more than enough signatures, and the word is that if they get even close, even over like a million, like maybe something like 1.8 million signatures, then it could go straight to okay, we're separating now kind of thing, right? Here's the other thing. If should that happen, right? Like boom, straight to independence. We're leaving like
Yeah.
now. All money that goes to the federal government to Ottawa, and that means equalization payments, taxes, yada yada yada. That basically goes to feed, in a roundabout kind of manner, Eastern Canada, right? All a lot of the funding and everything else that goes to Ontario, Quebec, the Maritimes, basically in general, that is generally paid for by and I hate to make it sound like that, Alberta money, so to speak. The provinces are going to be a whole hell of a lot poorer, right? And I mentioned this to mom and dad, and especially like for example my dad, and not that I really bring it up much with what's going on with them, because like I mentioned, I was talking with my mom and dad yesterday, and the healthcare there, and as you can probably attest to, is not exactly the best.
Oh,
and
dude, I
and
don't have a family doctor. Most people don't have family doctors anymore. It's
no,
it's your
precisely.
nurse practitioners. That's all you can't get family doctors anymore. And they
No.
actually said our bloody premier, whatever you call it. They said, oh, not everybody needs one. I'm like, what? Is that
What?
what? Yeah, it's a,
You serious?
oh yeah, they're ridiculous now. The things they're spewing now, it's utter BS,
Oh my
and it's just
god.
like they just want to know because nobody can. There's not enough doctors in here. No, no, it's just it's ridiculous. So
So, because that being said, like my mom was describing yesterday about, how some of these home care nurses that essentially, come and help out dad with what's going on with him medically. Some of them are just downright rude and pretty much abusive. And it's and my mom said like she's practically in tears because she's hoping for this help, and as well as I do, you, if you have to be a nurse, a medical practitioner of any sort, you're under a union and whatnot, and they
yeah,
just
you can't
basically
touch
feel
you.
that no, they can't, no,
Yeah.
and they essentially get away with murder. So, my mom is wondering, like, what to do. And yeah, and sorry, Canadian Spider-Man. Yeah, you also have parents like that live in Fredericton as well. So I don't know exactly what's going on your end with like your parents, but I'm sure they're probably as old as mine. And yeah, like I said, yeah, at least you can talk about your comic. My folks are in New Brunswick. Yeah, because I remember you were spending Christmas on Manorama over at their place. My folks are in New Brunswick, and no way they would even discuss the possibility. I let my brothers do all my surgery. Oh, is he a doctor? And we're in the country, and he's better than the nurses in Vernon for the most. Nice. But no, so what I told my mom, I sent her some information actually today, and I told her, if that happens, things are going to be going tits up, basically in the Maritimes and in New Brunswick also. And you know me, I don't want to see you out in the. I know that that you're staying because obviously because of your parents and all that kind of stuff, and I know that you want to obviously take care of
Yeah.
them. especially with your mom, because out of respect for you, I don't want to go into great detail about what's going on with her because that's for you to say.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it's. I'm just saying, I'm looking out for you.
But but let me bring this point up. You got to look at the cost of moving. That's thousands of dollars that nobody can afford, and the cost of
Yeah, yeah,
relocating. And it's too expensive. It really is because nobody. We're all poor nowadays. They've had everybody set to go to 15-minute cities, which they're pushing. And then
yeah.
people aren't going to be afford. We can't afford houses. You can't afford that. That's why I need. That's why I don't do 9 to 5 no more. People might laugh at me. You're lazy. No, I'm not actually. I'm looking to make my own business. I do my own things now. I'm a photographer, videographer, trying other things. Hopefully this Saturday I have a meeting with somebody on something big, and that'll lead to more. But you have to do it yourself now. Working a 9 to 5, at least in my thing, I've done 9 to 5 my whole life. Been security, been call centers, even was an assistant teacher at one point. I've done everything. And I just survived. I didn't live, I survived. I'm tired of just surviving. I want to live. I want my own house. I want my own security. I want to be able to look after myself and others around me. To do that, you have to work for yourself. You have to nowadays with the economy. And that's why more than ever I'm doing what I do. But it's just, I still can't even afford. I want to go away. I want to go to the UK for at least 1 to 2 weeks because I need it. I need this more than life itself now. Not just because of my friend, but for my own health because of things going on in my own life. I need to revamp. I need to, I need to revamp my batteries, and going away sometimes is the best way to do that. So I'm working on that. But yeah, it's even cost of moving wouldn't be feasible right now. Nobody could afford that. It's to be thousands upon thousands of dollars finding a home. But they don't want to go to an apartment, and plus certain people might be in homes lately, and just so many other things. And we got connections here, and that I'm lucky. I have connections in the health field here that we're connected with people high up in Horizon Health. So we're looked after there. Mom and dad will be when she goes in, if she needs to, which might be this year. So that's where I also have to look at that as well. Where in the province we'll be looked after because we have people in high up. So
Okay.
yeah, it's just right now it's the best thing for them. If there wasn't them, I could do what I wanted, but right now it's just them, and I don't want to leave them alone, and yeah.
No,
So
that's good.
for Tom, I guess what Tom is saying, it's a maybe that he could be roommates with you, Mike.
No, I ain't living with nobody. No, I will never live with another human again. I like being alone. I love it. It's peaceful. It's very very peaceful.
Well, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
But no, yeah, like I said, right now, mom would be best looked after if we stay here because we're connected and she'll be looked after. So,
No, fair enough.
yeah, that's what's
Fair
important.
enough. What is going on here? Why has this got this mark?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Okay, that's weird. That shouldn't be here, and that shouldn't be there.
Yeah,
And
my goal right now, I need a new computer. I need a new PC, but I haven't figured out how I'm going to do that. Mine's starting to go. It's like, yeah, I need a new PC. So, but right now, before a new PC and new hard drives, which I need those as well, I need to go to UK for at least a week, 2 weeks. I need to do this for my own mental health and just for life in general. And in case a certain friend passes away, I don't know. I want to, but it's also now with the way things are going. I need this because sometimes going away revamps everything, and you feel better. You're like when I used to go to Fredericton, I'd go away for a week. I volunteered at the film festival. I came back, I was inspired. I was doing work. I was like So sometimes you got to do that, and that's what I plan on doing. Hopefully by March, April. I don't know. We'll see.
sweet. Sweet. Yeah, so just to let you know, and I know it just horrified Al, but
No, our
yeah,
country, dude. Even if you guys stayed, provinces are going to go downhill regardless. But if our current regime, it's just going to happen. That's how bad it is right now.
I like the fact that you just said regime.
Yeah, it is. It's a regime. it's sad. It's like, no matter you guys left or stayed, we're going down. This country's going to be going downhill. We're not the proud, amazing country we were once. And I'm still going to say I'm a proud Canadian. Hell yes, I love being a Canadian. I do. I grew up being proud of that, and always will be. But our current regime has killed it, and then I hope that doesn't get me in trouble. I'm on a watch list now. I'm talking against it. So, oh no, somebody actually threatened me one time. I'm going to report you to the RCMP because you're talking bad about us. Like, what?
What?
But yeah. Oh yeah, they were gonna, some guy online. I made comments like, "No, our regime is pathetic. You're a trouble to this country. You're a thing. You probably do things that you should." What? And then I'm reporting you to the RCMP. Like, I'm just speaking my mind, and I'm not big on the current leadership. It's pathetic, and it's doing bad things. And the fact that somebody can still praise them, wouldn't they? They just gave $200 million to only people of color to work in this country right now, to businesses and stuff. They gave $2 billion to the Ukraine earlier. A couple of, like, what's going on?
But that money went to Zelensky to buy another company in the States.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, really?
What's going on? Like, why are you giving? We got people living on the streets. I have family living on the damn streets in tents. People addicted to fentanyl, which is there. We talk about a pandemic. That's a pandemic. Fentanyl is killing the planet, but they're allowing it. They're allowing it. And I'm gonna sound bad saying this, but notice 90% of the homeless people are white people.
Oh yeah, yeah. No,
Why is that by that?
Well, because this is all by design. All of
Yeah,
it.
100%, 100%.
100%.
It's a conspiracy. No, it's not a conspiracy anymore. It's right in front of our face. It's happening. I see it on a daily basis. So no, it's factual.
No, because our son, when she visited one of our daughters for her birthday,
Yeah.
he had mentioned, like, Dad, when I was in Lethbridge, all the homeless people that were out on the street were white people. There weren't any people of color on the street. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, no, they're all white people. And all the people that were driving, like, like really souped up, nice, fancy cars were all people of color. And I'm like, why does that surprise me? What, it doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
But then they'll give the excuse, you guys just don't want to work. No, don't. I'm sick and tired of that. I know many people that want to work, that have applied for jobs that can't get jobs now in this country because they're of not a certain ethnicity and stuff. And it's sad. It's like, to me, I'm not racist against anybody. I'm not. To me, the content of your character. And I don't blame some of them for what our government's doing. I don't. Never will. Yep. But it's by design. It's by design. So.
It's wonderful.
I'm a color, Tom. I'm not transparent, and neither are you. Exactly.
Exactly.
It's great that.
Yeah, you were saying, Al. Sorry.
It's great that each time I get a chance to talk to Tom, he's sounding more and more Republican. So I think that's fantastic. So thank you.
It is. It is.
I still have some leftist ideologies and always will to an extent, but I use common sense. I have a brain, I'm told. So, and that's lacking in our world so much nowadays. It's just, it doesn't exist anymore.
How dare you have a brain?
I've only had a brain. Yeah. Anyway.
How can you talk if you don't have a brain? I'm a liberal.
You know what's amazing though, and I actually admit even some liberals are starting to go against it. The comedian Bill Maher, I don't know, you probably know who that is. Yep. He's even talking against a lot of the stuff going on now. He's like when the Charlie Kirk thing happened, he's like, no, that's not a good thing. And so there's some people on the left that are like, no, we're against this now. Things are going too far, and what's going on? Even they're questioning it now. It's like, common sense is not like,
it's rather weird when people like that are like actually taking notice too. Like, maybe France are we the baddies? Look, Maybe VR, Klaus. I haven't the faintest idea. God.
And trust me, people, don't throw hate on anybody because of color of skin or they're from other countries. I'm going to say this right now because I'm going to defend something. I knew a gentleman who was from Iran. He was here legally. Paid a lot of money to get here, too. Very successful man from there. Wasn't religious at all. What an amazing man. I got to work for him, did some videos for him. And he said he would never hire illegals. And he actually left and moved back to Iran. His wife was from Finland. And he even said, nah, yeah, your country's going downhill because you're allowing too many illegals in. It's not that I don't mind Indian people or anything of other colors. I've met some amazing people from there. But they're like, we're here to assimilate. We're here to better our lives. He didn't really need to. He was a CEO of a major company. He was well off, but he wanted something new. And he came over. It cost a fortune. He said they wanted to know even your great grandfather's shoe size. It's ridiculous. But yet illegals, they won't vet them. They're just, here, come on in. And that's just from a person that's from there. He was like, yeah, I'm done. Your country's really going bad. So it's just, and they lumped him in with everybody else because just the color of his skin, which is unfair because they didn't give him an opportunity to, because some people go extreme too far to the other side and they're like, oh, you're that skin, you're this and you're that. No, you're not. So don't judge on the guy. Get to know the people first. Usually you can tell, but even then, don't judge everybody that because some of them are here officially, legally, want to assimilate, want to just have a better life, want to be Canadian. They want to be just better people. But they're being judged too, which is kind of sad. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, it's pretty weird.
Yeah.
when when people just want to leave because they came here in the first place, but they want to leave because your country's getting worse than the place that they left.
Well, yeah, and look what's going on in Iran right now. I mean, people are beginning to protest, and they're kind of sick of what's going on. So, yeah, it's funny that I was going to say it's funny that it might be nicer to live in Iran right now than Canada.
Well, no. Did you guys know? And me and my uncle were talking about. Me and my uncle were talking about this. Do you know, like the Saudi government? They even say your country's getting the worst of the worst because we won't even let those people into our country.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we don't want them. So what's going on?
No, Muslims will not put up with this crap.
No.
And not even Muslims. It's not even about a religion. It's just the people themselves, the Saudi people. Not all of them are Muslims. Some of them are different types. They're like, no, you're getting the worst of the worst. We don't even let those people in here. So but we feel bad for Canada because you guys are getting the worst of the worst.
Oh, no. Don't worry. Once they're let in, they'll reciprocate with, kindness and everything. Oh, man. And this is why you people out there subscribe to this channel. Because, like I was told the other day, I think it was actually by Scotty, that because he was on Huge Circles one day, that, what we talk about, especially on a day like today, we're just talking and drawing. That it is probably the most engaging, most random show, probably like interwebs, with whatever it is that we talk about, and this is what it is. So yeah, I'm drawing away. Yeah, you guys are watching me draw and stuff like that, and because, like I said, I plan on putting in a comic. And like what was also mentioned, because of what's going on, you know what? I could probably just market this as the Republic of Alberta's first comic hero, comic heroine, or whatever. Which actually wouldn't be that far from the truth. But on top of that, like I said, I want to bring you guys along for the ride. And you guys participate in interesting conversations about what's happening here. So,
and it's funny. I was always the peacekeeper in many things, but I just can't stay quiet anymore. I'm sorry, and I hope it never gets me in trouble. But I can't anymore.
Well, remember, under Bill C-9.
Oh, it'll happen. It's gonna happen. Even my friend, I was talking to my friend's younger sister yesterday in the UK, and she like, oh yeah, there's something else happened there recently. I forget what it was that somebody invaded something that we don't hear it in the news. I'll have to find out exactly when, but yeah, it's getting worse over there. You have no freedoms of anything to say in the UK right now. So and
No,
yeah.
apparently I just saw something in the UK where a person was arrested by the police in England for just feeding the pigeons.
What?
And I'm like, what? Why am I not surprised? What? Like, God, you can't even feed the birds without without getting in trouble.
And I'm hearing, and one thing, I'll bring it here to North America with new leadership in New York. I guess New York's a cesspool. People are leaving it in droves now, I guess.
Yep.
Oh hell yeah, yeah.
That's sad because my dream is to visit New York. I've always wanted to because it always was such a beautiful city. I want to photograph so much there, Manhattan and downtown and some of the, but now it's like becoming the dredge of the country. It's just wow.
It's becoming Canada,
Yeah.
and that's pretty bad when you're going to say that.
Well, so I lived in Manhattan. I went to school in Manhattan. I worked in Manhattan. I haven't set foot in Manhattan since 2019. I think was the last time I actually went to Manhattan for the New York Comic Con. Yeah, it's a cesspool now. It's terrible. It's kind of more like, from the because when I was there, like it was like the mid 1980s through the 1990s and early 2000s, and 1990s was great. Giuliani cleaned everything up. 42nd Street and that whole area in Times Square has all been cleaned up. I never had any problems. Like no one tried to mug me. I never got into a fight. I could walk the streets like 3 o'clock in the morning. Never had a problem. Now, granted, I'm male as well. But now, yeah, it's just like you don't even know. It's a huge mess now.
Yeah, and that's sad because, like I said, New York was a staple of America. It was the apple of and it was just it was a beautiful city, and
You got
to
to
see that it's so disheartening. It's just
They let it happen.
yeah.
True. It's really bizarre because New Yorkers take a certain amount of pride in their city, and I don't know. I just find it bizarre that they would go ahead and just let it get as crappy as it is. It's I don't know. Meh.
Well, it's not
What do I
terribly
know?
surprising.
I
But
know.
also, like even before it got really bad in New York City, it still wasn't the New York that I knew back in the late 1980s and 1990s. Like all the excuse me, all like the places I used to go to that I enjoyed, they're like all gone. So it's not like the same town that I used to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
Hmm.
I have no interest in that. But, like even like every year I apply for the New York Comic Con, and I get my free badge. Again, I haven't gone since 2019, and I still get my badge every year. But I'm like, yeah, I don't feel like going. Part of it has to do with like there's nobody at the New York Comic Con I actually want to see because I have no interest in talking to publishers. Usually, I just go to Artist Alley and see people I know or people I like. But yeah, even last number of years, even Artist Alley, there's been nobody I really wanted to see. So it's nice that they give me a badge every year to go, a pro badge. But yeah, I have no interest in going anymore. So I might even stop applying for the pro badge each year now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's always Jim Steranko. He's a good guy. He's a good patriot.
Steranko is a nice fellow. I never met Steranko before. I like what he says on the Twitter or Twitter X or whatever all you kids call it nowadays. I'm banned on Twitter still. The only problem I ever sort of had with Steranko, it was like a few years ago, and a couple years, 2 or 3 years ago, and he kind of went off against Will Eisner a little bit about the creation of the character Blackhawk. It was a little odd, yeah. Yeah, and I kind of shared what he had to say with some of the other comic book professionals I know, really sort of famous guys that kind of went up the ladder. That knew Will. I'm like, did you see what Steranko was saying? It's like, isn't this weird? and they're like, yeah, it's just Stranko being Stranko. But we're all not going to always agree on everything. So,
Well, no, that's true. So,
except for me and Tom.
There we go. I wonder if, I just wonder if Steranko just had a little bit of inside baseball about something.
No, so when it's kind of a long story, but when Eisner got out of high school and he wanted to start working in comics, and he worked for WoW magazine, and when WoW magazine and the company folded, he and the editor of WoW magazine, Jerry Iger, started a studio together. So they're if not the first studio to produce comic books for publishers. So Will and these other creators were making comic books for all these other different comic book publishers who were becoming quite popular. And one of the characters that Will came up with was Blackhawk, which is owned by DC Comics now. And one of the guys, and I can't remember his name, who worked on Blackhawk, claimed later on that he was the one who actually created Blackhawk and not Will Eisner. So he and Will just had a disagreement. And, this guy, and I can't remember his name, like that was his only claim to fame, was that, he worked on Blackhawk. So there was even a comic book panel on Blackhawk at some sort of comic book convention. And that topic was brought up. So Will eventually said, all right, fine. I'll give so-and-so the credit for Blackhawk because he really made the character who he is. Steranko's problem, if I remember correctly, was that despite the fact that Will was very outspoken about, creators' rights and doing your own stuff and that sort of thing, Steranko believed that Will just took this property, Blackhawk, from this other guy who supposedly really created it. But Will, he compromised later on. He's like, all right, I'll give it to this guy, and he made the character who he really became, and and Will was happy with that because Will realized that this other creator, like that was the only thing he ever did, like that was his only claim to fame, like I said. So I think, and Will was a nice guy, and Will was very outspoken about comic book creators' rights, and Will, had every opportunity to say bad things about all the different crooks that he actually worked with in comics, and he would refrain from doing so. That is not me. He did a graphic novel biography called The Dreamer, and there was a lot of people in that story. It was autobiographical, and he refrained from, saying anything bad about these other famous comic book creators and publishers, because he really did not want to say anything bad about people. Even Bob Kane, like he went to high school with Bob Kane, the so-called creator of Batman, which is not true. And they used to double date, and Will did not like Bob Kane. Just like he really didn't want to be around, but he would not publicly say anything bad about Bob Kane. Same thing with Stan Lee. Right. Like Will and Stan Lee, they actually also went to the same high school, but it was some years apart. And Will knew the kind of man that Stan Lee was, and they were on a number of panels together at comic book conventions. Like they and their wives would have dinner with each other. And I think Stanley was just a terrible person. And I didn't always think that. But Will knew who Stanley was, but he wouldn't publicly say anything bad about Stanley. But that was the kind of man that Will Eisner was. Like, he knew who the jerks were, but he would not publicly say anything bad about these people.
Right. Exactly. No, he just had a certain amount of class to him.
He did.
Absolutely. Yeah. Which is something in short supply nowadays.
Well, that's the saying we grew up with. If you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all.
Yeah, but see, I'm not like that.
Exactly.
That's where I was raised. But nowadays it's getting harder. But yeah.
I don't. Okay, yeah.
No, I agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that. Yeah, we were kind of brought up that way. If you got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Yeah.
Well,
thank you, Thumper.
Yeah. Nowadays it's like, you know what? You better point out if somebody's being a freaking idiot.
Well, the problem is
else.
People on social media, and I think Tom was saying this before. It's so much easier. Just like there are people just intentionally go out to antagonize other people. And using social media and the anonymity of social media, where they actually don't have to say who they really are, they just go out and
Yeah.
I hate this term, but it's true. They just intentionally try to trigger people.
Yep.
Yeah, they're the dregs of society. They are. That's what's wrong with society. Is those kind of people. They're just weak-minded little individuals that I'm sitting behind a keyboard, but yet would you say it to somebody to their face? Probably not. But they're just weak people.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
sad. Like,
Right.
you know.
Which is why, like, I've never used an alias. I've always used my name whenever I was on social media.
Yeah, same
There
here.
you go. Because you're an ass kicker.
Who, me?
Sure.
I don't know about that.
You're not.
I like to speak my mind. I like to, say the truth of things. So yeah, I'm very vocal about things, and people call me all kinds of terrible names. But I also have I have a mental list of all the people I've known and who really hate me. So there's this, it's kind of a lengthy list. But yeah, so I don't make people happy, but I don't go out of my way to make people unhappy.
No.
People are weird. I'm going to bring up a point, just totally off topic here. Everybody, it's kind of in the same vein to an extent. People are weird. I'm now a year, November, 2-3 months clean from doing weed.
Awesome.
I just realized this recently. Some of my friends from the past, and I never really overthought of it until just literally like a couple weeks ago because of things going on in my life, it made me focus. I don't hear from those friends anymore. I thought they were, I guess maybe they weren't my friends after all, because some of them were my dearest friends. One of them used to come pick me up and go to the beach all the time, and we do gummies or whatever. I don't hear from these people anymore. Maybe because I don't do that. Like, I'm still the same person. Why, so it's like people are weird. If you're not in their group or you don't, like, I'm still the same guy just because I don't put something in my system anymore. I'm not worthy of hanging out anywhere, but so yeah, it's weird. It's just
because
people
you're
in
a
general.
squirdo, man. Just because you
Yeah,
don't do drugs and stuff like that. You're
like-
lame.
it's like no, I just changed. I just needed to revamp and change who I am, and I'm still the same person. I still have everybody's back. I still believe, but yeah, I don't hear from those people, and I never thought about it until recently because you take a look at life and you're like, that's kind of interesting.
It is rather interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now,
it's like did you only want me around for, for a certain reason, for only like shits and giggles, so to speak, or
Yeah.
or if you were really my friend, why aren't you giving me a buzz? Why aren't you say giving a call or something like that, or or
Yeah.
picking up to see if I'm okay, or stuff like that. No.
I used to reach out to everybody. I used to always check on people and help people and do. I don't even do that anymore because I'm just burnt out. I've done so much of it, and when I don't hear from these people that I thought were some of my closest friends, it's just I'm burnt out. I have one Anyway, but just makes me wonder. The human condition is weird. People are weird, and society is just I don't know.
Well, these friends that don't want to talk to you anymore. Was that relationship only about smoking dope?
I don't even know. We used to have laughs. We'd talk about life and stuff and everything. And it just, it was good conversations. We'd go to the beach and hang out. It was an escape for me. I like going to the beach every once in a while, sitting on the beach at night and hearing the waves crash. We'd sit in the car and just whatever. But now it's, no, I don't get picked for that anymore to hang out or anything. So
But were you always just smoking dope though? Was that the only reason why?
Most of the time they would do it, but
right.
it's like I'm still the same person. You know what I mean? Like I can still hang out with you at the beach. I don't have to do it because you can do it. I don't have to. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know. It's like where you don't do it, you're all of a sudden you're not worthy of hanging out anymore. So
Right.
I don't know. It's weird.
Pretty weird. People are odd. So
I noticed she's wearing a belt, but it's not in the belt loops. How's it staying up?
by her hips.
Okay. I was like, science.
It is. It's what I like to call cartoon science.
Okay.
It doesn't have to necessarily
way-
make sense, but it makes sense just enough to like. Yeah, I suppose it could work.
By the way, I'm going to say this right now. The best type of belts are not the whole belts anymore. I have a belt. It's just, you can adjust it to any size. It's just a fabric that locks into a buckle at the front. If you can adjust it any size. There's no holes. You just pull it as long, because that's so much better. Because I've owned whole belts for years. And let's be honest, one day you have a big meal, you gain a little weight. Then the next day you don't. You're never the same size every day. So this belt has been a savior. I will never get a whole belt again, because I used to punch holes in those suckers all the time. It's like, oh, these belts are so much better now. You just adjust it to any length at any time.
Oh, dang. I got to get me one of those then.
Oh, they're amazing. It's like a fabric that grips on. You lock it into the front. Perfect. It just, best belt I've ever owned. I got to get a new one again eventually. It's just, because like I said, we adjust. Our weights adjust on a constant basis. And it's a given. So
I know. That's what I hate, because what I've done over the years is, it's like, I don't want to get another belt. And what I've ended up doing is taking a drill, measuring out the length in between holes, and literally drill another hole.
Oh, I just take a hole punch and just put it through or something. But yeah, you can get certain types of screwdrivers or something right through, and I'd measure it. Okay, yeah, but it's kind of annoying after a while. The belts will wear it. This one, it's a fabric. You just pull it through the thing, tighten it up, and you can adjust it any length. There's no length you can't do it. It depends on how you're feeling that day. Like, I put a little weight on, boop, there. Or I lost some weight. I can, So it's so much, one of the best things I've ever owned.
Yes, Gap, we're still going. Still going. So right now I'm just doing some quick, I suppose you can kind of say, even though it's done in the program, inking on this layer. So I just want to do that kind of thing. And I think this is probably just going to be my new page 1 after doing the whole character profile creation kind of thing. And just, wait a minute. It's doing that thing again.
It's like a Sharpie line almost.
Yeah.
There we go. Nope.
Do you have other tabs open?
Sometimes it does this weird.
That's weird, yeah.
Thing.
That was terrible.
Right?
No. No.
By the way, just now, I have this feeling you should save that, just in case.
There we go. You know what? You are not wrong. Save.
When things start going wonky, save. It's like, oh, yeah.
Mike, you had mentioned something about a Jack Kirby documentary. What documentary were you talking about?
Oh yeah, it's called Kirby at War, and it's on. If you happen to have Roku or anything like that, or I suppose Tubi is online. On the interwebs, you can watch it online. It's basically a documentary of Jack Kirby when he was a soldier in World War II, and I actually learned about said documentary over at Clobberin Times. So God rest Clobby, all hail Clobberin Times. And he had mentioned it on his channel, and there was a pretty good documentary to watch, and I think most of this documentary was kind of I suppose you can kind of say like sponsored through this. I believe it's a Jack Kirby museum in France. So it's a pretty good watch. So yeah, I'd recommend it. It's pretty good. So if you're looking for something interesting to watch, Just look it up on Tubi, and it should be right there. So
Because
Or
there
not
there
to
are.
be?
I sent you a
Tubi,
link to the.
Tubi.
No, to be or not to be.
Oh. Um,
Oh yeah. No.
I know. So on YouTube, there's the Jack Kirby Museum and Research Center, and I actually know the guy in charge of that.
Oh yeah.
There were some home videos that Kirby had made. Well, I think it's Greg Deaskin interviewed Kirby, where Kirby talks about his time in World War II. I shared a link in the private chat. I don't know how to do that in the public chat about.
No, that's fine. I'll pop it.
So I've seen this bit before. It's like 9 minutes long, and he's talking about like, you know, they were in like, was it like a brick factory in Germany, and then this truck drove through the front doors, and the truck was gonna like hit him and stuff, and the lieutenant ended up being a red smear on the wall, and this other guy came at him with a gun, and he's like, well, what do you do? Like, when some guy's coming at you with a gun, like, what do? You tell me, and I'll believe it. But you get it, but what do you do? So I shot the guy. And like, there's a few of those videos that Greg Deaskin had interviewed Kirby about, talking about World War II. And most of the interviews I've ever seen with Kirby or heard of Kirby, he's a little shy or seems a little awkward. I think for the most part, when Kirby was interviewed and you turn a camera on him, he doesn't come across very articulate. But in these home video things with Greg Deaskin, and he's talking about World War II, totally different guy. Kirby is like confident. There's like a twinkle in his eye. He's talking about his time in World War II and stuff going on. And he's like, yeah, we were in a factory, and like, it was cold outside, so I slept in the oven. It was like nice and warm in there. And it's just like all these stories, and it's just like, it's fantastic. So yeah, in the private chat, I shared this one link.
And this is all the tree. Yeah.
Oh, it is? It is? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so like on YouTube, the Jack Kirby Museum and Research Center, they have some of these videos. And I knew the guy who's in charge of the Jack Kirby Museum. I don't think it's a literal brick and mortar museum. I think they do exhibits and stuff, but there was this guy I knew when I lived in Jersey City outside Manhattan. He was in Hoboken. We met, and I think he's in charge of the Jack Kirby Museum. But yeah, so these videos here is like, it's a Jack Kirby you never see or heard before. He's very confident. It's great. He seems more at ease when he's talking. It's actually really quite wonderful. Yeah, good stuff. But it's weird because a lot of these guys, they grew up in the Depression. Many of them were drafted. And, some of them had some sweet deals during World War II. But not Kirby. Just like they already did Captain America, like at the end of 1940, beginning of 1941. So Kirby was drafted. He was, in England. Then he went into, a little bit after the invasion of Normandy. He was in the Battle of the Bulge. He got, frozen feet. And that's how he actually really got out of the war. But yeah, they knew who he was. Like, they knew he was the co-creator of Captain America, and he drew the book and everything. And he got a couple. His job was like to, go into enemy lines with a map and, write on the map where all the tanks were. And that's what the job he gave him. So yeah, poor guy.
I know, right? Yeah. But damn, what an adventure. I mean, except for the speed freezing part.
Well, yeah. So they sent him back. So he got the frozen feet. They sent him to England to feel better. And he's like, I'm going home. Like, I got frozen feet. So Jack Kirby seemed. I never met him or anything, but yeah, he sounded like a really great guy.
Yeah. No, totally. It would have been really amazing to meet him. Oh, the stories he could tell? Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
He must have had like 1 million of them.
Yeah, it was
But
interesting. Like he didn't have a really great memory, you know. I know with the Comics Journal, Gary Groth would always record the interviews on cassette, and sometime in the early 2000s on the Comics Journal website, some of the audio was put on the website, and I actually got a few of them. I got some interviews with Frank Miller from the Comics Journal, all the audio.
really,
Yeah, with Jack Kirby, Todd McFarlane, CC Beck.
wow.
Um, yeah, oh yeah, great stuff. It's no longer available, so I guess the Comics Journal stopped doing that. But there's one with Kirby, and it's the infamous Comics Journal interview where he's just talking bad about Stan Lee, because at this point Kirby had it, and normally he wasn't really. He was kind of like Will in some ways, where he didn't really go out of his way to say anything bad about people, even though like Kirby totally got screwed over. But the worst thing he said in this interview, he's talking about how he went back to Marvel in 1959, and Kirby said this story a bunch of times, but it's nice to hear it in audio. And he was saying that he went back to Marvel in 1959, and he said Stan Lee was in his office crying, and they were moving all the furniture out of the office because Marvel was going out of business, and I'm sure there's some hyperbole in here. And Kirby was saying, like, he had all these ideas for new comics and not to close shop and not to have Martin Goodman, cancel everything. And he did. Like, he and Stanley started doing like monster comics. And then when Martin Goodman heard that DC Comics was doing the Justice League of America, that's when Martin Goodman wanted to do superheroes again, because at that point superheroes were not popular. And Kirby came up with all these great ideas for all these superhero characters. Fantastic Four, the original, Marvel Spider-Man, which was something that Kirby and Joe Simon were working on in the 50s. It was called the Silver Spider, and the name turned into Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And they even did some pages. They hired CC Beck, who used to draw Captain Marvel from Fawcett Comics, and they did an origin story with this Silver Spider character, totally different from the Marvel version. But that character morphed into a character called the Fly, which was published by Archie Comics. But Kirby had that idea for his own version of Spider-Man, and that's what happened at Marvel. Like, Kirby was coming up with all these characters. They already came up with the Fantastic Four. Kirby, I believe, came up with the origin story for his version of Spider-Man in the first 5 pages, and he gave the story over to Stan Lee, and Stan Lee wanted to have Steve Ditko ink the story. And then Steve Ditko's looking at this story, and he's like, Stan, you can't publish this. It's too much like The Fly, which is where, the character, their version, Jack Kirby's version of the Spider-Man character came from, or morphed into. It was like a young kid with a magic ring, and then he turned into this heroic Spider-Man character with a web gun. So Steve Ditko changed everything, and that's the version of Marvel Spider-Man that we have now.
Oh, with a web gun. Why does that sound familiar?
Oh yeah, if you look at the original drawings, like, he looked more like Captain America. He had a web gun, but it was very, very much like that Fly character, which the Silver Spider morphed into. But
but I think there was something else. Remember when Marvel and DC did the Amalgamum universe? Yeah. Didn't Spider Boy have something like that? Yeah, with the web gun? Yeah. That's what I remember.
That was actually a pretty good issue. I like the artwork in that. That was really good.
Yeah. So that was basically harkening back to Kirby's, like, basically, Silver Spider thing idea.
Yeah, they had those pages from Kirby's Spider-Man sitting around in the office for like decades, even when Jim Shooter was, like, I don't know if he was editor-in-chief yet or just assistant editor. And, Jim Shooter saw those pages.
Yeah, because I had heard that Marvel was hanging around with those for a long time, and Kirby wanted them back, but they didn't want to give it back. And that allegedly, the pages weren't around anymore, which I'm sure that some of them went to collectors, that like bought them off of Marvel, obviously, and that's why you'll probably never ever see them whatsoever. But Oh yeah, no, I bet they hung on to that for ages, just in case they were running out of running out of ideas. I bet.
Well, Marvel was storing all the original artwork in a warehouse, and
Yes.
DC Comics, because of Neil Adams, like in the late 1970s, Neil's he did work for DC, Batman, Green Arrow, Green Lantern, Green Arrow. Um, uh, Neil also did some work for Marvel. He worked on X-Men and the Avengers, and before that he was doing comic strips, like was the Ben Casey comic strip. So yeah, Neil, according to Neil, and I knew Neil, and I like Neil Adams, and he went into the DC Comics office one day, and he went into the production office, and this kid who worked in the production office had this big cutting board, and the kid was cutting up original artwork. And Neil said, if you don't stop doing that, I'm going to punch you in the face. And Neil was the guy who got DC Comics to start returning artwork to the artists. And Neil's view was that, why don't you just give the artwork back to the artist? They might make some money by selling the original artwork. It's just a nice thing to do. Why don't you do it? So, but DC, I don't know if it was Julie Schwartz or Carmine Infantino, but they were like, well, no, we're not going to return the artwork because we paid for it. And Neil's view was, well, if you paid for it, do you pay sales tax on it? So DC Comics started returning the artwork back to artists, which was fantastic. And then Marvel followed suit. The problem was with Kirby. And when I was working for Archie Comics, I got to know Al Milgrom a little bit before he did something that didn't make me happy. And Al Milgrom would call me like every couple of weeks, and we only had a few phone conversations. And Al Milgrom, he was Jim Shooter's assistant. Al Milgrom was also an editor, and he was an inker and sometimes a penciler. And when Al Milgrom would call me, he just would want to talk about how much money Archie was giving me and how much work Archie was giving me. And I just wanted to talk to Al Milgrom about inking and Jack Kirby and like all this stuff about the artwork being returned,
Yeah.
Well, I got all this information because Al Milgrom was the guy who was calling Roz Kirby about trying to work out a deal between Marvel and Jack Kirby to return Jack Kirby's original artwork. And according to Al Milgrom, like what he was saying is that Jim Shooter wanted to return all of Kirby's artwork back to Jack Kirby the same way they were returning everybody else's artwork to the artists. But somebody, the lawyers or the higher ups, wanted to have Kirby sign some sort of release handing over whatever rights that Kirby may have had over these characters that he created over to Marvel before returning any artwork. I've heard different stories about this. I don't know if Kirby signed something or didn't sign something, but eventually he was able to get some of his artwork back. But you're talking a couple decades later. So this warehouse, a lot, he produced thousands of pages for Marvel. He only got a pittance back because, Mike's right. I'm sure a lot of people had access to that warehouse and had sticky fingers.
Oh, 100%. Only because, at that time, I mean, obviously everybody knew that. I mean, hey, he's Jack the King Kirby, right? And if anything is anything, they know that artwork like that one day, especially from, Jack the King Kirby, is going to be worth a lot of money. So why not, pinch a little bit here and there, right? So, which is such a shame. And I know that, we're not going to see a lot of it, probably ever. I mean, if we're lucky, great. But, I think a lot of people should know about it, long before probably any of us are dead and gone. But
sure. What I found now is that because I was able to sell a lot of artwork this past summer and fall, and I think I sold like 300 pages of original artwork. What I found is that the value of original comic book artwork now is really high. And I suppose some of that has to do with, a lot of cartoonists now, they're just doing a lot of digital artwork. So there's not a whole lot of original artwork being produced today as compared to how it once was.
Oh, you know what? I never thought about that. Yeah, that's a really good point. Huh.
And also, my
Yeah.
advice would be if you do have original comic book artwork that's been published, uh, it's okay to try to sell your artwork on eBay. But what I found is that most people on eBay, they're just a bunch of cheapskates. I have sold a lot of artwork on eBay, but I sold the majority of my artwork to comic book shops, ones that actually, are, they also have collectibles and they have the money to purchase original artwork. There's a comic book shop in California. And like whenever I found some artwork and wanted to sell artwork, they would just buy it from me. Like they're the first people I would go to. And they would never haggle me. And I sold them maybe like 200 pages of artwork alone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gap. I've been going on. I know. And the collector, Vince, like, young Mike was an introverted kid until he got bitten by the chihuahua of his neighbor, of his Karen neighbor. Now he is Flapman. Flapperman. Yeah, no, never heard of Spider Boy. No, it's a thing. Yeah, when Marvel and DC, what was it, during the mid-90s, they were doing this whole Mal universe kind of thing. So crossing DC Marvel villains, like kind of like murder them. I mean, they did Lobo the Duck. They did what was it, the Avengers of Darklaw, which is like a Batman,
Right. Wolverine.
Wolverine mix.
Yeah.
Lobo
I
the
do.
Duck. Oh my God, yeah.
I had Lobo the Duck. Yeah.
What was it? Agents. Yeah. What was it? It was something like Agents of Shield, but it was Agents of something else. I can't remember. There was a whole whack of them. And you know what? They're actually going to put them out in print form. I think probably sometime this year, if I'm not mistaken. I know it was news last year that actually they kind of came to an agreement, Warner Brothers and Disney, because obviously they respectively own each companies, Marvel and DC, to put it out again. And a lot of people didn't think it was going to happen, but it's totally going to happen. So if you can find them, they're probably been somewheres in some comic shop, forgotten about, because it was like always 90s things then, because at that time they had to beat Image, right? Image go to, and Marvel and DC were losing money at the time, because hey, all the good artists go to Image, or Valiant, or whatever. So yeah, check it out. It's fun reads. They're really, really fun reads. Other than that, I mean, my God, it's like 15 minutes till it hits like this, and this has been going on like a long time. There you go. See, Vince even has the link. So, Lobo the Duck. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So, and doing that and everything, and kind of like redoing a page one. So I don't know, maybe I'll do during the week, maybe I'll do a layout and page two, and because what I want to do, this is probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you guys something. At the risk of making this computer run slow again. Because
You're gonna explode.
It's kind of a competition that I'm gonna explode. It's a competition that I sort of kind of want to enter. Where there is this school out of Japan that is kind of like opening its doors to foreign people, and where they're going, taking the best ideas from their students and pitching it to Japan's biggest comic convention. It's kind of like Comic-Con in Japan, right? And if you're picked, then you can pitch ideas to a lot of the editors that happen to be in this at this Comic Con. And so if you have a what they call a 16-page one shot, you can go ahead and try to pitch your idea. If they like it, then well, you could end up being published in Japan. That is that's one thing. The other thing is one of the publishing places in Japan. Find the link here because it's on my Comic Relief Crusader page, where one of the better known publishing places is accepting basically foreigners as well. And if my computer wasn't running slow right now, I would. There we go. Come on. I'll show you what's on their website because this is also a thing too. So, and it would be very interesting to kind of like, opening up a market like this, and especially to foreigners because. The reason why I kind of find it odd is because, you guys know as well as I do, say, for example, when Appion and Padawannabe and Pop Culture Republic and Tom and myself, we read a few times about how Japan and their market don't like a lot of foreign interference, making everything wokey. so to speak. And I find this a very odd move on their part. And where is that link? Damn it. It's got to be here somewhere. Okay, the Great Rupert. Oh, I know I'm getting... There we go. There we go. Let's click on this link here. That they would open this up to foreigners because, considering how Japan is very protective of how they do things. Follow the Facebook link. There we go. Stupid computer. Okay. Minimize. Share screen. I'm going to bring it up there. Because this is fun. It's a damn way show. There we go. Exactly, dude. Make Alberta great again. So, just saying, and then conquer Greenland. With our added might, we can bring order to the empire. So this is what's going on in Japan also. All right. From this manga competition, pitch a story to the editors over there from this one manga school. This is so with Kodansha. They have what they call right now the Manga Academy, and they're calling creators worldwide to publish over in Japan. And this is quite the thing. And I think I might have shown this maybe a couple of weeks ago or something like that. But, if you're familiar with manga and some of the stories that they put out, Vinland Saga, which is actually a really good saga. The first 1 or 2 seasons is on Netflix. It's really, really good. Definitely check that out. Attack on Titan, thank God I actually just finished that, which is actually equally a really good title. Shugo Chara, I've heard of it. I don't know. I think one of my daughters probably read it. Blue Lock. These guys have also put out stuff like Ghost in the Shell and Akira, like the really big names and stuff like that. And they're accepting people worldwide. They're doing a big giant global expansion right here. Because they want to bring in really new talent into their pool. So yeah, exactly, Gap. It's huge. It's phenomenally huge. It's amazingly massive. Words fail me right now. That's how you. So, eh, yeah, I know. I'm grasping at straws. And all you 12 people watching on X, I mean, come on. Been doing this for almost 6 hours. What do you expect? So, but no, I mean, even they go through, how to become a creator in Japan. So basically, you got to apply or you got to go direct to submissions, which means go to the actual building. Or they do have something where you can share your work online. And hey, if you happen to tag them on Instagram or X, that maybe an editor might take notice. But this is a thing they got going, and there's this one guy. Actually, the next chapter should be coming out soon. That used to work at DC Comics. He lives in Spain, and apparently he ends up now working for Kodansha, making his own manga. And he used to work at DC Comics, which is actually kind of interesting. So, yeah. So they got this going on. The Worldwide Manga Award. So, and it's an open call to storytellers all over the world. So, um, like Tom, everybody has a dream to try for something. So, if you don't try, well, then don't be surprised that nothing happens. So, but you got to put the work into it, and it's another reason why I'm trying to do this online and to show you guys and to improve my skills and to make a lot better than they are. So it's pretty much it. Probably still under a 6-second delay. So
Nope. Sounds very interesting.
oh, okay, cool. But yeah. Before I take off, seeing how it's been like almost 6 hours, and Gap, your arse might be sore, but I appreciate you for modding on this channel. I really, really honestly do. And the collector, yeah, only after 6 hours we can expect an entire and the exact reasons of why you have to be Alberta, why you have to be Alberta's new king, and all that in an enchanting way, please. Oh my God, really, collector? I don't have time. Well, I actually think I've already covered it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Um, yeah. So, gonna try. That's the only thing I can do. So, I'll probably fiddle around with this page. Yeah, I'm gonna get together a story bible and do that and flesh out the entire story bit by bit. And Vince, I'm Thor, but I'm not complaining. There you go. There we go. I suppose it's not a perspective drawing, but it's a drawing for 2006. So beginning the year anew. Um, Tom, you got anything that you want to plug or anything like that?
Oh, hi!
Yay!
Sorry, I've been reading something on the side when you guys mentioned libraries. If anybody's ever heard, there's the Ireland Cartoon Library Museum in Ohio.
Yep.
There's actually I watch a show called Found Footage Festival. There's two guys out of New York, and one girl on there. She's cute, Caitlin McGurk. She actually was the curator of this museum. She's an artist herself, I guess, too. She's done her own comics. Yeah, it's quite an interesting museum. They're closed right now. They're renovating, and they'll be open again in May, I think, of this year. So at least the galleries. But yeah, I've always wanted to visit there because I used to enjoy her. She's funny as heck on Found Footage Fest when she does Saturday morning cartoons. They show Saturday morning cartoons, but the bad stuff. But it's funny. It's a Found Footage Fest. I love their stuff. They're out of New York. It's a great YouTube channel. No, me myself, I'm, as you know, taking a mild hiatus because I'm working on me.
Yep.
In my career and just life. I hopefully got a meeting Saturday with some artist people. We got to go to a fancy coffee shop. I'm like, let's meet at Tim's. They're like, no, we're going to Second Cup. I'm like, oh, that's going to cost a fortune. I hate these expensive coffee shops, but okay, I'll go because I'll have to dress good and maybe it could make some money and it'll mean something. So fingers crossed, and just hopefully save up enough to go to the UK in a couple months. I'm getting in shape. I'm changing my life, and for the better. So.
Second Cup has better coffee anyway. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it's 10 times more expensive. It's so expensive, though. Holy crap. It's not cheap.
Yeah, I know.
Damn. Yeah.
It is.
And I
It's
found
really
that, by the way, it
expensive.
is on Tubi.
But
I got it up here.
It's so much
Kirby at War
better.
on Tubi. I'm going to watch it here. It's only like an hour long, so, yeah.
Can you share a link, Tom?
Yeah. Here, I'll put it in the room, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Right on. Yeah, because didn't I make you mod? You're mod of the
No,
channel. You can just go ahead and.
Who?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Me?
Really? Oh my god.
What? Who are you
No,
talking
I
about?
was-
Or
I was a mod on the other program. Not
I don't know,
ever
I'm
since you've
talking
been on
to either
Restream,
one of
that's
you.
different. By the way, there, I shared it, Mike. I shared it to your
Oh.
Facebook. You can share it to the main room or to him because I'm using my PC and I'm going between. But I shared it to your Facebook Messenger.
oh my
just
god,
now.
that means I
So
have
there.
okay.
Are we friends on Facebook there, Tom?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. All right. Just
Dang
wondered.
it. That means I have to go back on Facebook.
Hold on.
Tom, can you send me a Facebook?
Damn you.
Link to me
No,
on
no,
Facebook.
okay.
Hold on. Give me a second here. Boink, boink. There
Okay,
you go.
hold on. Phone.
No, I sent it. You don't have to open
All
it
right,
up.
thanks, Tom. I appreciate it. All right,
No
nice
worries.
and easy. I like easy. All right, there we
Yeah, same here. Same here.
go. All right.
Thank you.
You think
Oh,
technology
and-
would make everything so not complicated?
And speak of,
See,
Mike,
give
do
it
me
to
a
my-
favor. Send me a link.
Oh no, wait a minute.
Hold on. Send me a link to that contest, by the way, and the open content
Yes.
of the. Send me that link because me and my buddy, I might, if I can get him off his butt, I want us to get our manga into them too. That would be cool. So I want to take a look at that link if you have it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, totally. I'll send you that link. Yeah.
Thanks.
No, I'll totally send that to you. Okay, there we go. And the link. Oh yeah, if you want to go ahead and watch Jack Kirby at War, then the link is right there.
Yeah.
Hopefully in the chat that you can see it. So that's right, nice and easy. And yes, so for some odd reason I had to do it through my phone. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What do you got going on?
Well, I am working on the Sword of Eden graphic novel series. I'm working on volume 3. Volume 2, folks, or volumes 1 and 2, folks can purchase from my online store, which is theswordofeden.com. There's another link as well, the big cartel link. On my online store, I have free shipping for the month of until the end of February.
Nice.
And yes, so there's a code which is SHIP. You can just put the code in when you purchase the graphic novels from my online store. And yeah, so you won't have to pay for shipping. I also have a combo deal on Facebook where you can purchase all 3 of the graphic novels for $50. And you save $15 if you purchase all 3. And I found different readers like different kinds of bargains. Ones that have never read or purchased any of the Sword of Eden graphic novels, they'll gravitate towards the combo deal. And that combo deal also includes the variant cover for Volume 2, which has the Trump 2024 variant cover. So once those books are all sold, that's it. I'm not going to be reprinting the Trump 2024 variant cover. So yeah, there you go. And also everything signed and numbered. Well, most of the books are. Volume 2 is all numbered, so all be signed, and those Volume 2 books will be numbered as well. And I'll also include some freebie Xeroxes of some of my artwork from my days at Marvel, DC, and/or Archie Comics, and I'll sign those and include those. And yeah, all the readers have been great. They've been wonderful and very complimentary. Yeah, it's fantastic. So if you want to purchase some cool graphic novels with strong Christian themes, then check out The Sword of Eden at theswordofeden.com.
There we go. Yeah, 6 seconds exactly. Because at the time I'm saying this, you're probably waiting for 6 seconds to walk by or tick by, whatever. I don't know.
By the time you hear this,
yeah, exactly. I'm constantly living in the past. So, and yeah, Collector says, yeah, Big Cartel Link. I thought that was me. It's pretty much. So anyway, so there are the links in the chat. Go ahead, check them out. Yeah, so if you want to go ahead and get yourself an awesome deal on some books, then yeah, especially with free shipping, you can't beat free shipping.
Readers love that, man. That's awesome.
It's free shipping. Exactly. It's good stuff, and especially having it autographed and all that jazz. So you can't go wrong with that. Yeah, also Flip City Magazine, if you want to go ahead and check them out over at citymag.com, then you can go ahead and download a free issue and check it out. And if you like what you see, then you can go ahead and get 10% off from them by using the coupon code, the discount code CRC. That's pretty much it. So a little over 6 hours. That one a little longer than expected, considering last week it was only like half that time. So
it's funny because when we started talking, I had my lunch, and by the time we're finished, I had my dinner. So, but I got a lot of work done.
If not bad. Yeah, there we go. Right. So, and it helps when you're drawing and chatting.
It is.
So, Al, thank you again very much for coming on and having fun. Tom, again, dude, thank you very much for coming on and being part of the madness.
Enjoy it.
So,
thank you.
Love you guys coming on. So, anyway, folks, so that's it for me. Vince, go get yourself some sleep. Everybody else, have a good week this week. As for me here in nice and warm Alberta, I should have mentioned this probably earlier, but I didn't. We're above freezing, so we're at +3 right now. So which is around maybe 35 degrees. Yeah, I know. I know.
Ice storm here.
And Canadian Spider-Man. Oh darn! Too bad it ain't warm. And the rest of the week is going to be really warm and so we're going to be enjoying that fully and completely. Canadian Spider-Man. Hey, if you happen to be around the area, give me a buzz. You got my number, and that's right. And remember, says Canadian Spider-Man, only we can save Star Trek.
I doubt it. Yeah, God bless you, man. Thank you so much.
100%. And Collector, yeah, thanks for the compliment, man. And yeah, and I'm glad that I could fill up your hours for today, and for the compliment about the studying. So yeah, go check out the other Bible studies that are going on that are each and every week for members as well. You get the whole thing. If you happen to be a member, and yeah, other than that, we shall hopefully see you on Tuesday, and you guys have fun.